There are two easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker. When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started.
Good afternoon, jewellery makers. How are you? Oh, I tell you what, a day of under £10 deals. Loving that. Loving that. We're all after a bargain, aren't we? Well, we've certainly got them lined up. I tell you what. Hey, listen, a little bit of a bit of a tip. Under £10 throughout the entirety, I should say throughout the show, but in the 5 o'clock hour I have got 3 star buys which are going under £5, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Under £5 star buy deals. The kits are absolutely incredible. Wire, you've got beautiful gemstones included as well. You've got some of our new coloured wire, and yes, they are under £10 also, so loads and loads and loads of savings to be had. The first kit includes a gemstone I haven't seen in ages, Sodalite. I absolutely love Sodalite, that beautiful, beautiful formation where you have the blues and the whites which kind of roll into one another. I've got sterling silver coming up, yes, under £10. I've got pearls as our one to own, yes, under £10. I've got Tanzanite coming your way, so yes, under £10. So there's going to be loads and loads and loads of savings to be had. And I've also got this beautiful lady. Haven't seen her in a while. She's been off to Disneyland. It's the wonderful Laura Binding. Hello, darling.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, yeah.
Did you have a nice time with Mickey?
Amazing time. It's absolutely really, really magical.
Yeah, I bet. And your kids are at that age now where they're going to really appreciate it, aren't they?
Yeah, they absolutely loved it. We took Jackson on this tower. Oh, it was terrifying. He's 6. And my face is pure fear. And in the picture, his is just like...
Oh, boredom. Just sheer boredom. Yeah,
yeah, it was amazing.
What is this? It's lame. This is lame, Mum.
What's the problem?
You can imagine them saying that, can't you? God, oh, that's not scary. Yeah, I'm a bit of a wuss when it comes to rides and things like that. I never used to be, but it's kind of developed with age. As you get older,
you do get a little bit more nervous, don't you?
I think it's self-preservation, really. It starts to kick in, doesn't it? You know, you start thinking, oh no, don't do that. Don't do that. Even when you're just doing little things like going up and down stairs, I do that a lot slower than I used to. Anyway, can I just show you our one to own? We have got beautiful freshwater pearls coming up, incredible savings, and I'll also give you a little bit of a sneaky peek of something else that's included in today's show. Now, yeah, under £10. Look at the quality of these pearls. Beautiful colour coming your way. We don't often see this size. They're coming up at 3:30 p.m, so not long to wait. And if you're just eyeing up this stunning amber that is on my wrist, now it is the actual cabochon, not the bracelet. We've actually fixed that, so you can do that. Maybe you could actually team it with the pearls. You were actually asking for this yesterday. You wanted the amber cabochons with the 2 connectors. We listened, and we have delivered. That's coming up at 1:45. So if you're thinking about dashing out, don't stay in if you want to get hold of that. There's loads of sterling silver. Can I just literally turn that on the profile? Can you see that? Look at the amount of sterling silver that's on the back as well. Really, really, really pretty. 1:45. So maybe you've still got Christmas gifts to get. Now is the time to get involved. That's coming your way. Okay, let's get this show underway, shall we? Tanzanite pearls, under £10 deals. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, starting with some beautiful crimps. We all need crimp beads. They are essentials to any jewellery maker's stash, but also they're very decorative. You can use these for as a feature, if you like, within your pieces of jewellery. Now, let me just pick one of these up because they are sizable. I don't know if you can see that. They're approximately 2 millimetres in length. Well, you can see 2 by 2, and you're getting 50 of them within a pack. Beautiful lustre. I mean, look how gold they are. Excuse me. We've got a big quantity in our vault. Now, to be honest, I was talking to Danny earlier on. I was saying, Danny, this is basically a massive, it's beyond a clearance show, really, without actually having the word behind us. It's gone beyond that, even to a fact where a lot of our deals today, it is pure and simply about sort of pleasing our JM customers, which we want to do every single day, of course, but you know, it's not necessarily about sort of the finances and the profits and whatnot, which as a business we need to think about as well. Not today. Okay, we've got a big quantity. These are solid sterling silver with your yellow gold overlay as well. You can see, if I just get a little scoop, you can just see the quality within every single one of those beautiful crimps. You know, if you think about it, the price of sterling silver, but also the price of actually gold plating, it's not as simple as just dipping a material into sort of liquid gold. It is actually a very technical process, plating jewellery. And I tell you what, the process here has really been done to a high standard. Coming your way at a super affordable price tag. Way to start the show, £5.95. Hopefully giving you a little indication of just how exciting it is going to be throughout the next 5 hours. Get your text messages in as well. I'd love to hear from you. I've just been having a chat with some of our Jewellery Maker workshop attendees as well. Nice and busy, lots of people there with Mark Smith. Get some text messages in. I was was it yesterday? No, I can't remember. The other day I was asking, and I don't know if there was a problem with our connection or something, but I wanted to hear about your Christmas party stories. You know, there's always one. Have you heard about Claire's situation? No? Can I tell it? I don't know if Claire will thank me for it, but I'm going to do it anyway. Shall I tell it? Shall I tell the story?
I only heard a bit of it, so I need to know now.
You only heard a bit of the story?
I only heard, yeah, I sort of heard what you said a minute ago.
Okay. So our workshop, our party was Thursday night. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to go because I've been a bit under the weather, so I thought, you know, probably should make myself well first. But there was no scandals, there was no gossip or anything like that. However, the lovely Claire MacDonald, who you have just seen, had some random person who, she doesn't know who it was, let's just say they couldn't handle their drink down her very lovely dress.
Oh, and it was a lovely dress.
She looked amazing.
Oh.
She looked amazing. I would not be happy. I would not be happy. Poor Claire! Poor Claire! But anyway, the text messages I was sort of after were funny ones. That's not really so funny, is it? Poor Claire. We'd like to hear some sort of funny situations. My husband had his works do party last night, and one of his friends got beyond drunk, and apparently it was all very cringeworthy and embarrassing. Have you ever been that person, Laura?
I don't think so. Hopefully I can't remember if I have been. We've had it where we've gone to London on our works day before and we've lost people.
Yeah.
And I have actually missed my last train home because we went as a group. One went that way, one went that way, and we got on the wrong tube.
Oh no.
And then we missed the last train back to Bristol.
Oh no.
So then somebody thought, oh well, that's all right, we'll go to Oxford. So we ended up going to Oxford and then no train, so we ended up getting a taxi from there to Bristol. That was an eventful night, and then someone stole my purse. So,
oh, what a nightmare!
Yeah.
What a nightmare! What was that, Danny? Ryan was so drunk he was wearing a tie. I saw photos of our Ryan. He looked very dapper. Ryan, you look lovely. Don't you listen to Danny. You look lovely. There's nothing wrong. In fact, I think, I like, you know, traditional style of dress. I think, you know, it's lovely when a man sort of wears a suit or a shirt and whatnot. So don't pay any attention, Ryan. He says I don't care. I don't care. But get those text messages in. 60777. Start your text with JM Studios. I want to hear about your Christmas party antics. Moving on to... Love this. Now, hang on a minute. Danny, this is not under £10. Don't ignore me, Danny. This is under 10... Ooh! Sorry. There's a rather large wasp here in the studio. Wes, don't laugh. They just laughed out loud as I'm wearing the brightest colour I possibly can as well today, so I'm going to have a wasp gunning for me here in the studio. Hang on a minute. Gold under £10. Gold. Actual gold. We're not talking about gold. This isn't gold over... What? Hang on a minute. This is not gold over like a base metal. This is gold over sterling silver. Under £10. A Wishbone has been around, you know, that kind of design, that kind of sentiment has been around for sort of many years. You know, it's believed to bring good luck, good fortune, often symbolised for things like your 16th, 18th, 21st or birthdays, or maybe sort of a marriage or a new venture, maybe a new career or new job. Yeah, or just, you know, for the wearer, if you've got the sentiment, this is going to bring me good fortune in 2017. Then what a lovely staple piece, you know, of jewellery that I think, you know, would become your everyday item. But it is solid, precious yellow gold over your sterling silver, guaranteed under £10 for you. So if that doesn't prompt you to make those checkouts as soon as you can, I don't know what will. I mean, this could be turned into so much. 46 centimetres. It comes with the chain as well, by the way. It actually comes with the sterling silver link chain. You know, you can leave it as it is, or alternatively, separate the two. Use the Wishbone actually as a I don't know, a charm or a pair of earrings, but it is effectively a finished excuse me, item of jewellery. Okay, £9.95. So that is for two items, really, the chain and also the actual pendant itself. You know, I'm not just displaying it on the sterling silver, you get that also. 0800 644 655 is the number to call to get involved. We'd love to hear from you this morning. Love to hear from you. Send a text message in. I want to hear about your Christmas party. It doesn't have to be work's Christmas party, just Christmas parties. I can get the balls rolling. You know the nativity play? So I was Angel Gabriel at my nativity play one year. And apparently I was stood up on some steps when I did my little bit of a reading and promptly fell asleep mid doing the reading and fell down the stairs. I think I was about 4.
Oh, that's so cute though.
Little Angel Gabriel.
Oh.
Yeah, Timber. Mum was probably watching me going, oh, she's gonna go. They're the cutest, aren't they, kids' nativities. Check out those baskets. Well done. Moving on to... Oh, all of those rings, those statement rings. Right, do you know what? So far, I've seen loads of goodies that seem to be brand new. And this is under £10. So let me just start off with the gemstone. So you're getting 3 cabochons. Look at this black rutile. Look at this black rutile quartz. We never get that gemstone. 20 millimeters in size. Then you've also got this beautiful tiger's eye. Incredible. And you also have this stunning carnelian. So you're getting 3 gorgeous gemstones and the 3 actual ring bales or bezels to encase these into. So Laura, what would you do? Just literally glue them in, or could you wire work them in?
I would say probably you could wire work them in, but to be honest with you, the work's done for you.
Yeah.
I would just glue them in because the settings been created to fit them perfectly. So yeah, it would just be gluing them in. But it'd also be good if you wanted to split them and use the gemstones as cabochons, but use the bases as a polymer clay base instead.
Polymer,
So
Cerulean, all of those.
So you could use the bases individually to actually create your own, like you say, resin or polymer, or I can't say it's Cerulean.
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 I've been told it's Cerulean.
Cerulean. Yeah, again, ideal for that.
Yeah.
Or use it for the stones and just glue them in.
Don't forget, this is under £10. I mean, I'd pay that for the gemstones alone. In fact, I'd pay that for one of those gemstones. Look at the quality of your tiger's eye. The fact that you have got black rutile quartz. You're getting everything here, all 6 components. For less than one of those orange notes. So get involved as soon as you can. That's a 30 carat solitaire ring for £3, basically, less than £3. And of course, they are adjustable. I don't know if you can see that on the back. They are actually adjustable, so great Christmas gift too. I mean, Secret Santas, you know, the usual. Our Secret Santa's a £5, isn't it? A gift for a £5. I don't know about you, but I really struggle to find a present for £5. Really, really do.
Something that's a bit different as well.
Yeah, that's not too sort of average and boring, like a box of chocolates or a bottle of wine or something like that. You know, you can give genuine gemstones here for less than a £5. £8.95 for all 3 of these. Wonderful, absolutely beautiful. I mean, I'd get involved for the gemstones on their own. I wouldn't. These are an added bonus. Anybody that has started, maybe I did a resin show the other day with a lovely fleur. The Cerulean, some of you I know are already uploading pictures to our Facebook page of Cerulean pieces. This would be great with that. Vicky, hello to you in West Yorkshire. She said, I went to uni in Essex. After one too many sherbets, I spent 30 minutes arguing that I wanted a train ticket to Leeds. My housemate dragged me home. Yes. Wow. So you were in Essex and you just wanted to randomly go home to Leeds. Yeah, I've done that before after a few too many glasses of wine. You know, there's no reasoning with me when it's like that. Have you ever taken a taxi to an old house or something like that? I haven't. Danny has, seemingly. Danny's just said that in my ear. What, when you've moved, Danny? And you've ended up where you used to live. Did you actually go up to the door? You actually went up to the door? Oh, the poor people that live there. Oh, sorry, I don't live here anymore. I don't live here anymore. Yeah, no, I've never done that. I've never done that. I always manage to get myself home, to be fair. Always manage to find myself home. The thing is, I'm getting a little bit sensible in my old age. Right now, if any of my friends are watching, they'd be falling off their seats. All right. They're not buying it. Nobody's buying that whatsoever. Now, I was eyeing this up on our schedule. Under £10. I absolutely adore rose gold, but I absolutely adore this link, and I'm just trying to open it for you so you can actually see it fully. It is a lovely spherical belcher. We described it as belcher roller. We've described it as. There we go. There we go. So all of the links are these beautiful little circles. You're getting an entire spool, 10 metres. In this lovely rose gold plating. It's beautiful, isn't it? I mean, you've got that colour which is so complementary, but the size is perfect for so much as well. It's multifunctional, this chain. Yeah,
it's lovely. That's something I would be buying, because for me that is a lovely balance of chain, so it's substantial, so it's going to work for my sort of statement pendants, but also it's going to look really balanced even if you just want to put, say, 3 pearls in the centre of it.
Yeah, that's right.
It's that lovely sort of, it does a bit of everything really.
It's not too heavy and it's not too light. You know, I mean, you can see here it's 135 grams in total. How much would you pay for 1 metre in most sort of jewellery suppliers, especially with that rose gold plate overlay? I mean, you can see the quality in it, can't you? Without shadow of a doubt. It's also the most cost-effective way of actually buying your chain on the spool like this if you're going to go on to make multiple pieces of jewellery. Great idea for Christmas decorations. You know, this is effectively a chainmail style link, isn't it? So imagine this maybe draped around your Christmas tree. Imagine this as napkin rings. Imagine this as little bauble decorations, or maybe even sort of decorating your Christmas presents. I mean, I don't know about you. Have you tried to buy ribbon lately? The price of ribbon, I couldn't actually get hold of any of our ribbon here at Jewellery Maker, so I had to buy some to wrap our presents. It's ridiculously expensive now, you know, and I've ended up being quite scrupulous with the amount of ribbon that I actually put on my presents. So never thought I'd have to do that, but it's because I couldn't get hold of any from here at Jewellery Maker. Maybe you can use gold-plated chain, and of course then go on to actually sort of make pieces of jewellery thereafter. It's a very, very, very usable link in terms of its size. It is substantial, and it will go perfectly with most of your sort of, well, all of your wire work, all of your polymer clay, your cerulean, most definitely, pretty much every single medium I can think of. Now we should be £15.95. That's where we should be. Not today though, because it is an under £10 day, of course. So therefore you have a third off. Over a third off in actual fact. I'm not great at maths, but I'm trying to think out how many pieces of jewellery I could potentially get out of this.
Well, if you think of a metre, you could probably get 2 necklaces out of a metre standard chains. Because I did one of our ready-made boxes up with a bubble chain, and it had a metre, and it said literally to cut it in half. So you could make, if you think of that, if you look at it from that way, that's sort of 20 necklace chains, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just keeping it simple as that. But bracelets, doubling it up for necklaces, body chains, head dresses, wrist to
anklets,
hand to wrist, you know, the works.
The works, exactly. The works. You can go on and create whatever your heart desires, or internal, you know, decorations and things like that. Okay, moving on. We've got a text message from Trisha in Tyne Ware saying, I went to a Christmas party on a cruise ship. Ooh. Fell asleep, a bit worse for wear, woke up halfway across the North Sea going to Norway, 5 days lost.
Wow.
Do you know what though? Aren't you glad? Because if you'd have woken up, my goodness, that would have been a hangover from hell. A 5-day hangover. So impressive. I'm gonna salute you for that. Salute you for that 5 days. Wow, I wouldn't have wanted to be awake, that's for sure. I'm the worst at hangovers, the worst. I'm literally the most whingy person in the world with a hangover. Are you?
I'm not too bad. I don't get too bad.
Are you one of those that gets on with things?
Yeah, I don't. I'm pretty good with my drink, really. But we always used to do Christmas parties on the night before Christmas Eve or the last day at work. Yeah. And everybody just used to come in for that last morning in the office, and everybody would just curl up on the sofa and just be crying until it was mince pies and more wine time. And then you get your Secret Santa wine and mince pies, and then it'll just go home. Yeah. It's always the best.
I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. Now, we haven't got very many of these available, so it's going to be quite fast and pacey. And when you see the price that we're taking it to, you'll understand why. It is your lovely yellow gold-plated brass, big, sizable links, perfect for a charm bracelet. Straight away, I'm thinking that, because you can literally anchor onto them. 5 by 6 millimeters. Now, we're going to bring that final price onto your screen, and you'll understand why we can't really sort of talk about it for too long, because they're going to absolutely fly. This is beyond a clearance show, really, isn't it? You know, clearance is amazing. However, these are guaranteed under £10. First come, first serve, £6.95 for 10 metres. You know, could you even get 1 metre for £6.95 from certain jewellery suppliers? I highly doubt it. You know, I doubt you'd pay that for the 1 metre, let alone 10.
Not for that size.
No.
As well, because it's a very sizable link. And like you say, a lot of the time when you do buy chain by the metre from sort of suppliers, you know, sort of the shops of hobbies, they're always going to be, you know, a metre normally, and the larger the link or the heavier the chain, the more expensive it is.
No, that's logical, isn't it? Absolutely. Not today, though. We are being completely and utterly illogical, of course. Now, I should say, by the way, we would like to encourage everybody to look after themselves over the Christmas period, obviously, because we have been talking about sort of maybe a few of us being a little bit irresponsible. We're all guilty of it as well. Yeah, we are all guilty of it. I've never been that person at the Christmas party, but I have been that person on other occasions, most definitely. Can I give you a little bit of a heads up? This is coming up in about 20 minutes time. It is, of course, your beautiful, beautiful amber. You were asking for it yesterday with the actual connectors. Now, by the way, it's not the bracelet. This is me sort of basically modelling it for you. This is coming up at 145. This is what you're going to be getting, a stunning, stunning amber cabochon with the sterling silver bezel and the connectors. So you can turn that into whatever piece of jewellery you wish. Okay, moving on to... Ooh. You've had the chain. This is sterling silver. The wasp is back. If you see me looking up, don't worry. It's only because there's a wasp buzzing around. How have we got wasps still around at this time of year? It tells me, Laura, you're not making me feel any better. I'm not convinced it's a wasp. I think that's a hornet again.
That's a hornet.
That's a hornet.
That is huge.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have got a hornet nest here, and I would have thought they'd have all gone by now, wouldn't you? No.
There's like a secret hideaway of them here, I think.
Anyway, I'll try and ignore it. Solid sterling silver with a beautifully spherical, genuine, natural cultured pearl. Look at that. Absolutely stunning iridescence that you're getting there. Beautiful flashes of pink coming through. And of course that nacre surface is totally and utterly blemish free. Can you see the quality? Look at that gorgeous quality. Now you are getting this perfect pendant. This perfect pendant, which can be easily slotted onto one of your sterling silver chains, and then hey presto, you have got a gorgeous gift. June's birthstone, of course, but who doesn't love a pearl necklace? I mean, I absolutely adore wearing pearls, whether they be in a solitaire or whether they be in sort of a full beaded necklace with precious sterling silver. Don't forget, this is an under £10 day, so yeah, team this with maybe the London blue topaz that you had as today's deal of the day. Team it with your sterling silver that you might have already in your stash or in your jewellery collection. Team it with some of the sterling silver opportunities that we've got coming up throughout the course of the show. Straight down, £6.95. I mean, seriously, for the pearl on its own at that price tag, let alone the beauty of that detailing. And I'm going to show you around. If I tilt it like this, then you can actually see how easy it will be to fix to a bracelet, maybe a sort of a Smeagol bracelet. This would actually sort of slot onto quite nicely. A full necklace, quite a heavy duty chain, you know, quite a substantial chain. It's going to slide very easily onto that as well. Glap up these deals today. I tell you what, under £10. That's what I like this time of year. You know, I'm a savvy shopper. But you know, when all you seem to be doing is dishing out money for Christmas presents. You know, you think you're done, and then you go, oh gosh, no, I've got to get that person something as well. A little bit more. You know, this, just because it's costing you £6.95, obviously doesn't mean that it is £6.95 worth of jewellery. Pauline, hello to you, my darling in East Riding, Yorkshire, says, I've just received 3 of my orders. They are so beautiful. I love them all as usual. JM have come up trumps for me still, and I've got more to come. Can't wait. So glad for you, and thank you for messaging in, Pauline. We do love to hear about your feedback. Now, Tricia, update number 2 on the cruise. The thing was, I did not book the cruise. I was saying goodbye to a friend. It took me 5 days to get back home from Norway. Yeah, Trisha, I need to know more about this. I need to know more. So did you know that you were actually going on a cruise or not? Or did you just wake up and you were on a cruise ship? Because that would be...
And did you ever actually find out how you got on it? Because you know that always that little blank spot of how did this happen?
Yeah. 5 days. But then it took you 5 days to get back. Oh, bless you. I'm not sure if this is a good situation, a funny one. I assume you're laughing at it now. I hope so. Helen at Gloucestershire says, maybe the Hornet, is a fan of amazing deals. I'd want to fly around the studio today if I was it too. Honestly, we're in December. Why am I dodging hornets? December. Ah! Oh, God. Okay, coming up. I'll be doing some more shapes, dodging the hornet, and we've got more under £10 deals, including this next star buy. Okay, now when I said that we have sterling silver deals coming up, I really wasn't kidding. There's so much precious metal in this star buy, you will not believe. But not just the gram weight, the detailing is just stunning. Now, if you have Celtic roots, you're going to love it. You know, there's lots of big designers, Macintosh, Clogite Gold, that actually use the actual traditional swirls of sort of your Celtic knots and things like that. Maybe you've seen them on love spoons, which is very traditionally Welsh. But even if you haven't necessarily, you'll see the tradition in this piece of jewellery and the detail in this. I'm saying it's a piece of jewellery because to me it is. There's 3.4 grams. Hang on a minute, this is, and you've got the two connectors, this is under £10. Oh, we've got some of our lovely Jewellery Maker attendees. Can you, under £10?
Amazing.
Look at the size of it as well, it's amazing, isn't it? Sorry, what's your names?
Pete.
Pete?
Helen.
And Helen. Pete and Helen are in the studio. Mind the hornet, there is a hornet in here. Yes. Yeah, there's a hornet somewhere in the studio. Hello, Pete and Helen. You're on camera. You're joining our lovely Mark today, aren't you, on one of his workshops? Which one is it? Chippahino.
Let it Chippahimo.
Let it Chippahimo. And I assume you're enjoying it because I poked my head in earlier on. It seems to be a nice buzz going on in there. So you must come along to one of our workshops if you can, because they are really, really, really good, good fun. Is this your first workshop or both your first time? And will you be coming again?
Yes.
Yes, good. So we can spend some time with you again then. Bless you. And this is our wonderful studio, which normally doesn't have hornets. Normally, but today it does. Hey, listen, I'm not scared. I'm not scared. Okay, under £10. What would you do with this beautiful, beautiful piece of jewellery? Would you use it as a connector? Would you use it as a pendant? Would you turn them into earrings? Now, one thing you don't actually see on that picture is the actual little jump rings. See that? The actual connectors that do actually come with it. What would you do with this, Laura?
I was just looking at that and I think that's beautiful, just in between some chains, some sterling silver chain, just to have that completed necklace. But earring drops, and also I've bought a lot of the Spiga bracelets.
Yeah,
so again, ready-made, isn't it, with the jump rings.
It's the perfect size for that.
Yeah.
The perfect size. With our one to own, you know, the pearls that we've got coming up later on, or the Tanzanite, can you imagine just doing maybe a simple stretchy bracelet?
Yeah, yeah. Or you could just have a necklace, like you could just put the pearls as a necklace,
back, by the way,
and actually have the connector as a drop, and then maybe a little drop of Tanzanite from the bottom of it.
That's a nice idea. I'm just showing you the back so you can see the continuation of that quality. Do you understand why I was saying sort of Celtic roots? I mean, Obviously I come from the land of Wales, and you know, I'm used to seeing sort of your sort of fleur-de-lis designs, you know, clog-eyed gold certainly was stocked in the jewellers that I used to work at, so those lovely knots and things like that are very bring a certain sentiment to me, but also it is very traditional in terms of lots of different designers. Macintosh I don't believe was necessarily connected to sort of any I don't believe, I'm not sure, to be honest. But look at all that sterling silver that you've got here, and all that wonderful filigree work, stunning, stunning lustre. Yeah, equally, just use it as a pendant like so. Maybe just remove that little jump ring from the bottom and leave it as it is. That looks gorgeous.
I think it's beautiful, and I love the fact that if you did turn it the other way round, you could still add jump rings and make a drop from that centre part as well, because of the sort of design of it. It's got those loops available that you could put another jump ring in and
actually anchor on through.
Yeah, so you could, if you had it horizontal instead of as a drop, again in between some chain, you could add a jump ring to that centre sort of hole there where you're in the middle.
Yeah.
And then you could put some drops that way.
That's a good idea.
So you can use it in different ways.
Loads of different ways. Use it as the feature or use it as an integral part. Don't forget, this is an under £10 day, but should this be under £10? Absolutely not. You've got 3.4 grams of precious metal. Our target price is already super affordable, I'm sure you'd agree. £12.95. Not today though. We are going loads lower for you to get hold of this stunning, stunning high-end piece. We are going to squeeze it under that £10. We can't go any lower, quite literally, because it is as close to giving it away as we possibly could be. I mean, £7.95 for that amount of sterling silver. This is a brand new record low, obviously. That's why I said way, way, way beyond clearance. Loads of you getting involved, loads of you multi-buying, and I would be doing the same. I mean, you at that price point, Laura, 1, 2, 3. If you bought 3, you got earrings and a matching pendant.
I would buy 4.
Yeah.
Possibly 5, because I would be thinking of that, the necklace, the earrings. I'd like the thought of playing about with the drop of the shape of it, so having one as a drop in that direction, but also in the other direction, as I said, and maybe some briolette sort of drops coming from that centre, and also a hand-to-wrist bracelet, I'm thinking. A very delicate, again, just chain, and then just a long piece of chain around your finger, just to have that sort of high end. It's really delicate, but really, you know, a beautiful piece of jewellery.
Have we got quantity of this, Danny? We've got 100, but half the stock's already gone because many of you are multi-buying like what we were suggesting. Alice has bought 3, Linda's bought 2, Gloucestershire's bought 2, Sian's bought 2, Davinia has bought 2, Essex has bought 4, Patricia's bought 2, Emma's bought 2. Angela's just texted saying, you seem to have a lot of buzzing beaders in the studio. Didn't you have a resident fly earlier? I reckon the Hornets got him. The Hornets had him.
I think I'd rather
and
have
moved
the fly. I'd rather have the fly, I think, over the hornet though.
Me too. That hornet.
Hornet's terrifying. Wasps. I'm terrified of wasps. I don't like anything that. Yeah, exactly. They're
Hornets
a bigger, scarier version.
I had a hornet nest in my old house, and when and you could literally hear them in the walls scratching. It was horrible. So got obviously the pest people out, and
I reckon there's a nest here somewhere.
There's bound to be a nest. Yeah, they literally bomb. They said get your pets in because they'll actually bomb for you. Oh, they're horrible things.
Don't say that too loudly because he is still here. Don't upset him.
Okay, try not to. Emerald. Under 10 minutes until I bring you this amber as well. So the amber is coming up. Now the cabochon, not the actual bracelet that I've got it connected to, but you can very easily make this, even if you're not necessarily a wire worker. Get hold of some of our flat wire, you can easily make that.
Oh yes.
Easily do that. But the actual cabochon, you were requesting yesterday, and Danny has delivered. So with the actual connectors either side coming up in about 10 minutes time, we're about to take emerald. It's not just me, is it? Under £10? We've had yellow gold, sterling silver, pearls. 3 rings for £8.95, and now emeralds. Told you we weren't. This is beyond clearance. Told you. I like it. I feel a little bit like we're being a bit naughty today. Now, emerald is a type 3 gemstone. It is expected to have characteristics, and this has no doubt got those wonderful, wonderful markings that make this gemstone so very, very obvious. Now, it's not the clarity of an emerald that determines the value, it's its colour intensity. You want it to have attitude. That's the best way that I can describe it. If an emerald glows, then it's of quality. Different localities will bring you different tones of green. Brazilian is quite sort of a deep forest green. Colombian has got quite a light colour but quite vibrant. Let me see. Zambia is very, very, very intense green. A bit, sort of a mixture between those two locations. This totally and utterly natural. The O stands for oiling, which is just literally a bit like baby oil, which has been buffed on the surface. So if ever you find that your emeralds have sort of lacking a little bit of shine or luster, just use a little bit of baby oil. It's the same pH factor as the gemstone, and is often used with this gem. So it's absolutely treatment free, this strand, and it is under £10. Graphics on your screen, already confirmations being made. I'm not surprised at all. The beauty of having those wonderful markings, I mean, it just screams the fact that it is emerald, which doesn't everybody want to do?
Yeah, definitely. And what's really nice is to see emerald in a slightly different cut.
Yeah.
Because we do see quite a few of the rondelles, don't we? So it's really nice to see it in a lovely, sort of larger, more focal cut, really.
Well, it's like an oval. Well, it is oval.
Yeah.
That's what we've described it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I totally agree with you. Totally agree. So you could take these and use them as solitaires, couldn't we?
Yeah, definitely. I'm thinking, for me, there's rings, there's earrings. Beautiful if you got that connector just a minute ago.
Yeah.
Again, as I was saying, as a drop, one of those. You can have that as a drop there. And again, you've got enough there to make a pair of earrings and to also make the matching drop. For me, I'd be wire wrapping around it, making that focal in the centre part. Rings, so much scope, so much.
So much you can do with it, or just keep it very, very simple, of course. This is emerald. It doesn't need to be overworked, shall we say, and it's quality emerald. And yes, it is under £10. That's why so many of you are already multi-buying. £9.95. How many people on this big, beautiful planet can say that they own 60 carats of natural emerald? Well, certainly very few within my circle of family and friends. Here's your chance, everybody. That's working out at 16 pence per carat. And you know, when it comes to this gemstone, I can't stress enough that it's not about the clarity. It's a type 3 gemstone. It is expected to have internal, they say inclusions, but I prefer to say characteristics, because it is part of the makeup of the gemstone and they're not necessarily a negative. So it's all about the colour. Colour is the most important thing. Lots and lots and lots of you there. Hello to you, Marcia in Nebraska. Hello to you, Manchester. Diane, Jill, Nanetta, Lisa, Davinia, Diane, Jack, nice to be with you. We've got Oregon there as well. Essex, hello to you. Nikki in Vienne, nice to be with you on those phone lines. I want to hear the rest of the story of the cruise ship, so please do send us some more about that. It's a wonderful story that I need to know more. Now, we are going to be doing some 1 minute wonder deals. So, fast, pacey, and by the way, they are going to be throughout the entirety of the show to keep you on your toes. Okay, starting with, oh, love this gemstone, and we don't see it nearly enough. Oh, can I just say this, with that amber that's coming up in literally minutes time, these are faceted. Wes, you saw that coming right at me then. He literally looked.
Don't say, just stay here, he's there.
He's on the desk.
Okay, oh.
Sorry, I'm not cool about him being on the desk with me. Sorry about that. Anyway, can I just present from here for a minute?
No.
This is ridiculous.
It's you, you're red.
There he is, he's over there, he's over there. Anyway, yes, look at these gorgeous smoky quartz. There we go. Well, we just dodged this massive hornet. What is he doing? Honestly, rebel without a cause. 1 minute deals didn't seem to go very well, did it? Okay, I reckon I can. Every time I go back to my seat, he goes over there. Right, okay. Sorry, jewellery makers.
No,
sorry, jewellery makers. As soon as we've left the door wide open as well, so that hopefully he ventures out.
I've put some fruit over there to try and encourage him to fruit.
He is making a beeline for us.
Yeah, he is. I think
that wasn't intended, by the way, that pun. That wasn't intended. Shall I show you here? Shall I show you here? Should be £11.95. Should be. £8.95, 1 minute wonder deal. Sorry, but yeah, Wes, you might need to be on those toes today because we might be running back and forth from desk to desk. It keeps us the excitement going, you know. The fact that Laura and I are both absolutely petrified. Oh, Wes got it, Wes got it.
Did you get?
Yeah!
Yeah.
Well done, Wes. It has actually vacated. Right, I'm going to take a wander back, back there
good,
now.
good.
Well done, Wes. Wes managed to get him out the studios. You are my hero, Wes. Okay. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Right then. Oh, this with the smoky quartz. Now we shall resume to normality now, as normal as we can be anyway here in the studios. We've got 22 1 minute wonders. If you love it, get involved as soon as you possibly can. You know it's going under £10 guaranteed. A big sizable 14mm round. Look at those, absolutely stunning. Once the price is in, you have a minute and then we have to move on. Wow, shell pearl are ultimately, basically, sort of as they described, they are ground down shell, which are reconstituted to form the perfect pearl shape. You'll still get that lovely colour, that wonderful pinkish blush, and you'll still get that smooth lustre, of course, but and that's guaranteed because these are the perfect gemstones for lovers of pearls, but those who want the absolute perfect examples of pearls. 16 only remaining, and as you can see there is, what, 30, oh no, the clock's gone. Clock's gone, oh, there it is, there we are, 25 seconds. So first come, first serve. I'm going to be moving on to some Amazonite, so if you love that gemstone, stay tuned, stay tuned. It's going to go amazingly with this. Would you actually contrast these? Would you say that seed beads are too small to use with like a 14mm?
I wouldn't, but I would probably say individually. So, you know, sort of what you can do, because shell pearls have got a lovely drill hole.
Yeah.
So what you could do is sort of go several times around it and actually have them almost cage in the
like
stone.
that idea.
But I would probably use them, like I said, on an individual stone as opposed to all of them together.
Love that idea. Okay, it is your 1 minute deals. So we have a limited quantity. I'll remove those so I don't confuse anyone. Go straight down to our final price point. Wow, 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 wow. Great for all of you seed beaders out there. Great for your normal beading as well. Great for your textile work. I love to sew gemstones onto fabrics. I think that works really, really wonderfully. This is like a very subtle sort of jadeite sort of kind of colour. It has got a real gentleness behind it, Amazonite. 5 carats and they are 2mm faceted rounds. You've got 30 seconds to grab these until they are gone. And by the way, doesn't look like we've got a limited quantity on these, but they are always, Amazonite is always hugely popular. Hello Lee, Diane, Belinda, Manchester, Veronica, Susan, Yorkshire, you're there as well. We've got Oxfordshire there, Lincolnshire there, Ruby there, Oregon there, congratulations. Now we have 2 more 1 minute wonders and then it is your amber cabochon, so stay with me, stay on those phone lines, well done, well done. Okay, hot pink shell pearl. Oh, sorry. Quartzite. Shell pearl, sold out. Oh, look at these. They are vibrant, perfect fuchsia pink. Quartzite is a wonderful gemstone, one which is used by many designers, loads and loads of designers. In fact, I was watching a particular shopping channel a few months ago, and they were stocking a certain designer. Now, I have to be careful not to say who they are, but let's just say they are well known. And they had simple rounds like these that had a little tiny pendant at the bottom, which was equally a quartzite, and they were selling it at £90. £90. This is not £90 because you know it's an under £10 day, so grab it whilst you can. Quartzite will hold on to the most amazing amounts of colour. Wow, 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 wow. I cannot emphasise, and if you message me, find me on my presenter page, I'll tell you then what the actual name of the designer was. Can't do it on air because I'll get into trouble, but yeah, basically it was just restranded and it had a little pendant at the bottom, and it was on air being sold for £90. £3.95 for you, jewellery makers. All you need is some beading thread, and that's it, really. I mean, this is a great way of replenishing your stash, or making some statement pieces of jewellery, giftable pieces of jewellery, most definitely wearable pieces of jewellery.
Again, for me, I often say this with that size gemstone, I love just putting a section of them at the front and then chain either side. Yeah. We've had that lovely gold chain, we've had that rose gold chain, you know, if you've got silver chain, and keeping it as simple as that, and that's going to be a classic through the seasons look. Absolutely.
I totally agree. I need to move on. Well done, stay where you are. Moving on to some gorgeous, gorgeous smoky quartz, but in a slightly smaller size. So great to work with the big size if you wanted to. These are 10mm. We have 33 in stock. It's not nearly enough. You've seen previous 1 minute wonders actually fly and sell out. This is going to be exactly the same. Quality smoky quartz is like a mixture of a really full-bodied cup of espresso and a glass of champagne. Does that sound a bit strange? But I think it's where those two meet in a gemstone. Does that make sense to you? Yeah. We'll bring that price in, and then we'll bring that 1 minute clock on your screen. And don't forget, we have the amber coming up, £6.95 only. Very wearable size as well, a 10mm. It's not too big, it's not too small. Great for stretchy bracelets because it is quartz, so a very durable gemstone also. You've got that wonderful 360 faceting. Helen in Gloucestershire saying, I was just Googling how to get rid of hornets. None of them said get Wes. Yeah, Wes is super Wes. He should be wearing his pants on the outside of his jeans today. There he is. They are. There he is. Well done, Wes. He managed to catch that hornet. I know. See? Who you got to call? Wes. That's who you got to call. 20 seconds remaining to get hold of these. Limited quantity, of course. Denise, Lisa, Mary, Alison, Jane, Veronica, you're there, plus many more. The amber is coming up. So again, perfect with this gemstone, don't you think? Put them on a little stretchy bracelet. I think will absolutely stunning. Now, you've been asking for this amber cabochon, and we have listened. Loads of sterling silver. It is the actual connector itself, not the bracelet. You can easily recreate that. It's just so I could basically wear it for you. This is the excuse for me, basically, so I can actually wear it. Star buy, and most definitely one of my favourite star buys of the entire week. I absolutely adore amber, especially when it's of quality like this, and it's up next. Okay, now, amber, before I start talking about the gemstone itself, can I just say it's hugely expensive now. Have you noticed it? It's a gemstone which is definitely mainstream, but have you noticed the price of amber lately? I've been sort of looking around, and it's my job to do that. It's not just my hobby, it is my job to sort of keep in the know with prices and things like that. But amber lately, I've noticed it really skyrocket, and maybe that's because there's been that sort of jet lag effect where back in 2004, and I know I'm talking over a decade ago, there was a lot of flooding in the Baltic region, which meant that most of the supplies, the world supply of amber, was dramatically reduced by a staggering 80%. So that would have had implications and an effect on amber prices, and it's always a case of we want what we can't get hold of. Well, this gorgeous gemstone, if you look at most jewellery boutiques or amber traders, the prices seem to be sort of, I actually think 3-4 times to what they used to be even about 10 years ago, maybe even more than that. I don't know, I'm just working off my own personal opinion. But when it comes to this gemstone, you want inclusions. The more inclusions, the more valuable the gemstone is. Can I just point out the quality and how many inclusions are actually within this beautiful prehistoric treasure? Those inclusions are they are the very bones of this gemstone. It is effectively flora, fauna, bugs, insects, which have been encapsulated within this wonderful treasure millions upon millions of years ago. Now, I know, was it you, Danny, that actually shared that post on Facebook that had, what was it again? Had been discovered, a dinosaur tail, wasn't it? Yeah. A fully preserved dinosaur tail had been found within amber. I mean, how incredible is that? How fascinating is that? So when we say that this gemstone is your own little snapshot of prehistoric time, it quite literally is. We are going back 50 million years with this wonderful gemstone. It's absolutely stunning, and certainly something that I think everybody should own. Every gemstone lover should own, because it just is the very... It epitomises everything about collecting of gems, doesn't it? It defines, you know, the history. The history is visual as well, and you can get lost in it without shadow of a doubt. Now, as jewellery makers, you've been asking for the actual connector which has those jump rings, and as you can see, well, these connectors here, if I turn my hand like so, there's the actual connectors. Now, this bracelet, we have quite literally just attached. This doesn't come with it, but you can very easily recreate that with some wire or fix it to a stretchy bracelet. Do you know what? I'd actually prefer to see this on a stretchy bracelet, because I think it's going to show off the actual feature itself more so than the actual sterling silver. If I just turn my hand like this, the amount of sterling silver that is on the back also, and the detailing, let me just take that off. There you are. The detailing that is actually on the back. Here we are. I'll take it off and show you. The quality that comes in every single fraction of this. There's the 925 stamp as well. Can you see those lovely golden flickers? That's all of the wonderful characteristics within this beautiful, beautiful gemstone. Now, given the fact that, Laura, it comes like so, you know, you've got this pendant effectively, and then you've got the actual hidden connectors. Again, you can do so much with it. Pendants, earrings, brooches, rings.
It's that lovely illusion, isn't it? So you could just have it as almost like a floating pendant, you know, just popping a bit of fine chain through that connector and actually just have it almost like a floating connector. But what you can also do then is maybe have it removable or you know, drop to the bottom of it if you wanted to. I absolutely love it as it is. You could make a ring out of that. Maybe. Does it come with the jump rings? Just a quick...
Yes. The jump rings are on there, yes.
Oh, so that's a really good bonus as well, isn't it? Because you haven't got to worry about attaching it. Because for me, again, I asked that because I have the speaker chains. So instantly, I know if I buy that, I've got everything I need. I just open those jump rings and attach it directly to the... So, you know, and again with that, it's going to go straight on there. So
could this be incorporated into maybe some kind of chainmail design or something
definitely.
Like that?
If you've got your sterling silver jump rings, I would obviously keep it all sterling silver because you've got all of that work done for you. You could do chainmail with it. You could do a little bracelet with it. You could do a neck piece. I like the thought of earrings with them.
Yeah, because they're not. I mean, They're not too big, are they, to be earrings?
I don't think
but
so.
Can you actually see with the cabochon? I mean, it is a cabochon, which often amber is cut like so to show off the internal inclusions. But look at the detailing of the silver. If I turn it like this, there we go. Because they actually sort of lift, they're raised ever so slightly. It almost gives the illusion that it's curved, doesn't it?
It does look like that. Yeah, that size. Amazing.
So versatile, isn't it? Loads of you there. We've got 198 of these available, 19 by 15 millimetres. Now, we should be at £14.95. That's where we should be. But please do your research on prices. Please do your research on quality like this. I mean, yes, you can probably get amber which doesn't have those characteristics or has very, very few. But to have amber of this size, this colour, this quality, with all of those characteristics for £9.95. I know out of all the research I did recently, there wasn't anything even remotely close. Like I said, I'm not saying you can't get amber at this price point, because you obviously can, but not necessarily of this quality, and certainly not of this size, and certainly not without the sterling silver. Loads of you there, well over half the stock has gone. Lots of you choosing to multi-buy, and I would be doing exactly the same. Can I encourage our web bidders to check out, though, if you want to guarantee success? We are super busy today, and I'm not surprised at all. I would be shopping as well. Lots of you choosing to get 2s and 3s. Why not? Fill your boots. Most definitely. Yesterday, the lovely Hannah actually bought an amber cabochon, but it was slightly different to this. It didn't actually have the connectors. This has got those connectors that you were asking for. So check out those baskets if you want to guarantee. We've got people buying 4s, 3s, 2s. Yeah, loads and loads and loads of you. 3/4 of the stock has gone now. We had I'm always suspicious of this quantity, 198. That basically tells me that somebody, the powers that be, has acquired a couple. Not saying in a sort of, an underhand way, but I'm just saying a perk of the job. Now, we're running out of time. Stay on those phone lines, check out those baskets. We have got the beautiful kit coming up, under £10. Obviously, demonstrations from the wonderful Laura. We've got more sterling silver, Tanzanite and pearls up after this.
There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
This December, we're offering a £10 discount to anyone that books on one of our current workshops. All you need to do is just enter the code JMWSHOP10 for your discount. So, come and learn with Jewellery Maker.
When you place your first order with Jewellery Maker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today.
Welcome back, jewellery makers, and happy Christmas! It's an under £10 day. Love it. Well done to all of you who managed to get hold of your beautiful amber. I know you'll love it. Stop permitting, I'm going to be joining you on that because I have to say that's probably one of the nicest ambers I've seen in a very long time. You know, the amount of detail that's inside the gemstone. Now, what have we got coming up? More under £10 deals, obviously, including your kit. We have Tanzanite coming up under £10. We've got beautiful pearls under £10. You know, I never thought I'd be saying either of those gemstones once upon a time under £10. Well, now we can. Okay, I love this kit. I love it. Get involved as soon as you can. We've got 150, no more, no less. And the reason why I'm telling you that quantity straight away is because it's not going to be enough. Because it's that. So, you know, that's why I'm just getting what I describe as the housekeeping out of the way. There's 150 available, and it's under £10. Okay? You've just seen 180 of the amber go. And also, by the way, that tells you that there is less than 20 remaining. And there's more in baskets. Okay, so this could be an on-screen sell-out very quickly. I love this gemstone, don't you?
Oh, it's beautiful. This is a really lovely... Well, both the kits today are lovely, and they're both really different, which I think is great when you get kits like that.
Sodalite, though, have you noticed? Usually it can be quite... I'd say it's quite a pale blue. This is
like a denim kind of blue. It's like a stonewashed kind of blue, isn't it? With a lot of white in it. This is really, really intense.
A really intense colour of Sodalite. Look at that. We'll show off Laura's wonderful creations, the pendants and, of course, the ring that you made, the necklaces, I should say, and the ring that you made. But it strikes me straight away, and I said earlier on in the show that I haven't seen Sodalite in ages, but I don't think I've ever seen Sodalite like this.
I've got to be honest, when I saw it in the bag, obviously I had a quick glance and I could see it was blue cabochons. My thought was that it was lapis lazuli. My first thought, because obviously that is the darker, sort of richer colours of blue. Yeah. And even when I got it out, it wasn't until because I always check against my email to make sure I've got what I'm supposed to have. And I was quite surprised. I thought actually, but then I've got one with a lovely streak of white through it, which I think actually like that one there and the other one, which is very classic of the
Sodalite. Like lightning, that isn't it? It's like lightning coming through the gemstone. Well, if you looked at this one, I'd actually go along the lines of first appearances. I'd go, okay, that looks like that looks almost kyanite, doesn't it? Because of the actual midnight blue that's within. And then, the characteristics of Sodalite is that you do get these lovely, beautiful, beautiful patterns across them. Let me just pop that one there as well. So you're getting stunning, rich Sodalite in a colour that I've never ever seen previously before, in pieces of jewellery made up or otherwise. So absolutely love it. So big carat weights, different dimensions. Some are quite shallow, some are a bit thicker and longer and wider. It's a variation of shapes and sizes, but you're guaranteed 105 carats of beautiful, exceptional Sodalite. I love this gemstone. I think we always have made a connection with this gemstone with that China way, you know, the ones. We've always sort of made that sort of colour patterns. I don't think you can here because it is completely different in terms of that intensity.
It really, like you say, it's almost like a rich royal blue, isn't it? As opposed to the sort of the denim-y type of blue that you normally associate it with.
Absolutely. I mean, that piece of jewellery, it does literally look like there's a lightning bolt going through the centre.
Yeah, I loved it because all of mine were individually different, which is great when you're doing something like this, because you can choose the stone to go for the project that you want. I deliberately chose the sort of the darker, more intense one for the ring.
Is that what inspired you to that design? Because you very much sort of framed it, haven't you?
Yeah, I wanted to frame it, and I wanted to have it sort of just really standing sort of out because it's so unique.
Yeah, love it. And then again, this is a ring, and you've left it as a claw set so you can really appreciate all of the patterns. Very popular kit already. We've got 150 of these available, and don't forget, we're not just done with the gemstones, you also get loads of wire. 10 meters of each gauge, but they are the essential gauges. You've got your 1 mil in the antique bronze, one of your favorite colors there, Laura. Can you see that? Should I hold it up? Is that okay? So you've got your 1 millimeter and 10 meters of that in the antique copper. Goes perfectly with your Sodalite. And then you've also got 10 meters in your 0.4. So it's the structure and the actual binding. You don't. This is essentially, this is essentially what you need to get started on wire work or to replenish your stash. Probably the most abundantly used gauges.
Yeah, and I think the best gauges of wires to start with if you're practicing any wire weaving, because they work together nicely. They don't. I love the 0.8 and 0.25 as a combination, but I think as a beginner point of view, or even as an experienced person, this is such a lovely combination. So easy to work with.
They do work well with each other, don't they? Absolutely. Now, if this was an under £20 day, we'd be happy, wouldn't we? We'd be more than happy with that. It's not just an under £20 day though, is it? It's under £10. I would be more than happy paying under £10 for the wire alone, or more than happy and comfortable paying under £10 for the Sodalite on its own. How much do you think, Laura, you'd actually sell these pieces of jewellery for that you've made? How much would you send I'm going to call that the lightning bolt.
The lightning bolt.
How much would you sell that for?
For that one, I think I would be looking probably around about sort of £50 as a base price. Probably maybe £50 to £60 as a complete piece. That's
a nice return then.
But the thing is, for a change, it was nice because I knew the theme of the day, because I knew it was under £10 day. I knew as I was making this, actually, I'm thinking, I know how much my costs have got to be. Yeah. And so to be able to make something like that, and know that the cost is going to be low it's really quite nice to be able to do that, because you know that you're making something that's going to be high end.
Well, yeah, absolutely, and it is high end because they're genuine gemstones. But and just because we're giving, I'm putting my business head on now. If you've got a jewellery business, just because you're getting these savings doesn't mean that you have to incorporate that into your prices. Of course, as consumers, as jewellery lovers and wearers, I expect handmade jewellery firstly to be at a premium, and genuine gemstone jewellery to be at a premium. Under £10 for your So Delightful. We're going to go straight to it. As I said, 150 of these were available. Very, very popular. One of our most popular gauges of wire, and also colours, or rather I should say two of, and the actual cabochons. Wow, were you expecting that? I mean, you knew it was going to be under £10, but were you thinking £9.95, which would still be amazing, don't get me wrong. That's pushing those boundaries and then some. These will sell out. I'm quite comfortable in saying that without even looking at, here you go, I've just looked across the call screen. There are so many of you there. Stay on those phone lines, keep on dialing. If you haven't already done so, I would encourage you to do so sooner rather than later. Tons and tons and tons of you getting involved. The difference here is that you've actually got Sodalite beyond what I've seen previously. If you've got Sodalite in your stash already or in your collection that's got that real intense midnight blue, you might know what I'm referring to, but in all of my years of gemstones and experience, I've never actually seen this colour, and I absolutely adore it.
And again, with that antique bronze, it really complements each other because they've both got a really lovely rich depth of colour to them, so it really works well as a combination. I think, you could go down any road. You could go down the vintage, sort of go down the sort of medieval kind of, you do anything you want. These wires are going to sort of lend themselves to any of those looks, really.
Totally agree. £8.95. I mean, it's an absolute steal of a deal. Margot, hello to you, my darling. She says, don't forget to add the value of your expertise. Very good point, Margot. Laura, wow work. Very good point. And your time, all of these should be included into what the pricing of your jewellery. Half the stock's well and truly gone. So I'd encourage you checking out as soon as you can. Yeah, good point made by Margot.
Yeah, a lot of people forget that and I often say this when we're doing workshops, you know, you've paid to come and learn a technique. So although you might learn that technique, say the ring, because we do actually learn how to make a claw set ring in one of my workshops, you know, once you get the technique down, it's actually quite quick and simple. The longest part of that is actually doing the ring shank, weaving the ring shank. So people sort of think, oh, well, actually, that only takes me sort of half an hour to make, so that will be a really low price. Well, no, it isn't, because you still invested in your time to learn how to do that technique.
Absolutely.
And it also takes time and practice to get your technique down to that kind of speed. So you have to, because, I mean, I'm a quite fast sort of worker, so I could say
that comes from experience.
Yeah, so I could say, well, it only takes me half an hour, but it could take somebody else an hour or 2 hours. So you can't
definitely take me longer than 2 hours.
You need to put that into your sort of into your design and your price.
100%, and again, as consumers, we expect it. So you know, I expect handmade jewellery most definitely to be at a premium. Okay, what is it that you're going to be demonstrating for us?
Well, I'm actually going to show you not the lightning one, because that's quite a complex piece, but yeah, that one there.
This one here?
Yeah, just because I'm actually going to show you the foundation of how to catch the cabochon on that one, because it's slightly different, and I haven't shown this technique myself before, and then what I'm going to do is just explain how you can sort of give your own added detail to that stone once you've got that foundation done.
Okay, so you're creating the foundation.
Yeah.
So if you're with this, is this a good thing to watch if you're maybe new to cabochons?
I think even if you're new or if you're experienced, for me it's a different way.
Yeah.
I work with a lot of cabochons, obviously, and so sometimes you get a bit repetitive, and I try to just sort of avoid that sometimes. So I wanted to do something that is, is not the cage setting, it's not the prong setting. So yeah, it's just a little bit different, and it's decorative.
Okay.
Okay. So, just going to grab my wires and my stones. Let me just grab one for you. So, I mean, this one I've got here is really, really
gosh,
look at
that
one.
literally is.
Yeah.
Yeah. The very definition of midnight blue.
Yeah. So what I wanted to explain, and I'll just borrow a couple of these, and I try to say this every time we work with cabochons, just to explain when you're planning a project about choosing your stone and choosing it for that particular project, because if I can show you, this is a really good comparative. The one that I've got, the really sort of the real blue inky one, is quite a deep stone, where this stone here is quite a shallow stone, and you can really quite see that difference, can't you? And that is something to take into consideration when planning what you're going to do with these gemstones. So the flatter one would be one that I would consider making a ring for.
Okay.
Because it's got a nice flat shallow profile, so it's going to really take those prongs really nicely.
Yeah.
Whereas if you've got a more domed one, you have to make really high prongs.
So it's not necessarily the size of the cabochon, it's the thickness.
Depth, and also the feel of them.
Yeah.
Because these ones aren't actually, these are quite nice texture. Sometimes you can get like an agate that can be very slippery.
Yeah.
Or you can get like the ambers are beautiful because they're quite tacky
Yeah.
in their feel, so they hold the wire really well. So little things like that just to consider when you are sort of working with your cabochons and choosing the one that you want, really.
Okay.
So with this technique, and again, there is a reason I highlighted this, is because with this technique, what I'm going to do now, I have to take into consideration the depth of that side there, because what I want to do is make sure that my wires capture that and actually hold it. So I actually used 4 wires, I think, in my design, but I think in this one, if I was using this stone, I would add a 5th wire.
Okay.
Just to give a bit more support in that centre part.
Right.
Okay, so it's just little tips like that you have to consider when you're actually going to be doing that. What I'm going to do, just for easiness and to keep the technique, I'm just going to swap that, and use this one because it's a little bit more shallow.
Yeah, no, fair enough, for demonstrational purposes.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you were to do that and you did discover that the stone that you really wanted to use was extra thick, just use an extra wire. So, I'm going to take my 1mm wire, find my cutters. Where's my cutters gone? Too many pliers. Oh, there they are.
I was going to say, you've got multiple tools
that's
there,
only
that's
half
why.
of them, the others are in my bag. So when you're sort of choosing the amount of wire that you need, it depends on your design. So if you're intending on doing quite a bit of decoration around it, you're going to need to factor that into how much wire you cut. If you're going to keep it quite clean and simple, then you don't need so much wire.
Okay.
But it's easier to have too much wire and cut it than it is to not have enough and then change your mind. All right. So for this, you roughly need, I tend to, as my rule of thumb, go around a stone and then sort of...
It's not necessarily measured, you literally do it by eye.
But I know that that's going to be more than enough around there. It's going to give me this sort of rough amount to sort of play with. Now you have to remember there's going to be 8 wires, sorry, because I'm going to use 4 of these, so there's going to be 8 wires to sort of blend and get rid of at the finishing point. So I'm just going to cut 1, 2.
So you're literally cutting the same length off.
Yep. Same length, so I'm going to do 4 of these.
4 times.
Yep. And so what I'm going to do, and there's a reason we're doing 4, because we're going to want to secure the back and secure the front as well. So we need 1 across the back, 2 across the front, and then 1 around the edging.
Yeah.
So that's where your 4 come from. Okay. So now I'm just going to take my 0.4. I did use all of my 0.4.
So you're only just opening one of your samples, and look how much wire that you've used.
Literally used every last scrap. Which again is really nice to be able to sort of sit down and be that indulgent with your wire. Yeah. So I only need a tiny bit of my 0.4 initially, because what I want to do is just secure these wires together. Okay. So I'm going to take my 0.4 wire, find the centre, and I'm going to hold all these wires nice and flat. Take my 0.4, hold it here, and I'm just going to wrap a couple of times. It doesn't need to be tons of times, probably about a minimum of, I'd say about 5 or 6, because this is quite a thick wire. But anything else that you do would be decorative. So
squeeze it together.
Just using my pliers just to sort of get that nice and tight and close to each other. And what I want is my 2 wires to be on the same side, and that will be the inside wire. Okay, that's going to sit on the edging of the stone. Okay, so, and I've shown this several times, but I'll go over it again. Lift this wire slightly, and I want to cut it. So I don't know if I can show that up close, but I'm going to cut that nice and close, and so it's actually, I could show it an angle there. You can see it's halfway across those wires, so that when I flatten that, it actually sits halfway across. And you do the same with the other wire.
It's not going to catch either,
no, and then there's no risk of that wire sort of poking out around the edge of the frame and becoming a sharp edge, okay?
Okay.
So now what I want to do is start to separate my wires. Make sure that this sort of, the cuts are on the inside, as I said. Now I'm going to take my pliers, and I'm going to take the outer wire. Okay, so if you sort of said 1, 2, 3, 4, so I'm going to take the first wire and just form that into a shape so you can see that there, okay?
Yeah.
Right, so that's going to go across the back.
Okay.
Then I've got the second wire will be the edging wire. So I'm not going to do anything with that one. And then the first 2 wires are going to go across the front. So if I place this in like this, you can get an idea of where we're going.
Yes, I can actually see where you're going with it, yeah.
So I can now take that first wire, the 4th wire technically, because it's the one right at the front, and I'm going to bring that across to almost mirror the back, so that then goes across like that. Okay?
Just like that.
Just like that. And then I'm going to take the other wire, the sort of the 3rd wire, and you might want to lift the wire, you can have it going over the wire, it doesn't matter. This design is up to you. And I'm just going to bring that across again to create that sort of decoration on the front, really. Okay.
So this part is very much about sort of how you want it to sit, but you need it to actually to hold the gemstones.
Yeah, so it's decorative, but it's also functional because it's actually caging it. And if you look at the pendant itself, the whole top half looks like it isn't secured, but it is because it's been held tightly by those wires. That stone can't go anywhere. And it actually took me a while to work out what orientation I wanted it to go in, so you can put that in any place that you want. So what I want to do now is, can you see where my wires are just at the edge of the cabochon? I know my hand's in the way, but you can see there. And what I'm going to do is just take my pliers and just sharply turn those up. So just that
like
wire there,
a right angle.
And again here. So you can see that one there. Yeah. So both of those, I appreciate it's a dark wire, so it's a bit tricky for you to sort of see it. But that's going to then...
I think we can see,
Because then when that comes up there like that, they all get bound together.
Now, I tell you what, if I hold that round to Wes,
there you go.
You might be able to see the side profile. See that? So those are those kinks that you've just done?
Yep. And then there's the outer wire just going around the edge. And you can see why I said you may need to use 2 if you had a very deep stone.
Yeah.
Because you just want that security.
Yeah.
So then what I'm going to do is repeat on the other side. So I'm just going to take it, try and, I mean, use a ruler if you need to, but just try to get it sort of around about the same place. And just go into, you might be able to see it's a bit easier now. Again, just kick that up and then kick that one up. Okay, so when you've got them like that, they're going to look like that. All right, and then I'm going to turn it over and I'm going to do the same with this. So I'm just making sure my wires are in the place that I want them to be, because they do get a little bit mixed up around the top. Okay, and then again, just with this back wire here, fold it, and again repeat that same process. So take your wires and kick that up, so you can see that we can bind all of this together and all of this together, and that's going to hold all those wires in place.
Beautiful.
Okay, so I'll just show you. So I'll just take a little piece of my point.
Whilst Laura actually sort of cuts off this bit of wire that she needs for the next part of the demo, we haven't seen these in a long time, and I know you've been asking for them, the actual ring mandrel itself. Now, this is the sizing ring mandrel as well. How many times, I mean, I get asked this all the time, obviously, for obvious reasons, but I don't know what ring size I am. And I always end up, I'm pretty good at guessing it now, actually, on my old hands. I'm an L. I used to be a J pre-baby. Yeah, I'm a size L. But yeah, this will give you the ring sizes, so you can actually sort of take sizes, maybe actually a craft fair, or but also you can make on these too. And they are British sizes, actually using the letters of the alphabet. But again, you can actually sort of convert those if you wanted to as well. It's solid steel and actually comes in this little leatherette pouch to keep it all looking nice and lovely. Are you still using your original ring mandrel?
I make a lot of rings, so I've got about 5 or 6 of them, whichever one happens to be closest to me. Yeah. But yeah, I use this one. It's a little bit worn, but I mean, this is
well loved.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
About 6 years old.
Yeah, so, nothing wrong with that.
But still very usable. I still, because I know the sizes, and if I tilt it, I can still see. But you can kind of go over it with marker pen if you wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's actually something, because these are, can you see, they are actually kind of engraved to a certain degree, the actual letters. So yeah, you can actually highlight those if you wanted to. You've been after this for a long time, Jewellery Makers. You've been asking us to reissue these. Here we go. Here's your chance to get hold of it. Under £10, £8.95. Now, any jeweller will have a ring mandrel. I actually had my wedding ring resized because it had always been too big actually. But I took it to my local jewellers, and they literally just compressed all the gold around a ring mandrel like this using a soft hammer. But yeah, you use it to make pieces of jewellery as well, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, this is what I've used to make the ring that I've got over there. But I use it for things other than just making rings.
Yeah.
I use it if I wanted to make, say, a pair of hoop earrings. I've got some earrings coming up in the
next kit
that I've used the ring mandrel for, just to get that shape, because they're kind of hoop shaped earrings. They're good if you want to make sort of links, if you want to make sort of larger jump rings, hammer them. And it's also good if you want to hammer a 1.25 or 1.5 ring, because you can hammer directly onto the mandrel.
Yeah,
look,
there we go.
That goes lovely with your dress.
Thanks. Thanks. It does. It does fit me perfectly.
And it was intentional for the sort of the middle finger as opposed to the
well, I think with the big gemstone, I think it looks nice on the middle finger, doesn't it? Yeah, great. They're multifunctional. Okay, just quickly, I can squeeze one more in whilst Laura's anchoring on. Okie dokie, and they are your rose gold seed beads. They've got, I need to find a different way of describing the actual hole in the centre, because it's not a drill hole, because they're seed beads at the end of the day, but they have got a really sizable hole running through the centre, which means you can use it for all of your threading materials, all of your cords, your leather even. These are 3mm, beautiful little circles, which are so decorative, and they do really add to your designs. I mean, if you think about using this, especially with this kit, Laura, it would look lovely, wouldn't it?
It would add lovely little sort of accents and highlights to the piece, because obviously it's quite dark in its colour. You've got your blues and your brown sort of shades. That would almost be like that highlight
that
accent.
pop,
Yeah, that add that little pop and break things up a bit.
And rose gold with the antique bronze looks just stunning, absolutely stunning. But again, it's for yes, these are seed beads. You can use them in French beading, you can use them in your seed beading, you can use them in general jewellery making as well. They're multifunctional. One of the things that I've got coming up tomorrow, by the way, make sure you tune in tomorrow, because the deal of the day tomorrow is going to be perfect. It's just amazing. I've been doing price comparisons, and believe me, we are miles ahead of all of our competitors. Yeah, watch this space. I'll be talking some more about it on my Facebook page tonight. 3 mils, these will be amazing for it, by the way. 3 mil seed beads. And you get so many in these tubes. They were, when we launched these, by the way, they were what, 15, 16 pounds, our little seed beads?
Yeah, they were quite...
And we're always selling out at that price point, because that is very, very competitive already, but you know it's going under £10. We should be £12.95 apparently, but not even £9.95. Get it whilst you can. 600. I mean, these tubes are almost appear to be endless, don't they? Not £12.95, £8.95, and just a couple, literally a couple, maybe accenting a gemstone or included on your wire, because you could feed them onto this, couldn't you?
You could. Yeah, I mean, do you want to open it and I'll see if it works?
There we go.
Right. No pressure, but both of us are jinxed and.
Both of us are clumsy, is what you're getting at, isn't it? Yeah, we are both particularly clumsy.
That was, yeah. So if you wanted to add that little extra detail, they're going to go on here, hopefully, pretty fine.
There you go.
And with lots of space as well. So, you know, this is going to be perfect for sort of, you know, where I actually do a bit more woven detail, then that would be lovely to sort of incorporate into that part of the design. But also around, I would probably take another piece of 1 mil wire and run it around the actual sort of neck piece itself.
That would be lovely.
And I would have that as that additional detail,
actually
just
in
to
the
add that
necklace.
balance,
That's a really nice idea. Yeah, really lovely idea. So these are very, very, very much multifunctional. Incredible. Thank you, Laura, for doing that. I'll pick these up and put them back in the tube whilst you carry on with your demonstration.
Well, all I've done is taken, and I'll show you, I mean, this is done a bit messy because obviously I'm doing it in a bit of a rush, but you'll see here, and I'll show it to the camera, is that I've taken my 0.4 and I've just anchored it. Again, it's a bit tricky to see because it is a darker wire, but I've taken that centre wire, the wire that's framing around the edge of the stone, and I've just wrapped it twice just to secure it. Then I've just taken it around all 4 of the wires to connect them, and then I've just, again, just wrapped and finished it off on the outer wire here. And then what I'm going to do with that outer wire is just bend that, and again, that's going to give me additional support across the back. So those wires are going there and there. So you've got a lot of support across the back of that stone now. So you know that that's going to be fine. And then obviously you've got, and you repeat the same on the opposite side. Try and make a note of how many times you actually wrap do the number of wraps. About 3 or 4. So, and then again, so I'm just going to take that wire, and I'm just going to take that wire again around that back wire there and just wrap it just to secure it and finish that off. Cut that wire nice and close, make sure it's finished nicely, because that is obviously against the back of the skin.
Yeah, so you want it to be,
nice
comfortable.
And comfortable and not scratch. So you've got that there and that there. So when you look at it now, the stone itself, if you look, it's actually pretty secure.
I'm going to shimmy you this way because I'm moving Laura out the way by mistake. Sorry, Laura. Sorry.
Even though there's nothing holding that stone at the top, I can spin that stone and it's secure. So you can see that that type of setting is really holding that gemstone really securely. So what you do now really is up to you. So you've got your wires here, so obviously you want to finish it. So if you wanted to do a nice clean finish, by clean finish I mean like not loads of weaving or anything like that. You know, if weaving isn't your thing, or if you don't feel confident doing the weaving, you don't.
See, I'm not great at weaving, so I do lots of swirls.
Yeah, swirls are good, but knowing when to stop with swirls.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, we've got 8 wires to get rid of.
Yeah.
So you would, if you think that's going to be a lot of swirls.
That is.
So it's a matter of getting rid of half those wires and
Yeah.
then using one swirl
Yeah.
to cover that.
Less is more.
So yeah, because
Yeah.
otherwise you can just get a little bit.
Are you saying that I'm too swirly?
No, I'm just saying that there, you know, you don't need to swirl every single wire.
But I like a swirl.
But if you, yeah, we'll have this discussion later. So what I'm going to do now is look at how I can finish this in a nice way. So you know, you could bring this wire across and mirror it across in this direction if you want to, and actually sort of repeat this design in and have it coming across like this. So you can see there. You could have this as a connector, a centre connector. So actually it doesn't need to
that's
have
a
a
nice
bail.
idea.
So, you know, it's got quite a lot of scope of what you can do with this. And again, now just one little thing I would say, make sure that the wires that you're taking are the same wires as down here.
Okay.
So what I don't want to do is suddenly take this wire here that is part of the frame
Yes.
and pull that across, because I'm going to mess that design up.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so you just make sure. So if I wanted to do that and then keep my wire there, so you can see how I'm mirroring it now, which is completely different to what I did on that design. On that design, I paired my wires up and just started weaving and creating woven layers. On this one, I'm just going to bring it across here. And you can see, if I didn't want to do anything too complex, that that's going to look really quite nice like that.
Do you know what your original piece of jewellery reminds me of? You know, sometimes when you go on holiday, you see those painted faces, those masks.
Yeah.
And then they've got the leather as sort of hats or hair. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think so, yeah.
You see them on holiday quite a lot. Do you know the ones I'm talking about? They are a bit odd, to be fair, but they're not jewellery. I think they're like bits of art that people put in their homes. They'd freak me out, to be honest. But they've got these kind of like harlequin faces and whatnot, and then they've got where, you know, when leather is formed.
Sort of formed around it.
Yeah, in a shape. That's what this one actually reminds me of, the actual swirls.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that one wasn't actually meant to go in that direction, but when I was placing it on, I quite liked it.
Yeah,
and I just thought it was a bit different.
Yeah, love it.
You know, this now, I've just pulled all these wires together, and you can see how actually they've all come together here. The design is quite similar to the design now there. And then what I can do is take the two wires that are coming around the frame and bring them and secure them. So this isn't actually how I finished that one. Obviously, as I said, I brought the wires together and sort of paired them up and just started weaving. But if you wanted to do something, again, as I said, if you're not confident with your weaving, you wanted something a little bit more cleaner in effect, because not everybody likes layers of weaving.
No,
everyone's got different tastes. And so I can bring this around here. And we've said about getting rid of all.
You might want to do a swirl.
Well, this is what I'm going to say. So you want to start getting rid of some of your wires now, don't you? We don't want 8 swirls.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't. So what we're going to do is cut
Like a swirl.
2 of these. Well, we'll get you a swirl.
Okay.
But not 8. So I'm just going to cut the 2 that I've used to secure all these wires together. In fact, what I might do now, before I do that, is take these wires here, bend them forward.
I know what you're going to do now.
I'm going to make a bail.
And then you're going to swirl it.
And then I'm going to just place my bail making pliers into all 4 wires. So when you take that out like that, then again, these wires that we wrapped initially, choose one and bring that around all the front and the back.
So that's locking that bail into place.
That locks all of that into place, okay? And then we can cut. Now this wire here, can you see? I'll show you on that camera there. So it's coming across like this. And what I'm going to do is cut it a little bit shorter. And then I'm going to tuck this wire inside the actual edge of the front of that bail. So this is going to get rid of one of those wires, okay? Now if that's a little bit too long, it's fine. You can just take your pliers, cut that. So can you see how that's one wire gone?
Yeah.
And it's just blended, it's disappeared inside the bail there. So that's one wire gone. So then I can think, okay, I want to get rid of some more wires now. So I can get rid of this one quickly. We'll do you a swirl. Because saying about all of that wire work there, I'm going to just cut it about 1.5 inches, inch and a half. Take your round those pliers and do a little spiral, and then taking my I'm actually going to choose my flat nose pliers for this, just because I get a bit of a better grip, and it's a 1mm wire. And then this wire, this swirl, can sit just above all that workings.
And hide
so
it.
you can see how actually that's one swirl, and then what we can do...
Maybe that's why I like swirls so much, because they hide lots of things.
Yeah, they do. They're what I call a distraction.
Yeah.
You see the swirl, but you don't see everything underneath the swirl. So opening out that coil there, can you see how that now looks like a lovely sort of fancy bail?
Yeah, it does.
And that's just 4 wires opened out.
Absolutely.
So you can see how this is the same technique, but how it's completely different in its look. You've got your wires here you want to get rid of, and your wires here.
Unless you want to add weave.
Unless you want to add weave. So if I wanted to weave these, I could split them into 2, bring them to the front, and I could do a nice weave on these and bring it down to the side. So you can, I just want to show you how you can do anything you want with this design. If you wanted to get rid of them, what I would say is I would probably bring these wires at the back. If I want to get rid of those, I could just bring them to the front. And then again, I could cut them, or they could blend into the design there. But if I wanted to just keep them simple, I can cut them there and maybe do a little swirl.
Yay.
So you could actually do 3 of the swirls there, but you would have gotten rid of all of your wire work in effect. So you can see how from 8 wires, just getting rid of them and blending them into the design,
tucking them in and
it's
whatnot.
just going to make it a different design.
Absolutely gorgeous, Laura, as always, and so beautifully. And I was only teasing. All of your designs are amazing, you know that. It's me having to hide my shambolic wirework behind swirls. Okay, more from the wonderful Laura. The kit has proven very, very popular, not surprised at all. We've got a few left, not many. Make sure you do check out those baskets. But up next, we have got Star Buys. Now, my producer Danny will know this because he'll have it there in black and white on the computer screen before him. But Danny, we played this brand new the other day, and hundreds sold. Hundreds, quite literally, because it is a new style of storage box that we actually have. Now, one of the things, that I've got just under 100 of these remaining, so if you weren't able to tune in then, how many went? 100, oh, to be honest, I thought it was more than that. 192. We had like a little mini storage showcase, because I was talking about, you know, when you start getting the Christmas decorations out of your out of the cupboards or the loft or wherever it is, and in our house we've got a cupboard which is under the stairs that we call Narnia. Now, in Narnia, basically, things go in and they never venture out again, or they do on an annual basis. And whenever we sort of had to, well, we dug out the Christmas tree and whatnot, and the Christmas decks, and it meant that I then had to go on and start sorting, because I saw things like my my textiles, my sewing box, things like that, loads of gemstones. I actually heard them fall, so it's prompted a bit of a clear out, basically. And you know that lull between Christmas and New Year? Does anyone else find like those few days in between the festive period? If you do, I mean, if you've got that whole Christmas, you know, time off, like my husband has, you know, I used to once upon a time, but you kind of feel a little bit redundant, don't know what to do with yourself, do you? Well, how would you feel about sort of getting your workshop in order, your stash in order, your hobby in order? Not just your hobbies, your spice rack. We were talking about crafts, various different crafts, nail technicians, beauticians. We were talking about going on your travels and whatnot. These have got so many different functions, and that's why many people were actually multi-buying. Now, I don't know if you can see this through the actual packaging. I'll take it off if not. This includes 42 individual pots. Can you see those? So you've got the one big case, and then each of these little pots have got that click lid and are removable. So they're so functional. And I said it then, and I'm easily pleased, I get this, but this was my favourite of the storage boxes. you know, I know it's like storage, and I might sound like the most boring individual on this planet right now, but for me that is very satisfying, actually sorting and organising things and knowing what's what, especially when, Laura, we're working with findings which are small, you know, gemstones as well, and your crystals sometimes, you know, we want to look after them, we want them to be sort of well kept and also orderly. There is nothing more frustrating than when you're trying to create a piece of jewellery and looking for a specific size or a specific colour and you can't go straight to it. I'm sure you've had that situation before. Same applies on other hobbies, because we had so many suggestions, and guest designer Mark was watching, who's actually in our workshop at the moment, looking rather dashing in his Christmas jumper. Bless him. He was going wild in the aisles on the storage that day. Did you see that show? We had approximately an hour show of storage, and it was probably one of the busiest hours of the day, by the way. It probably was one of the busiest hours, because, you know, it's not just us that loves to have we like to have everything, you know, just so.
I'm also thinking, we've got our new Swarovski range, haven't we? And they actually come in a little plastic package.
Yeah.
So for me, that's ideal for storing your Swarovski crystals. You know, you can keep them, as you get them, put them straight into that pot, and then you know that all of those, that's where your crystals are.
Exactly. I've opened this up for you because I want to show you the quality of this cloth. There you go. Can you see? Do you hear that click? So it's secure. And I might say again, I know I sound quite dull, but I get really excited about storage boxes. And then if I lean it forward like this, can you see that? Can you imagine all your gemstones in there? Just take one of them out so you can actually see. It's 42 in total. And then, just turn that to one side a minute. And then they open like so. There you go, the little lids, and they click closed as well. Hear that click? So how much can you keep in these? And not just your findings, your gemstones, whatever. I was talking about my spice cupboard. Now, the other day, it's quite funny because I was talking about it the same day that my husband put a post on Facebook saying that some collie rice had literally leapt from the cupboard, and he thinks it's the worst stuff in the world, and it is pretty disgusting. But I always have that when I open my spice cupboard, because, I don't know, your bicarb soda or the cinnamon just literally throws themselves at you because there are so many spice jars in there.
For me, it's black pepper. I've got a bag of, you know, it's ground black pepper. It's like the coarse ground black pepper.
They make a bid for freedom, don't they?
But it's not been opened properly, so it's got a big rip in the middle, basically.
Right.
So there's black pepper all over my spice cupboard, and every time you pick it up, I always pick it up the wrong way, and it always goes everywhere.
Yeah, they make a bid for freedom, don't they? All of them, like, oh, freedom! And the cumin goes, tries to make a dash for it. So I was saying, like, about how, you know, you can have your own little spices in here, be a lot more orderly than what my cupboard looks like. This was newly launched only this week, so very, very popular. You've got all of these lovely little individual pots and you know, for those of you that do textiles, your needles, for your threads, for your buttons and things like that, maybe your embroidery, there's multiple uses, right, under £10, you know it's going there. Star Buy, newly launched this week, and easily our most popular of the storage boxes. So if you weren't able to tune in, or you were maybe caught up in sort of engaged tones on the phone lines, give it a try now. Yeah, we had so many different suggestions coming through, and it was about an hour that we were talking about storage.
Do you know?
But I was in my element.
I'm thinking, I'm trying to sort of sort my studio out a little bit, and I've got like lots of polymer clay, and I've got lots of all of our lovely glitters that we do and everything else. But storage-wise, like you say, every little pot is taking up space. So you could decant it all into that, so I could put my glitters into it, I could put my sort of, you know, I could have that with my pigments into it and everything else, and it's in one box. There's no little jars to worry about, it's all in one place.
Do you notice when you might have like your glitters in those little jars with the little screw tops and whatnot, but have you ever noticed this? That those little jars, because they might be rustling around inside a bag, a JM bag or something
if you
like
haven't put that lid on properly.
the lid gradually works its way open. Have you ever had that? They're not going to work their way open in this.
And they're all together, aren't they?
Yeah, all together. Jackie, hiya darling, saying, I use this tiny pots to give people for earrings. That's a good idea. Saves earrings getting squashed. Great idea. Really nice idea. I actually, one of the things I suggested was like little keepsake boxes.
Yeah.
You know, you could decorate them, you know, if you want a sort of baby's first curl or something like that. Yeah. Little sort of memories and whatnot. Somebody came up with, actually, I mean, I know you've got more here, but actually using them for sort of calendars or for your tablets and things like that. Yeah. Loads of ideas. £9.95. Now, I need to move on because we have got more storage. What was that, Danny? Okay, Danny wants me to be quicker, and he's just given me. Okay, is this a language you and Hannah speak? Apparently, blah, 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 means move quicker. That means for me to go. Okay, so that's a new one on me. But the thing is, I had to talk about that, so that's epically failed, isn't it, Dan? He keeps doing that sound. Hang on, Danny, do it again. Did you hear that? I don't know if you heard it. Did you hear it? I can't put my earpiece back in now. Hang on, see? It's really, really, really not worked, Danny, is it? It's done complete opposite. Okay, now yeah, this is great for all different things, not just your gemstones. It is, of course, your loose box. £3.50. These little, here we are, let me just do that. These come out, so you can create large trays. You can remove them all if you wanted to. Loads and loads and loads of findings will go in there. Multiple uses. Why are you chuckling?
Oh, because just Danny.
Is Danny being silly again?
Yeah.
Danny, what is that all about, that noise? Have you been watching kids' TV lately? Has anyone watched the Twirly Woos?
Oh dear, I'm glad those days are gone.
It took me ages to work out what the daddy Twirly Woo's name was, because it doesn't sound like it is real, what he is actually called.
I love the fact that you actually tried to work it out.
Yeah, I did try to work it out.
When that
Google it now, Google it, and then you'll find, or internet search it, and you'll know what I'm referring to. His name is Great Big Who. That's his name. That's his name. It doesn't sound like that though when they're singing it, does it? Anyway, £3.50. Sorry, Danny. See, if you distract me, that's what happens. Some 1 minute wonders, so we need to be quite quick. Okie dokie. Move. Oh, okay. I haven't seen this in a while. Some beautiful druzy. Now it's matte druzy, so it's not been polished. You've got that lovely silky texture, and then these wonderful crevices which have the druzy inside. Now this is your black druzy, but you will have those lovely forms of banding, don't you, as well? I mean, look at those, like little individual planets that sparkle. I've got their caves full of sparkle. 12mm rounds. They're your 1 minute wonders. We're going to go straight down to your price point. Bring that 60-second clock onto your screens. First come, first serve. I haven't seen it in ages, and I love a druzy. A druzy, just it's obvious that it's Mother Nature, isn't it?
Something magical about it. You know, I love the fact you get, it's different degrees, isn't it? Some of them have just got a little sprinkle of glitter, and others have got like really lovely, great big sort of sparkles going through them. I think they're great rings. They're ideal for, and again, you'll see in the second kit actually how you can take one strand of gemstones with just one gemstone and have a feature ring, have a feature pendant, and for me that's what I would use that for.
Yeah, I like that idea. I like that idea. 15 seconds remaining. Check out those baskets. Stay where you are on those phone lines. Moving on to now this I wouldn't describe this as hot pink.
No. No,
I would describe this as candy floss pink.
Yes, yes.
That's how I would describe it. This is so typically girly, you know, like, I don't know, young girly.
Yeah, it's like, I think candy floss is the best way of, I think candy floss is the best description.
Candy floss. See, Danny's going, you're just not listening to anything I'm saying, Elle. Danny said this was a hot pink and I ignored
not hot
him.
Pink.
I said it's not hot pink, it's candy floss pink. What would you like me to say, Danny? I'm listening. Do you actually want me to say that? Because you don't dare me, because I will. Okay. It is a 1 minute wonder. If you want to get hold of these, they're beautiful little individual rondelles. Can you see that? The little yeah, it's nice to see them in this shape actually, rondelles rather than sort of your sort of rounds.
Yeah, definitely. And again, they're lovely for channel setting, aren't
Yeah.
they? But the colour is that sort of intense enough that you can see it. It's delicate but still intense.
The colour is candy floss, not hot pink,
It's not
isn't
hot
it?
pink,
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
candy floss.
$4.95 only. You've got your 60 seconds to get hold of this. He wasn't even entertaining that then, Dan. He was like, you know, I'm not even listening. It's not even funny. 35 centimetres that you're actually getting on this gorgeous strand as well. Yeah, beautifully feminine and girly,
Yeah,
isn't it? But
definitely.
you know, I'm saying girly like it's for sort of the younger generation. But to be honest, I would wear this as well.
I think if you had like a larger black gemstone in between, that's going to be a really cool sort of statement necklace to go with your little black dress.
Then it would be hot.
Yes.
Then it would be a hot pink.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah?
But on its own, it's not a hot pink.
Yeah. Sorry, Danny.
Sorry, Danny,
Are you
it's
feeling a little bit ganged up on now? Anyway, moving on. Congratulations to you. Okie dokie. How about some gorgeous aventurine? Carved aventurine. Every single one of these beautiful gemstones has been stunningly hand carved. And they are 360 degrees. I mean, just look, one of those as a feature in any piece of jewellery is going to look amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. Just as a ring, like you say, or a pair of earrings. Just, I love the feature, the carving on it. I just think it's really, again, it's unique, it's different.
Yeah, and it's 360 degrees all the way around. Wow, I've just heard what these are going to. I personally think that these can be used as solitaires, as the feature, the focal point of any one design. I mean, you're getting multiples, 230 carats, and they're each 10 mils, but they're 360 degrees. The carving is not just on one surface; it's all the way around. Okay, it is one of your 1 minute wonders. Bring that final price point, first come, first serve. $6.95. I mean, this is a gemstone which maybe your budget is not quite jadeite. This is a great alternative. Maybe you're looking for something which is quite fresh and uplifting for the for the spring months. I know lots of jewelry makers are making for spring now. Maybe you just love something which has an internal glow. Aventurine is absolutely perfect for that. We've got multi-buyers on the web, not surprised at all. Telephone bidders, I can see you there. Stay where you are. 30 seconds remaining on your 1 minute wonder. This will go with so much as well, won't it?
Oh, definitely. I've just had to do a project for a magazine, and I've used rose quartz version of those. And I'm thinking, if I'd have had those, I would have added them into the design. The design was, the theme was spring. So together with those and the seed beads and the colours that we've got, you can just make such beautiful, fresh, vibrant jewellery.
And you've got that anchor point as well with the actual carving. Excuse me. Okay, I've got one more. Excuse me, Laura and I both coughing and spluttering. The two of us are still a bit chesty. Okie dokie. Oh, see now.
Yeah. Now that would make it hot pink.
Danny. Black agate, faceted rounds. Look at these, stunning. I reckon these are going to be one of our fastest 1 minute wonders that we've brought you so far. Bring that clock. Oh, wow. Look how silky they are. They're so beautifully lustrous. 1 minute clock is on your screen. If you want to get hold of these, yeah, Laura and I were just sort of signalling to one another. Yeah, team this with those beautiful pinks. $7.95 for 630 carats. How about with your one to own, which is coming up in the next hour? Look at that as a combination. How beautiful. What about these with just one on some gold-plated sterling silver shepherd hooks, which are coming up later on? Imagine these just turned into a stretchy bracelet and then beautifully gift box just like this. Yeah, gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Turn these into a simple stretchy bracelet, turn them into a neckline piece on some beading thread. It's so easy to do, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. And again, like I said about having just a couple of those at the front with some chunky chain, you've got that gold, we had that rose gold. I would probably double that up to have that real sort of layered. And you can almost put layers of chain in between each stone.
Yeah.
So you can kind of have that sort of frame in it.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Okay, we've got coming up your one to own, which is, of course, those stunning pearls. Yeah, under £10. We've got Tanzanite coming your way, under £10. The continuation of sterling silver deals coming your way, under £10 continues. But don't forget, stay with me in the 5 o'clock hour as well. We have got multiple star buys, which aren't just going under 10, they're going under £5. So lots to see. More from Laura, and actually one of our newest types of wire coming up in the next kit, and that's under 10 as well. So there's more to see after this.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
We here at Jewellery Maker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you'll receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with Jewellery Maker FIFO reviews.
Did you know no matter how many times you purchase with Jewellery Maker in the same day, you'll only be charged one fee of postage and packaging? Select our standard delivery for just $2.95, or if you'd like to receive your goods sooner, upgrade to our premium option for $4.95.
Jewellery Maker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
Welcome everybody, nice to have your company. You'd be amazed, you know, what goes on in those short couple of minutes here in the studio. It's surprising really how many chocolates one can scoff in that short period of time.
That was impressive actually, I'm impressed.
Yeah. I have an ability to eat chocolates. It's like yeah, there was multiple galaxies then, all of which are here. The wrappers. anyway, continuation of your under £10 day. Loving it, including the next kit, by the way. We have got your pearl wire, which is just stunning. If you've not seen it previously before, with gemstones coming up as under £10. But I think one of the biggest auctions of the day today is going to be the Tanzanite. Now, let's just say it is going beyond all expectations. Truly it is. I mean, going under £10 alone. The quality of this Tanzanite is amazing. I've got 500 of these available in the entire world. No more, no less. And I know we're going to be actually over allocated on it. If you are a gemstone buyer, collector, like many of us are here at Jewellery Maker, make sure you stay around. It's coming up in 15 minutes time. In fact, we're going to give you time to sort of send some text messages, maybe put a note on your Facebook, or send some private messages in amongst your beading groups or something like that, that this Tanzanite is coming up in 15 minutes. Do you know, I'm putting that one out there because I do think everybody is going to want to get involved, all of your nearest and dearest, so make it fair. First come, first serve. 500 is not nearly enough. There's going to be more eyes watching that want it. Unfortunately, that will be successful. It's going to be a straight battle, not just under £10, by the way. I have got, 300 of the Tanzanite. It's 500 I've got of these beautiful pearls, which are your one to own. It's the size which make these so stunning. The fact that you have got genuine cultured pearls in these beautiful, beautiful shapes, and the fact that they are a more delicate shape, great for accenting, great for work you incorporated into multiple mediums. You know, here at Jewellery Maker we are probably one of the largest and most prolific buyers of pearls globally. I do think that. But even we get starved of certain types, and currently it seems to be the smaller sizes. There's a lot more large pearls here in our vault than we actually have of these. So these are coming up as your one to own, so at $330, and we have got sterling silver with your yellow gold overlay. They're coming up. Those shepherd hook earrings are coming your way. Star buys under £5. There's so much to include in today's show. I'm excited. I'm going to start with, and I've been talking about the fact that here at Jewellery Maker we are a very reputable, I think influential purchaser of this gemstone, and that comes from years upon years upon years of negotiations and relations being built with pearl traders globally. But what it has resulted in is some of the finest examples of this gemstone, and we know it is organic, meaning it forms within a living organism, but the most sought after pearl shape and size is like this. You know, you want to have a round if possible, or near round like these are. Size comes at a premium, most definitely. 8 to 10 millimeters in size, so they are a slight graduation, and you can see they are beautifully spherical. Now these are very limited. I haven't got many of them available. What would I do with it? Simply restrand it. That's all I would do. Maybe actually not in between. You can pick up those tutorials on our website or even on YouTube. Hang on a minute, do you know what's just dawned on me? Hang on a minute, it's under £10. Do you know what's just dawned on me? I know I've been saying it, but sometimes I get caught up in the gemstone and forget where we are. Do you know what I mean? You've realised it. Let's go straight to it. There were only 15 of these available. Well done, because I got lost in the pearls then. It is your spotlight out. Wow, we're massively over allocated. Wow. That's why, if you were thinking of venturing out, it's cold outside, it really is, it's chilly. Imagine what we're going to be doing with the Tanzanite then, if you think, oh, incredible, absolutely incredible. Okay, I need to move on. Wow. Stick around under £10 day. Should we stick with our gorgeous pearls? These are shell pearls. Shell pearl, which is organic, obviously, reconstituted to make that perfect round shape. 12mm in size, and they've got that feminine dusky rose pink. Perfect for your sort of bridal collections. Or you know what, mother of the bride, or maybe just teaming with a simple black dress. To be honest, they're going to go with more than what they won't. I absolutely love these feminine pinks. We've only got 25 of these available, so it's last in stock, first come, first serve. This is way beyond a clearance show, way beyond. Everything guaranteed under £10, and then some. I mean, do you think, as a company, that we could purchase these at £4.95? I don't know, I'm not part of the buying team, but I'm going to throw it out there and suggest possibly not. Surely we're making a loss, surely, but that's neither here nor there. That's not for you and I to worry about. Kay, Essex, Nottinghamshire, Sally, London, Isabel, Karen, Marilyn, Jeanette, Elizabeth, you've got yours, well done. First come, first serve. I've still got people with it in your basket. I can't stress, these are last in stock, so it is first come, first serve. I've got to move on to... Oh, they're going to work amazingly with these. Stay on those phone lines if you are, because I reckon you're going to want to get these as well. Now, they go perfectly with what you've just seen. I love that shape, Laura.
Yeah, and it lends itself to, you know, creating very textural pieces. You can create little sort of mini bows with them.
Yeah, bows, that's a nice idea. Flowers as well.
Yeah.
They are the perfect teardrop shape, of course, in your shell pearl, perfectly smooth nacre surface in that really lovely sunshine or buttercup yellow. 29 of these are available, that's it. So this, I know it doesn't say clearance behind us, but this is beyond clearance. Look at the quantity absolutely flying out. Do you think you could buy shell pearl of this size from anywhere else at £4.95? I mean, that's beyond our prices even. So super busy. I mean, that's a long strand as well. If I literally restranded this, if I wanted to, maybe actually have some of the teardrops pointing one way and then the other and meeting in the middle. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. That would look lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I like it like that though as well. It's very, and again with your sort of your dress, it's a lovely sort of complementing tone.
Yeah, it is.
It's almost, it makes it sort of look golden.
Gold.
Yeah.
I was thinking that, especially if you use gold wire. Going to sell out. Well done. Well done. Well done. Okay. Ooh. Now on the back of your pearls, and with your one to own coming up and your Tanzanite coming up, this will be, I'm pretty sure Laura and every other guest designer will say, is an essential. I've got a big quantity of these, so don't worry with that in mind. Because when it comes to your high-end gemstones like Tanzanite, like pearls, like Swarovski crystals as well, when you start working with those, when you start talking about diamonds and rubies and emeralds and sapphires, we had Ceylon sapphire the other day. You know, I'd want to be creating with, you know, creme de la creme threading material, which is, in my opinion, your silks. And it's also that continuation of it actually being natural material. Now, again, if you don't know how to knot with silk, there are loads of tutorials for you to get hold of, but you can easily use this as a beading thread as well. Now, silk is often used in gemstones because it is a natural fibre, so it's not necessarily it's not going to wear the gemstone. It's a lot more protective. If you actually knot silk in between, excuse me, your pearls or in between your tanzanite, it's actually going to protect the gemstone from rubbing against themselves as well. So it is used a lot in jewellery, not just for knotting of pearls, but for multiple reasons.
Yes, definitely, and it's lovely, like you say, just to have, even if you don't pearl knot, even if you're thinking, I want to have a go at it, you've got it, haven't you, ready to have a go if you want to. Someone might actually say to you, oh, could you do this necklace, could you do pearl knotting? And you might think, well, I'll have a go. You've got all the materials ready, haven't you?
Absolutely. There's DVDs, there's tutorials available on our YouTube.
Fleur does a workshop as well.
And Fleur, does a workshop for it too. I've been meaning to attend. But it's very, 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 very straightforward. Now you're getting 180 metres 180 metres of pure multiples, £6.95. It goes on and on and on and on. Any jeweller, if you actually, if you take something in to be restranded or reknotted, any jeweller will use, or I should say your quality jewellers will use silk rather than a cotton or something like that. It's just basically what we expect, I suppose. That's working out 3 pence per metre.
And a lot of, if you did go to a jeweller's, or if you went to somebody who, you know, as a profession, pearl knotted, they tend to charge, it's either per knot
or per pearl.
Or per pearl, or by sort of a certain level,
very
like
expensive,
and it is quite pricey per piece.
Yeah.
So if you have like an 18-inch necklace that you want pearl knotted, you're looking at a lot of money for somebody to pay somebody to do that for you.
Absolutely. There used to be a lady in a lovely old lady. Unfortunately, she's passed on now, but that was her thing. She was known for being the sort of the town's pearl knotting specialist, if you like, and I used to watch her doing it, and it used to take, it's quite labour intensive, but it was always pure silk that she worked with, and it just looked amazing, you know, once it had been freshened up. Stay where you are on those phone lines. It's your spotlight hour. Now we've got one more opportunity to squeeze in before we bring you your Tanzanite. Hopefully you've spread the word now. 300 are available, that's it. Once they're gone, they're absolutely gone. Now, I love these. Do you know what? It takes me back to my school days, because when I was in school, our school uniform was a kilt. Honestly, I had a Prince of Wales kilt, which is not ideal in the summer, really, that you will have a big, thick woolen kilt.
Yeah.
But, and it had a little brooch clip like this on the front. Yeah, that was our school uniform. Not ideal when it's really hot in the summer. And no, I wasn't schooled in Scotland. I was in Wales. But they kind of remind me of that. But these beautiful, beautiful pins were actually part of our actual uniform. But I love these in jewellery. Even if you just remove the actual jump rings and use them as they are, they look fab. You can use them though to suspend from bag charms, brooches.
Yeah, they're very, very. There was a time when they were really, really popular. Just, you know, layering lengths of chain and charms, and just having that as that sort of, like you say, a brooch or just a pin, and you know, and you can also use it to connect layers of chain. Again, I often say about sewing a little tiny tag into like a vest top or like a plain t-shirt, and then just putting it on a little lobster claw, and then just having that attached to the other side and having layers of different chain and charms.
Love that idea. What about sort of your piece? You know, you see the ear to lobe earrings, don't you? And you see sort of the hand to wrist bracelets. You know, you could actually sort of recreate that design using sort of brooches, if you like, connect the two together like that. They are gorgeous. They are really, really multifunctional as well. You're getting 20 within a pack, 4 centimetres in size. So straight away, they're very, very easy to put on and off, but also absolutely secure. 20 within a pack. And made out of iron, so you can see that they are durable. 27.5 grams in total. Use them for your fabrics, use them for your polymer clay, use them for pretty much anything really. £6.95 to get hold of all of these. So yeah, multiple uses really. You know, I'm thinking you can have sort of tassel effects. You could certainly incorporate them into maybe. I was thinking earlier on, Liz Hurley her that famous dress.
Oh yeah, with the safety pins.
With the safety pins. It was, in my opinion, it was really ugly dress. I mean, she's just got a banging bod, isn't she? it's her body that was the appeal, but the dress, I forget who did it. Was it Versace?
I want to say I'm
something
pretty sure
like that. It had all the safety pins all down the side, basically. Oh, I've got a Christmas party story to tell you. Some of you might have actually been there. Can I tell it quickly? A few years ago, I was hosting a table at one of our balls, and I was hosting, I think it was the Jewellery Maker table, a few years back. Anyway, taxi was late, so it meant I turned up a little bit late, and in my rush, and this is at Warwick Castle, by the way, that the actual event was, so I'm running up the drive because I'm late, and I'm there to sort of greet our lovely Jewellery Maker customers, and I hear a rip. Oh. Now, not just a little rip. My dress literally ripped, and it was a halter neck and quite tight fitting, literally from mid-thigh right the way up. Oh. So, yeah. Were you there, Laura?
No.
Honestly, I was like, I can't go in.
I would remember that.
I'm not decent at all. So I had to go to the reception, and they used multiple, and I mean hundreds, literally hundreds of safety pins, and pinned me into my dress. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Don't run because you'll split your dress. Honestly, that happened. Okay, more coming up. We've got the star buys. We have the Tanzanite. Is it coming up now? Super excited about this. 300 of these. That's it. That's all I've got. You know it's under £10. You know, to be honest, the fact that I can say those words is rocking my world. You know, and I'm not talking about little chips or nuggets here, Tanzanite, which is lacking colour. No. I'm talking faceted rondelles, which with that depth of saturation that we all aspire to, and a single figure price tag. Now, be there. Dial those digits as soon as you possibly can, because it is going to be fast and furious. It's up next. Okay, dial as soon as you can. If you're with me on the web, just be poised and ready to pounce on this, because, you know, the days that we launched Tanzanite here at Jewellery Maker, it was always a price point that we'd have to maybe think about, a considered price point, because it's a considered gemstone, so you kind of expect to have to invest somewhat. But every so often, let me just tell you how it works sometimes. Our incredible buying team, and I have to say they are amazing. If any of them are watching right now, they go to great lengths to make sure you're getting the best possible gemstone examples, the best price point they possibly can source it for, the greatest quantities as well, the most variety. I think they're an amazing team. But sometimes what happens is, you know, they might be negotiating for, I don't know, just this. So they're doing the negotiations for this, and this is a big purchase, so it's a large purchase. It's going to cost the company some money. Does that make sense? So sometimes what they actually do is they'll negotiate elsewhere. So to get the deals, they actually might incorporate other gemstones or other mediums or other techniques or other components in that big purchase. Now, I'm just speculating here, but I actually think this is what's happened, because I know that if I was to go to Tanzania myself and try and buy what you're about to for the price that you're about to see it for, I wouldn't be able to do it. I will not be able to do it. Even with me paying for the actual flight itself and transporting the gemstones back, it wouldn't be possible. So what's probably happened is, under one big umbrella purchase, these have been actually brought in on negotiations. 300 of them are available, and I think this is going to be one of your finest purchases this year. I'm not just talking about the price, I am talking about the quality as well. We're not talking about Tanzanite that lacks blue, that lacks that vanadium content. We're not talking about Tanzanite that's little offcuts or chips. We're talking about faceted rondelles. We're not talking about Tanzanite where the lapidus hasn't really bothered working out and orientating the actual internal dispersion, the actual pleochrosm of the gemstone. Absolutely not. All of the above is included in what you're about to buy in abundance. I mean, I'm seeing the pinks. You're going to get those pinks when you get it home, and pinks is a really, really, really sought after secondary colour to see in this gemstone. There's no denying the Tanzanite blue. There's no denying the quality of the cut, because there's no, notice how you still see the surface luster, you'll see the fact you're seeing the pleochrosm, those pinkish tones that I was referring to, the fact that you have got those flashes of internal light going on. It is all just nothing but positive. I hope now you're all ready and prepared, because I think this could be one of the fastest star buys that we've brought you, not just today, not just this week, not just this month, this entire year. Brand new, reserved, miraculously for your under £10 day, but you can bet your bottom dollar there will be more than 300 jewellery makers who are watching. There will be more than 300 jewellery makers who already own Tanzanite and are wanting to add to their stash. Why? Because it is a gemstone which many of us are buying with the future in mind. I can't say that every gemstone purchase is an investment. I can't read into the future. I'm not a financial advisor. You wouldn't want me to be. However, I am logical, and I know that this gemstone is ever increasing on a daily basis, and I know, like I said previously, if I went to Tanzanite I wouldn't be able to buy it at the price that you're about to see it right now. So good luck. Graphics are already there. We're deliberately, now bear with me, what we have to do with the volume that we are about to inundate our call centre with, if you can, please make your purchases online. Please check out those baskets. I'm not saying don't worry, don't call, because of course you can call, but what we're actually doing is our regulars will respond now. Our graphics are on the screen, so our regulars will dial through straight away. You know it's under £10, like all of these people. I mean, I should say all. This is a handful of those of you that have already dialed through, but these are regulars who know us, trust us here at JM, shopped with us previously, know that we've got an absolutely risk-free policy, that if you don't love your item for whatever reason, return it back to us and we'll refund every pound and penny that you pay on your piece of jewellery or gemstone or components, whatever it might be. But what we're doing there is graphics, go. Then we'll bring in the visual price point, and we do that deliberately. We hold off deliberately so that we're not absolutely inundating the call screen, the call center rather, at one time, because I don't want to shut the call center down. We don't want to sort of jam all the phone lines, but you know it's under £10. You know it's going under £10, and believe me, I'm not talking by just a penny. 0800 644 655 is the number to call. Tanzanite of this amazing quality. The web, web bidders, that's not your price. We're not stopping there. Now every single one of you, there's loads. We're not talking £9.95. Incredible, isn't it? People that have bought multiples, you're doubling your savings, you're tripling your savings. What quite often happens is people will buy 2 or 3 and go, okay, you said under £10, Eleanor, but I didn't realise it was that under £10. So they'll change it from 2 to 3, or 3 to 4, or 4 to 5 even. It is a gemstone which we're all buying. Anybody who knows gemstones, Tanzanite is probably the ultimate one to get hold of right now, especially when it's like this, especially when it has this colour, especially when it has this amount of pleochroism, especially when it's been cut to this quality and it has that rich vanadium blue. We're going to bring that price point on your screens. Good luck, because that 300 quantity is already rapidly being allocated amongst our wonderful viewers and customers. $7.95 for you. When has that ever happened? Hang on, I can tell you when. Once previously I've taken a Tanzanite strand under £10. What was it? Amazing, don't get me wrong, but they were chips and nuggets. They were small, individual offcuts, non-faceted. You don't see Tanzanite of this depth of blue and faceted to this quality in a single figure quantity, single figure price tag rather. Half the stock, it's gone. It's absolutely gone. Can I just say to those of you that in the web that haven't checked out as of yet, time is of the essence. Time is of the essence. You know, Laura, we never have rondelles under £10, do we? Never.
No. I think, like you say, I think I've seen $9.99, $12.99, that sort of price, but not the ones
as
that I've got
close as we can get.
Yeah, not the ones that have got that kind of, like you say, that colour, that pinky kind of tone within them. I was just saying, I went shopping on yesterday with my husband to get that last, one of the kids for the last day of school.
Yeah.
And there's a shop in the centre of Bristol, and it's a crystal kind of shop, but it's a ready-made jewellery shop.
Yeah.
They had a necklace, ready-made necklace, plain round Tanzanite rondelles with a clasp on, probably sterling silver. The price of it was £445.
Right, hang on a minute. Sorry, I was getting a bit distracted then because Lovely Wes was sorting out my talk back. Say that again. You saw Tanzanite rondelles?
They were plain round rondelles. They were probably, we do sell them. I've seen them here.
Yeah.
They were plain, a bit bigger than those.
Yeah.
They were graduated. They were plain round rondelles, and they were smooth, and they were just a simple restranded necklace. Nothing in between. No pearl, nothing.
Okay.
Just with a clasp. And they were on a clear stand in the window of just like a crystal kind of jewellery type of shop. So we're not even like necessarily a branded jewellery shop.
Yeah.
And it was £445.
But the reality is, that's what we expect. As anybody that knows jewellery will look at Tanzanite or hear Tanzanite and see 3 figures, straight, or 4 figures, 5 figures even. My local jewellers has got 2 rings, 2 Tanzanite rings, and it's a high-end jewellers, and they're all 4 figures. So for that price tag that Laura was just suggesting, £445 that you said.
No, that's genuinely, that was the price, because I actually stopped, looked at the necklace, looked at the price, and then dragged my husband back to look at it, and he was just like, meh. Because I've never seen that.
How many can 56? 56 of these. That's what you can actually purchase. Well, I know what I'd be doing right now. Even if you've never made a piece of jewellery in your life previously before, it's a gemstone that you're going to look back in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years time, maybe even less than that, 5 years time, and be glad that you got involved with and purchased. Thank you, JM, for the offers today. They're unbelievable. Happy Christmas to all. That's Margot. Margot, happy Christmas to you, my darling. Yeah, absolutely incredible deals, and one that I never ever thought would be possible, to be honest, because jewellery makers have, gemstones have always been our speciality, of course, and they always will be, the very heart of this gemstone, of this company. However, there were certain, going back to older days, there were certain gems that we never thought we'd be able to create pieces of jewellery with. Now we're working with faceted diamonds. We're talking about Ceylon sapphire. We're talking about Tanzanite. We're talking about, I've even had sort of Burmese ruby on the show before. I mean, really high end, absolutely incredible. Now there is a little bit of a wait on those phone lines. There's bound to be, though, of course. Free phone telephone number. You just dial that 0800 644 655. Check out those baskets. The cost of your call, by the way, is nothing. Basically, it's your patience and your time that you are investing. I know that's invaluable, but well, it's worth that investment, most definitely. Julian Dorset is saying, got 3. One for me, and an extra Crimbo Prezi each for my mum and sister. Thank you. Oh, what a lovely idea, Julie. And at £7.95, we can't we? You know, why not? Just make that little extra. It is the gemstone of new beginnings. So maybe you're thinking about maybe you're actually sort of thinking about a new venture, a new career, a new relationship, a new house, a new baby. You know, it's a gemstone which has got new beginnings. That's what it's said to symbolise. So I love that. I love that. I've spoken to so many people who have actually said 2016 was a rubbish year for them, which always makes me a little bit sad, that, because you know, you just think, oh, well, new beginnings, 2017, have a positive attitude, it's going to be a good one, it's going to be a great one for you. And this is going to be that piece of jewellery that you look to remind yourself of that as well. Yeah. I don't know, this is such, I never thought I'd be able to gift Tanzanite, and we can. How about this as a combination, you're one to own. Now, we had 300 of your Tanzanite. You've seen them almost sell out. We've still got quantity, but is it getting limited now, Danny? Right. There's still a full call screen, and there's still 40 of you with it in a basket. Please stay where you are. You're all right. 2/3 of the stock is gone, but if you stay on those phone lines, you'll be successful. I should say, fingers crossed. Don't abandon those calls. Now, what about this as a combination? This is your one to own, and I have 500 of these available. Because of the size, because of the colour, I think this is a marriage made in heaven. Pearl and Tanzanite, just absolutely beautiful together. And yeah, I know, sometimes I have to pinch myself as well and remind myself that we are in an under £10 day. It's up next. You're one to own, and do you know what? I think pearls is a gemstone that everybody should own, but certainly if I cast my memory back, you know, I never thought sort of pearls were accessible at the prices that we'd bring them at, and I said the other day, and forgive me if I'm repeating myself now, but for those of you that weren't with me, I was talking to a couple of my girlfriends about pearls. And both of them, you know, very stylish girls. They both wear lovely clothes. You know, they're very on trend. They're very fashionable. And both of them were saying, yeah. I said, oh, do you like pearls then? They both, yeah, love pearls. Love just a simple design. And I was like, okay, fabulous, because I know I'm quite a traditional person. But you know, when you think, okay, you're quite fashionable, you're quite with it. So that didn't surprise me. But it sort of confirmed what we always say on a regular basis, that pearls are always appropriate and for everybody as well. But anyway, the girls were actually sort of saying that they watched this channel online somewhere where there's, I think there's a few out there, where there's little individual businesses live will actually dissect a pearl on air and sell one individual pearl. And they were selling it at like £50, £60, things like that, one individual pearl. But it's novelty, really. And I was like, okay. So they showed me this once, and I was like, okay, well, yeah, I mean, that's about the retail price. But the whole novelty of it was that they were actually dissecting the pearl from the actual mollusk itself, which, to be honest, you're paying to see that, really. Yeah, you're getting a genuine pearl at the end of it, but I just wasn't particularly sold by the idea. You know, hats off to them if they're doing well with it, but you know, when you just think, I don't see the point in this. Anyway, now, basically, they were buying one. Now, hang on a minute, you're not just buying one. I'm not. Claire's just said, Al, can you count them? Really? There's got to be like 100 or something like that. Look at how many there are on this strand. I reckon, yeah, I think that's probably about right, to be fair. And they are all genuine, natural pearls formed within a mollusk. Now, here at Jewellery Maker, yeah, we can bring you pearls and some incredible quality pearls, but one thing we've been starved of just lately is these lovely sizes. You know, they're all between 3 and 4 millimeters. We've tended to have the bigger sizes more than the smaller sizes within our vault recently. These are great to work into various different designs, whether it be seed beading, whether it be normal beading, whether it be wire work, most definitely. Coming up with the next kit, your one to own with the next kit would just be perfect, wouldn't it, Laura?
Oh, definitely. It's going to be beautiful. It's just going to add that graduated look as well and just take the whole designs you know, further.
I think so, because you're going to have that combination. This is the next kit, by the way. Here's the jewellery, just show you the jewellery. So as you can see, some of those little pearls accenting around would just look amazing, wouldn't it?
You can almost have them sort of like inside the sort of the connectors as such as well, and have them like little bubbles everywhere.
Love that idea. Now we have 500. We're going to bring those graphics onto your screens. Get involved as soon as you possibly can. I can't remember the last time I actually bought pearls of this size, 3 to 4 millimeters. They're so pretty, aren't they? Very, very, very well, perfect really to add or just restrand, as simple as. When all the rage is those sort of stacker bracelets, this is the kind of size that I would actually use and want to use. And maybe, Laura, you're going to sort of create something with this, just something simple. With this a little bit later on.
I can do,
Have a little play. In sort of the during the show. 500 of these are available. You know that it's guaranteed under £10. Now, because we have 500 of these, hang on a minute, Claire, can we just repeat what you're saying there? Right, Claire is directing me at the moment, and she said, right, we've got a 500 quantity of these. We've estimated that there's approximately 100 pearls on one strand. So that means we've bought approximately 50,000 pearls. And that channel was selling them individually at about £50 each. I mean, it would take them a very long time to sell that quantity. Yeah, it would. But just to give you an indication, we're guaranteed under £10. Under £10. It's all the novelty. It was all the novelty that was getting that captive audience. And by the way, I'm not sort of bad-mouthing them in any way, shape or form. That's £2.5 million worth if they sell all of those. You know, fair play to them if they do. But even at £10 each, they're looking at hundreds of thousands. You're getting the entire strand for under £10. Do you think we're missing a trick here, guys? Do you think we are? Hey, there's nothing stopping you going on to do it, Jewellery Makers, if you wanted to. I've seen people sell gemstones on from purchase and leave them exactly as they are, and made a profit from that. Helen in Gloucestershire, I never owned or wore pearls until I got some from Jewellery Maker. Amazes me how much high street shops charge for them. I leave quickly muttering rip-off. Yeah, do you see, Helen, do you know what I do? Do you know what I do? I call it my smug face. Do you want to see my smug face? Claire's excited about this. She said, I haven't seen it for a while, the smug face. Do you want to see it? You know, exactly that scenario there, Helen, and you go... You have to have a little bit of a head bob.
You know... I have the situation with Kayla, because Kayla, obviously being an 8-year-old girl, loves anything that's jewellery, and she's very girly, and she loves pearls. She understands that pearls are her birthstone, because obviously she's surrounded by gemstones.
Yeah.
And she'll go into a shop and she's just like, I want this, I want this, I want this. And I'm just like, Mummy will make that for you. So, you know,
Yes.
a lot cheaper than that
Yes.
will cost. Yeah.
Exactly. Let's not underestimate that. I mean, the skills that you have, you know, handmade bespoke jewellery using genuine gemstones, genuine pearls like this. Totally agree with you, Helen. You know what? I used to previously sell those items of jewellery. That was my job. I used to sell pearls for thousands of pounds, literally, and that's what that's what felt normal, and to be honest is normal. It's us that bucks the trends, and I do mean sort of Jewellery Maker, the Jewellery Maker family, all of us included. So well done to all of you that own wonderful gemstones, not just pearls, wonderful gemstones, because they are heirlooms, they are wonderful treasures, Mother Nature's treasures herself gifted to us. Now, we have been starved of these sizes in absolutely ages. I've got a 500 quantity in the under £10 day, of course, and it is without doubt one to own. Definitely one to be included into today's kits without shadow of a doubt. Wow, the quantity is flying. £9.95. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Stay where you are. Don't abandon, don't stay on those phone lines. Who's happy with this price? If we're all honest with one another, we'll all be answering, yeah, I'm more than happy. If we're honest, these are genuine cultured pearls. Genuine cultured pearls, and we're under £10. Now, I know that everybody's after a deal, of course they are. But if we're all honest, we're all absolutely delighted with £9.95, aren't we? Yeah? But, you know, I was saying about that company that was selling pearls at about £50 each. How about if we brought you a pearl for you, and 500 others, well, 500 collectively, for 6 pence per pearl? Not £9.95. Get it as soon as you possibly can. Super busy. £5.95. Wow, Laura. The first confirmation, by the way, bought 7. I'm not surprised by that. Christine's bought 2, Debbie's bought 4, Kay's bought 2, Janet's bought 2, Cheryl's bought 4. There will be a bit of a wait on those phone lines, but you know it is free phone, so please do stay with us. 100 of these are in web baskets. Check those out as soon as you can. Jan Dwyer, our guest designer, I bet she'd be in an absolute element right now. I hope she's watching. I'm saying Jan, but to be honest, Laura, all of our designers, yourself included.
Yeah, it's a staple. And again, you say about that size, like you say, it's a lovely accent kind of size, you know, but it's statement enough to be on its own as well. Yeah. It's also good for making younger age of jewellery. So as I said, I'm a June baby, my daughter's a June baby, so I could use the larger gemstones to make something for myself, but I could make a smaller version for Kayla.
Yeah, love that idea. The mother-daughter pieces of jewellery, I love that idea as well. I'm really into the sort of stacking style bracelets at the moment, and I'm thinking straight away this be 2 really pretty bracelets, wouldn't it? Yeah. Maybe one for you and your best friend, or one for you and your mum, yeah, like you said earlier on. 2 for you if you wanted to.
Just like that, it looks lovely,
doesn't it? At the end
of
of the day, it's costing you £3.
Yeah.
For £3 for a pearl bracelet. That's incredible. Can I just say, with that connector that we had earlier on?
The connector. And again, if you've got that Tanzanite, imagine spacing that with the Tanzanite, because sizably they're the same sort of, they're going to balance each other out, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. We've still got 200 in baskets. This time tomorrow, if you want to get hold of this strand, it's going to be £9.95. That's if there's any left, by the way. It is now or never. I'm sorry to sound so brutal and blunt, but it's the truth. How many of you just burst into the cornetto song like everybody did in the gallery? Yeah. La, 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 la. Yeah, it is quite literally. You've got to get it now, or probably not at all. And loads of you getting multiples. You're not capped. If you want to get 3, 4, 5, 6 of these, 7 of these, 8 of these even, then fill your boots. But check out, we've got people all around the world getting involved. Hello to you, Deirdre in Belfast. We've got Faye in the Highlands. We've got Worcestershire there. We've got Yorkshire. I also saw Portugal on the phone lines, on the web. I've also got the USA, Isle of Man, Cornwall, Middlesex, Londonderry, all around the world. Hang on a minute. The price of one of these strands should be, well, way in excess of what we took both of them to. $12.90 would be the price combined. Really? That's so... $12.95. That's how much you're paying for both of these. That's nothing, is it? Absolutely nothing. No. To be honest, if you'd have tuned in, and again, I'm sort of speaking to those of you that have been with us for a long time. You know, if you'd have tuned in, and I'd have said to you, right, you can get both of these for under £50, you'd have been overjoyed, wouldn't you? Because I certainly would, for both of them. To be honest, to get the Tanzanite under £50, the pearls, yeah, without shadow of a doubt, £5.95 to get hold of these. I'm actually going to give this to Laura to have a little bit of a play with after this one to own. Check out those baskets. How are we doing in terms of quantity? Half the stock has gone already, but I've still got loads of you with it in your baskets, and I've still got people on the phone lines. Sabrina in Sussex is saying absolutely perfect size to use with some of JM's smaller rondelles, just like that Tanzanite. Yeah, I agree. I'm holding it next to one another because I think $12.95, I think there's an investment, which, you know, even with this time of year, it is expensive. I totally get it. I have to watch the purse strings as well. You know, if you think $12.95, that's an investment that I can stretch through, but I know is of no way near the actual monetary value. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, again, like you say, going back to birthstone combinations, I know in your hand right there is my mum's birthstone and my birthstone.
Really?
So, yeah, so, you know, instantly... It works beautifully
Laura,
together, but it means that I could team them together and make something that means something for me or anybody. Yeah. You can do a personal gift for somebody.
That's a really, really lovely idea. Really lovely idea. And gemstones do conjure up sentiment. I'm a very, very sentimental person. You know, I'm not in a sort of bad way, but you know, I love thinking about memories and things like that, and gemstones and pieces of jewellery
it makes you smile, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
And again, that size, going down a different road, and again, saying about people's birthstones and people that mean things to you. Little Tree of Lives, not necessarily pendants, but again pendants, because they're going to make beautiful little pendants, but a little actual Tree of Life in a little candle holder. And again, it's something you can do with your family. Yeah. So it's something I could sit down with my children. It's a nice idea. And I could incorporate everybody's birthstones into it, and we could sit and make a lovely little Tree of Life. What?
You've just made me think of like a Tree of Life, and then have a branch that represents a person.
Yeah, we've done that.
So you can actually have the birthstone on there.
We did it before when my mother-in-law's Christmas present didn't quite get to us in time, so we didn't want her to not open anything for Christmas. So me and the kids, not Tony because he doesn't get involved in that, we got everybody's birthstones. So we got his mum's birthstone, his dad's birthstone, our birthstones, the children's birthstones, his brother's, Tony's, everybody's. Yeah. And we just got small versions of them, chips, little gemstones like that, and we made a little tree, so we at least had something to give her.
Love that idea. Yeah, absolutely. And £5.95, you can create a stunning piece of jewellery. Wow. Check out those. Again, stay on those phone lines. Please don't abandon those calls. Still 50 in baskets, so there is still quantity there. But like I said, as soon as tomorrow comes, this will be $9.95, so get it today if you want to capitalise on the incredible savings. Now, my third star buy of the hour. Not one, not two, but 3 star buys, all guaranteed under £10. That's why, by the way, I mean, we are inundating our call centre, who are doing an amazing job as always. That's why, even though there might be a slight delay, if you could see the volumes of people on the phone lines and on the web right now, we're doing an incredible job at keeping up with these under £10 deals alone. The reason why so many of our regulars are getting involved straight away is because you know it's under £10 and you know that's already an amazing saving. That is a guarantee. That is an absolute given. This is sterling silver with a yellow gold overlay, and they are luxury findings at the end of the day. On the back of your one to own, on the back of the Tanzanite, most definitely, on the back of your deal of the day, you're going to be wanting these to finish and to create those high-end pieces of jewellery. You know, for me, one of the most frequently changed items of jewellery that I wear would be my earrings, because I always wear my engagement ring and wedding band, obviously, and I tend to wear sort of one other ring, which, all right, might change every so often, but not that frequently, but earrings I do. So these are going to give me the scope to do that. But also, as a trader, if you are a jewellery maker and you sell, or maybe you're thinking about doing it, or maybe you gift your pieces of jewellery and haven't necessarily got it as a business, these are a great way of actually sort of gifting, selling, whatever it might be, to your loved ones, your nearest and dearest, or to the public, and not having to worry about sort of a massive investment, not having to worry about sizes, but you still get it. And they'll always be one of the fastest sellers in jewellery establishments. Do you find that, Laura? That when you sell pieces of jewellery, earrings tend to go very, very quickly.
Yeah, because I think they're something that you can make affordable, and they're something that you can make classic easy, and they're an easy gift.
Yeah, I think so as well. Now you're getting 10 pairs of shepherd hooks. I'm deliberately holding it this way so you can see the 925 stamp just there. With the quality of the gemstones that we've brought you today, Tanzanite, pearls, London blue topaz, these are going to be a great addition to your stash. Now if you're thinking, well, how do I make those pair of earrings? Just have a look on our website. Excuse me. On our website, we have got, you know, a simple technique called a wrapped loop, and it's as easy as that. Basically, just suspend a few pieces of head pins or chains even.
What would be lovely is if you've got a featherweight head pin, pop on a pearl, a Tanzanite and a pearl that we just had, and pop it straight onto there. You've got a really lovely high-end but cute, wearable, everyday pair of earrings. Lovely gift to give.
I noticed, and I know these are gold-plated, but I noticed your earrings this morning.
Yes.
And they're slightly different, the shepherd hooks, but you made those from Jewellery Maker, didn't you?
Yeah. So these are just like fancy. We've done these a while ago, but
you notice they're shepherd hooks?
Yeah, the shepherd hooks
with just one pearl.
Yeah, and just one pearl. Really comfortable to wear. They're the fancy shepherd hooks from earlier, but
I just wanted to point out sort of the fact I noticed them earlier on when you actually arrived.
You just one pearl.
A really classic piece of jewellery as well, but luxurious, gold on sterling silver. Now they're a 17mm size. You're getting 20 within a pack. You can go on to use these for alternative things other than your shepherd hooks, like your bails. Turn them into bails if you wanted to. However, because they are, in my opinion, this is only my humble opinion, but because they are so beautifully finished, I think it would be a shame to start sort of bending them and whatnot. I would personally just be using these for earrings.
I would use them for earrings. The only thing I would consider using them for otherwise would be a clasp. So I would just roll the end of the earring hook up and make that a little hook for a clasp to maybe go on a pair of earrings or a necklace. That's the only other thing that I would consider. And that would probably be if I was a bit desperate and couldn't find or had run out of the actual proper lobster clasps.
Absolutely. Yeah, makes sense. Look at that. I'm just holding those behind so you can imagine a pair of earrings made out of those, or one of Laura's stunning designs which are coming up in the next kit. You know, they are a staple, and they're a very, very, very cost-effective but also time-effective item of jewellery that you can make. Mark Smith, again, one of our guest designers who's in the workshop today, actually sort of uses them as part of the sort of negotiations of a sale. You know, say somebody is looking at a necklace, then he says, well, I tell you what, I'll give you the matching matching pair of earrings. Yeah, so I think that's a really, really, really clever idea, and it's not cost you a huge amount. But yeah, I've got so many pairs of earrings, and they tend to be shepherd hooks because they're very wearable, very comfortable, but at the same time I want them to be of quality. Are you ready? The third star buy of the hour. All of that sterling silver, all of that gold at £9.95. Again, we have multi-buyers on those phone lines. I'm very much a yellow gold girl. I like to wear yellow gold. I find it's the most complimentary of my skin tone. Don't get me wrong, I do wear silver as well, and rose. And it's all personal choice. So these are, when you look at silver, gold, rose gold, they are the three colour tones that are the most sought after and popular.
Yeah, definitely. But also with the fact that, you know, sometimes a gemstone lends itself better to that gold colour as opposed to the silver, and again, it's the look you want. So you might be a purely silver person, but actually with that outfit like you're wearing there, a lovely pair of earrings made that lovely soft gold is going to really complement it. So you have to sort of, you know, factor that into your designs as well. Yeah, most definitely. Check out those baskets. We're super busy today. Now, we have got coming up in the next hour, we have the continuation of under £10. Don't forget, in the 5 o'clock hour as well, I have not one, not two, but 3 star buys, which aren't just under under £10, just giving it away now. They're under £5. So please stay with me for that. It's going to be absolutely incredible. The kit, we've got one of our newest stocked wire. That is that lovely pearlescent wire. That's coming your way with genuine gemstones. I mean, look at these stunning pieces of jewellery that Laura has created for you. Stay tuned for that. Guaranteed under £10. We've got approximately 150 of those available, and I think they'll absolutely fly 100%. We actually think this is going to be one of the fastest sellouts of the day. Stay tuned. More to see after this.
This December, join us every evening at 8 PM for our Christmas Advent deals. A new deal every day with Jewellery Maker this Christmas. Ho ho ho! Oh, that was actually quite good. There are 2 easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Coming soon, the Sewing Quarter, the UK's first shopping channel dedicated to sewing and quilting. We will have all the things you love to sew, including clothes, quilts, bags, toys, cushions, and much, much more. We're really excited about our launch and we can't wait to share it with you. So head over to our website, sign up, get a free pattern and get all the news on our launch of the Sewing Quarter.
So tune into the Sewing Quarter on Channel 78.
If you have a question or a query for Jewellery Maker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
I didn't even try. I knew it wasn't going to work. Did you? You tried? Oh, it didn't work.
You can't put chocolates in the studio.
I know, look, I had to abandon mine because it wasn't going to work.
I made the mistake of going for the caramel one.
Oh, nice. It's all no pressure, but everybody's watching you.
I know, I'm really sorry. That's very rude of me. Yeah, I could have gone with the Milky Way that kind of disintegrate. But no, I went for the caramel. Okay, it's gone now. Sorry, yeah, most presenters will top up their lippy or do their makeup and whatnot. No, not me, I'm scoffing the chocolates. Okay, this kit is going to be a sellout. I know I've said that loads throughout the course of the day about this is going to be a sellout. And that's why I'll always tell you the quantities if I know. And I've been around a while now, so, you know, after what's probably coming up 5 years of being here with Jewellery Maker, you get to know what our customers love, and when you hear about the deal, you think, okay, no, I could probably place my bets on how long this is going to take to sell out. Do you agree?
Definitely.
Can we show Laura's pieces of jewellery? Now, bear in mind, one of those orange notes has created all of these pieces of jewellery. Now, my particular favourite is that gorgeous bracelet. That's stunning.
I was really chuffed with how that one turned out. I wanted to make a real sort of wow piece. I made the pendant first, and I've got to make a bracelet to go with it.
That's amazing. The ring as well, equally beautiful. I love that pendant too. Oh. All made, now I'm not talking about £10 each. All made with this one kit. Oh, I see. You know, this is another one of those, if this was an under £20 day, we'd be happy, right? But we're not just under £20. It's under a tenner. Under a tenner. I mean, Laura, how much, that trilogy pendant, which is, that and the bracelet is my favourite.
Yeah, that was kind of like a set.
Yeah.
And the technique is actually very similar throughout both the pieces.
So what would you sell those each at?
So I would say the pendant would probably have to go for around about 40 to 50. Probably about 40, 45, I think.
Yeah.
And the bracelet, because the bracelet itself was actually quite a lot of work, believe it or not, because it's quite intricate.
Yeah.
So the bracelet, I would probably have to place at about 60 to 70.
I'd say all day long and to the moon and back, that's at least 60. I mean, how stunning is that?
Yeah, and time-wise as well, it's actually quite time-consuming.
It's beautiful, it really is. Okay, now we are going to give you a clock on your screen. The clock on your screen will then count you in to when the graphics appear, basically. So it's fair for everybody. Fair for our web bidders, fair for our telephone bidders as well. You know it's guaranteed under £10. So we're not sort of bringing the graphics in and then holding back on the price point. You know where it's going. So it's only fair that everybody starts from exactly the same. So sorry, I didn't mean to bounce you.
I thought that was an intentional
bounce you out the way then. It's me getting really, to give you a little, whoop. That's how excited we are. We're giving little cheek nudges under the desk. Yes. You've got 30 seconds before we bring the graphics onto your screens. I think the boys are despairing. They're not used to me. Hannah's way more well behaved than I am. You have 20 seconds left. And that 150, how many is it? Now, how many have we got? 169 is the quantity that we have. You've got over 100 metres of the pearl wire as well. 5 seconds before we bring the graphics on your screen. Guaranteed under £10. Ready, steady, go! There's your time, there's your call to action. If you want to grab it as quickly as you can. Now, I haven't even shown you the components, and I know straight away, without even looking at my call screen, that there's going to be volumes of people on those phone lines and on the web. Without even looking. That's the quantity. They're going to fly. Absolutely fly. So, starting with, you have the silver-plated round wire, and this is your 0.8 gauge, so what you've used for your structure, Laura.
Yeah.
So you actually get that contrast as well. You get the contrast between the silver and that pearlescence, which comes in one of our newest launches. This is the 0.25. And there's 100 metres on here. So going back to what you were saying about the bracelet, Laura, yeah, it's quite. I can see why there's probably a lot of work in.
Yeah, it did take me quite a while, and as I said before, I'm actually quite fast when I do things like this, but it did take me quite a good couple of hours to get that done.
But even though it's quite a sort of narrow gauge, you really can see that pearlescence, can't you?
Yeah, definitely. It's lovely because against the silver, the sort of round silver, you almost get like highlights. Yeah. So it's like the main colour is this sort of lovely sort of pearly, matty kind of colour, and then you get those highlights of the silver coming through. Yeah,
totally. It's a shimmer beyond anything that we'd seen prior to the launch. Over half the stock is gone. As we said, we knew it was going to be a sort of very popular kit. For the wire on its own, I mean, you've got 110 metres there straight away, guaranteed under £10. But we're still not done. We're also including genuine pearls. You know, if you think about every piece of jewellery that Laura has made, how high-end they are, and then just consider that it's only actually cost you £10 to create that, well, less than actually when you sort of divide it down into, you know, components per piece of jewellery. As you can see, we had 169. Look at that quantity now. We're doing our very, very best to sort of keep up with sort of how many is being allocated and sold at any one time. People will be multi-buying on this as well. You know it's under £10, but we should be. Which can I just say, this seems really affordable, don't you think? For 110 metres.
Yeah, it is really. And
for the pearls.
Yeah, definitely the pearls. And it's like you say, I used everything, but I was really pearl heavy on one of the necklaces, which you didn't need to do. And again, the bracelet, it's all quite heavy pieces, so it's not like one piece been used in one pearl in every piece. So, you know, I've used all of the pearls up.
Absolutely love it. I mean, how affordable is that already? But we're not stopping there. One of the newest tones or colours of wire that we have, which is that pearlescent wire, and you can really see it, can't you? It's a silkiness. There's your price point, £9.95. Check out those baskets. It is going to be a sellout. It's not a case of when. It's sorry, it's not. I'll rephrase that whole sentence.
I said to you I was going to have this problem.
Yeah, I always do it. It's not a matter of is it. It's a matter of when is it. That's what I meant to say. No wonder. Dan has just said to me, yeah, that didn't really flow well, did it? Yeah, that's probably why I tripped up on all the wheels. You knew what I was getting at. It's only a matter of time.
We know what you meant.
Yeah. You make allowances for me, I know, I get it. Down to the last 38, look at all those names. Look at how many people are going to be creating from this wonderful, wonderful kit. I'm looking at France, Devon, West Midlands, Suffolk, Wexford, Bedfordshire, we've got Shropshire there, we've got Surrey, I Love, Man there, we've got Gwynedd there, all around. Veronica's bought 6 of these. I'm not surprised, Veronica, well done to you. And it will sell out. We're down to the final 30 up now, and I've probably got more than that in baskets. Stay on those phone lines. Okay, I'm going to move on because we want to get into the demonstrations, but before I do, I've got some ribbon ends. Now, I forget which designer it is, but one of our designers say these. Is it Mark?
I don't know. You can say what he
These
says.
are our. They're
You need to just go there, that's it. It didn't quite catch it. No.
Can't you read my mind?
No, it wasn't quite clear enough.
Sorry. One of our guest designers absolutely loves these and says that they are their favourite findings. And then I got ahead of myself and said, is it Mark? I think it is Mark.
It might be. I love them. I think they're great, and I actually always run out of those.
One of the things that Mark has pointed out to me in the past, that he said, actually, they're not just one finding. And if I just talk that through, these are a finding, the actual ribbon ends. Then you've got the jump ring, then you've got the extender chain, then you've got the S hook and another jump ring there. So you're actually getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 findings in one. But then you're also having all these. Yeah, they work for so many different mediums, don't they?
For me, what I use them for the most is when I'm going back to making the pendants. You know, we had that 10-meter roll of of chain earlier on, which this would be ideal for as an addition, because I cut my chain to length and then I take the clasp parts off, the ribbon clasp parts off, and I use the jump rings and the extender to actually complete the piece. As I said to you earlier, I sort of made a piece. Actually, I made something out of polymer clay for a project, and I needed just zari thread, zari rope, and I used the actual clasps then to finish that off. So you know, you can, like you say, it goes across the mediums.
They're like little letter boxes almost that fold over, don't they, and just grip onto whatever material you're using, whether it be fabric, whether it be wood, whether it be chain, wire, whatever it might be.
Thread. Get a couple of layers of those and just secure it.
And one thing I've actually seen with Jan is actually sort of squeezing those edges around a bead, a little bead, and it turns it into a kind of lantern. It looks so pretty. Should be £12.95. You know, we're not stopping there, Jewellery Makers. It's under £10 there. You're actually getting 25, but if you think about it, that's 25 times, how many did I say, 6 different components, £8.95. I can understand why why you say, Laura, that you run out of them, because they do come, they do cover a lot of different mediums.
And again, for me, they're my finishing for my chains a lot of the time. But you can flatten those box clasps out, flatten them and stick them to the back of a cabochon.
Good idea.
And then you've just got an instant hook, and you don't have to do anything to the cabochon then.
So this is what you're referring to, just literally open it out.
Flatten it out, yeah.
Yeah, you see that?
It's nice and easy, it's very malleable, very easy to do.
And then just literally glue it with some jewellery making glue.
And then you've got your little loop, and you just attach a jump ring, attach it to some chain, and you have a ready-made pendant.
Sorted. Well done. I'll leave those with you. Check out as soon as you can. Okay, what is it that you're going to demonstrate, my darling?
Well, I thought we could do a couple of things, really. I wanted to go through the sort of the triangle necklace, just because it's something a little bit different.
Yeah.
Again, it's a repetitive technique, and then maybe the earrings as well.
Wonderful.
And, you know, if anyone's got any questions they want to ask me or anything like that, then maybe we can go over that as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So I wanted to say, this is how much of my pearl wire I've got left.
You've got tons left.
Absolutely tons. And I mean, I was doing lots and lots of weaving with this, so you know, it really is quite endless.
It does go a long way.
Yeah, it really does.
It's really, really unusual, the actual coating of it. It's silky like.
It is. It's like I say, it's almost like a kind of a matte kind of colour. It's really lovely, and you know, it's lovely and soft and easy to use as well. So it's not really springy. So it's, you know, it's got it's easy to do your weaving with.
Wonderful. Okay.
So what I'm going to show you, as I said, is these sort of connectors and how you kind of go about making it a complete piece. Now, some of these pearls I was able to get into a 0.8 wire. So when I made the pendant and the bracelet, I was able to get it onto the 0.8 wire. It's not always going to happen. It's a bit of the luck, really.
Yeah. You can always go on to reading them if you want to.
You can read them, but also you can use 0.6. So if you've got a 0.6 wire at home and you wanted to do that, use a 0.6 just as your sort of wire to secure your pearls onto. But this is going to be done without using that. This is going to be done using the 2 that we've got here. So I'm going to take my 0.8 wire. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move this. Now what I did do was I took my strand of pearls, and as I said, I kind of put them into 3 categories. So I took them off of the strand, I took my 0.8 wire, And what I did...
You separated them into two categories?
3 categories.
3?
Yeah.
Okay.
So just making sure I had a nice clean edge on my 0.8. I just saw which ones I could get my... Oh, look at that.
Straight away it fed up?
Straight away. So there's a 0.8, that's a 0.8 wire, and there's a pearl straight onto the 0.8 wire. So what I did was any that went onto the 0.8 went into one section.
Ah, okay.
And then any that just wouldn't even think about going on it at all went into another section.
Yeah.
And then there's a couple that would kind of...
Typically.
They weren't playing the game earlier on. That will kind of go halfway, but not all the way.
Like that one?
So these are great if you wanted to just cut that and a bit of glue.
Yeah.
And it's like a half-drilled gemstone.
Yeah, lovely.
So I've put them into a separate section again. So I knew that any in this section here would be going on to my 0.8.
That's a great tip, isn't
any
it?
here, just probably beading thread. And then any in this one are going to be potential designs if I wanted to do something like this.
Okay.
Okay. So that was how I sort of sorted them, which for me is really quite organised. Which it is. You can say it. So
we're very similar in that way, though. Very similar.
I do organise to a degree. So what I'm going to do is just take 2 lengths of my 0.8 wire, because this is my base wire. Have we got a blackboard? Because I think this might be better for you to see the weaving on, just because...
Here we go, you can use this one.
Yep.
I can remove those from there.
Just so you can see what
just
I'm
so
doing.
everyone can see.
Okay.
We have 2 of the kit left.
I'm not
2.
surprised.
Literally 2.
I'm not surprised. This is my idea of heaven, because I've got my favourite gauges of wire, and I've just got 1 strand of gemstones. I can do anything I want with, so it's really great. So I'm going to place these 2 wires here now. With regards to how long I've cut them, the first pair is a bit trial and error. So your first ones, I'm going to say probably around about 5 inches. Okay. So keeping my 0.25 on the actual reel, I'm going to start my weaving. Normally I'll say when we do weaving we start towards the end closer, so we've got all this open space and then we can push the weave along.
Yeah.
But because this is a 0.8 0.25 wire, finer gauges, sometimes it can grip quite tightly to the base wire, especially because it's got that kind of matte coating.
Okay.
So, and it's only a short length of wire, so for this we're actually going to start the furthest point and just build our weave along.
Okay.
Because we're not working with massively long lengths, it's not going to become fiddly. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, and that's my wires anchored directly onto the 0.8, sorry. I'm going to take just using my flush cutters here, just cut that little tail away. And if you can get into the habit of doing that straight away, it's going to just be a nice consistent finish on your pieces. Take your second piece of wire, place it on top. Now what I'm going to do, just so that I can see which one's which, is I'm going to just gently bend the 2 wires in the direction that they are. So the bottom wire's just been bent down and the top wire's been bent up. So I can see which wire's which, and also I can bring my wire inside. So I'm placing my wire. Now this one is this is a weave that if you do it, it's easier than when I'm trying to explain it. Yeah. I know that sounds silly.
No, some things you get better visually.
Yeah. And this is one that we do in our weaving workshop, and it's one that when I try to explain it, people go, what? But when you actually sit and do it, it makes complete sense.
Okay, all eyes front.
So I've got my wire, is currently here facing away from me. So what I'm going to do is just bring it right over the front of the 2 wires. Okay. So it's not going around, it's just going across. And now what I want to do is come in between the 2 wires. So it's going over this top wire, in between, all the way back over and down the back.
Okay, can we see that again?
Yeah. I'm going to do a couple of these, because once you do the pattern...
I take a while to grasp things like this.
So it's now coming down the back, so it's gone down the back. So I'm going to bring it over the bottom wire, into the middle, all the way around, and then back across the front. So what you'll do is when you break this up, I'll do a little section, and when you break it up, you'll be able to see it's like a half wrap, a line, half line. Okay?
Yeah.
So the wire is across the front, so I want it to go around that top wire and into the middle, all the way around and then down the back, around into the middle, all the way around and across the front. So what I'll do is I might show it to the other camera, you might be able to see it a bit clearer.
Yeah.
Okay, and the good thing about this weave is that it's reversible. So it's the same from the front and the back. Now you might find that your wire goes in opposite directions, so you might find your wire goes down the back and up the front, or up. It doesn't matter as long as you get that pattern. Okay, so the wire's going to go. So if I show it on, that's it. Okay, so when I said about breaking it up, so I'll just do a little bit more. So at the moment the wire's at the back, so it's going across the back of the two wires. It's going to go around. They've swapped now because I've turned it up. So it's going to go around this top wire into the middle, all the way around and over, down the front. It's then going to go over the bottom wire and into the middle and all the way around and across the back. So it's going to go around and over and into the middle. It goes around the bottom wire, across the back, around the top wire.
So you're alternating the wires.
So all it's doing is wrapping the top and bottom wire, and it's just going across the two wires to get to the front. So if you see when I get into the pattern, I know I'm doing this a little bit faster, I'll try and do it slower. So it goes around, down the front, around that bottom wire, all the way around and up the back, all the way around that top wire and down the front, all the way around that bottom wire and up. Can you see? So when you're actually doing it, it's quite an easy pattern to get into. So it's going all the way around and down, all the way around and up, all the way around and down, all the way around and up. So what I'll do, can you see how that pattern has come across? Okay, from the back, it should look the same. And then what I'll do is break it up for you.
Kit sold out, by the way, as is the Tanzanite. There may be a few pearls remaining. Yeah, a lot of sellouts. Yeah.
So
yeah, when you separate it, you can really see.
Can you see? It's a half, so it's a half line, a half. Can you see the little sections?
Yeah.
So I think you can see. So yeah, and that is the pattern. It's actually a very easy pattern when you're doing it.
Yeah.
You don't have
I noticed when you were doing that, you had quite exaggerated movements. Is that something you do? Or, or was that for our benefit?
A bit of both. So for me, yeah, because I don't want to put too much tension, because I am using a 0.8 wire. So if I was to pull this wire really tight, can you see instantly my whole piece is going to bend. Yeah. So I need to control it a little bit, because ultimately this is just a 0.8 wire. So it is, you know, it's going to bend. Yeah. So I'm holding it nice and firmly. Yeah, I'm just putting a little bit of, by giving it that sort of sharp pull, it's going to just sit where you want it to without pulling and distorting these wires. It's something, as I said, when you're doing this, you get into the pattern, so you're going around, down the back, around, across the front, around, down the back. Yeah. It is very easy once you get into that pattern. Yeah. If you struggle with that pattern and you don't want to do that pattern, another nice pattern is what I call the 5 and 3, which is a really easy pattern. But what I want to do is a weave that holds these two wires together into a nice tight sort of frame. So if I show you the 5 and 3, just so you can see an easier version of
So if you didn't get that, then we'll try a different weave. Yeah. No?
So you're going to wrap 5 times around the bottom wire, and then you're just going to go around both those wires 3 times.
Okay, 5 times?
5 times around the bottom wire, so 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. And then around both those wires, 1, 2 and 3. And then back into the middle, wrap that bottom wire 5 times, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Both wires, 1, 2, 3.
Now see this, I've totally got this.
Yeah, so it depends on the look that you want. But what I want is a wire.
Should I show that?
Yeah, yeah.
Just show that one.
This one isn't so reversible. Yeah. But you can see the difference. And it's different look as well. So with this kind of look, what's going to happen is you're going to get more of that silver highlight coming through. Yeah. So you'll get that bare wire coming through, whereas this other one tends to cover the whole of the base wires.
You see more of the pearlescent wire.
So it just really does depend. I will say, have a go at that weave, because when you're doing it, it really is easier when you're doing it than when I try and say it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's one of those that you kind of need to just go along and
get that feel.
Get into that feel. So I'll just fill this in a little bit if you want. Just carry on with this 5 and 3 weave if you want, just so I can get that shape.
Okay, whilst you're doing that then, shall I bring these?
Yep.
Does that make sense? Now, it comes in the little famous purple organza bags. And it's your memory wire, but look at the colour. It's your copper plated memory wire, very limited, I haven't got many, you're getting all three. So the sort of ring size comes with, I'm doing this by memory now, is there 14, there's 14 of your ring, 14 of the bracelet, and 10 of the necklace. 15 of your ring and your bracelet, and then 10 of the necklace. Sorry, there we go, thank you. These are very limited. Now, memory wire, use memory wire cutters because it is effectively toughened, and it's pretty self-explanatory really. It's wire that has a memory, so it will always go back to the perfect shape. Great for talk necklaces, great for creating structure. You know, you could easily do this weave that Laura is demonstrating right now if you wanted to get sort of this sort of collar style.
Yeah, definitely.
£3.95. Don't forget, under £10 day here at Jewellery Maker. So get involved as soon as you can. Absolutely frantic on the phone lines. I can't remember the last time I actually saw a memory wire.
It's been a while.
It's a great product, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you can use it with so much.
Yeah, and again, it would go lovely with that first kit.
Yeah.
Because we actually had the antique bronze and we had that cabochon. So again, just a couple of those with that cabochon hanging on it. It's going to look great. That would be amazing. Look amazing. I love memory wire. Yeah, similarly, you can use your sort of fabrics with it as well. I've got to move on. Stay where you are though. Check out those baskets because I have all of these beautiful seed beads. Now, I've got a big quantity, and you're getting a lot as well. There's 750 within the tube. And they are our yellow gold plated rondelle seed beads. Can you see that? They're not circles, they're slightly squeezed. Do you see what I mean? More of a donut. Slightly flattened. Donut's a good description.
Donuts, yeah. Squeezed. I like squeezed. They're 3x2mm in their size, and again you've got that big drill hole through the centre, meaning you can incorporate it into so much. Certainly the memory wire they've just seen, the 1mm wire, probably even up to your 1.2, 1.25 or even 1.5 gauge.
I think so, yeah, because they are very sizable. The drill holes in them, or the hole. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah,
like
I always say drill holes as well. You know what we mean by that, don't you? Great for adding to your design, most definitely. Or maybe you love the sort of French style of seed beading, then use them all. Now, we should be bringing them to you at £12.95, but there's 750 in here, so that's a lot of seed beads. You know it's going under £10. Grab it whilst you can. Yeah, literally, I love our seed beads, just two, accenting a sort of focal piece or a gemstone. Today, even our graphics don't want to play ball. £8.95. £8.95. That's not even 2p per bead. Do you know what I've been doing is getting jump rings and feeding the beads onto the jump rings and then making very simple chainmail, so like a 2-in-1, you know, so 2 beaded jump rings and then a plain jump ring in the middle, just to add texture to a focal pendant or to like a chain. And again, if you've got the rose gold earlier that we had, you get two-tone. Yeah, have a contrast there. Maybe incorporate it into this kit as well to get that sort of pearlescence coming through. As well. Yeah, mixed metals, beautiful. £8.95, obviously massive savings. Right, I can squeeze one more opportunity before we get back to Laura, and they are the little flip-top boxes. Now, storage has been your thing lately, Jewellery Makers. You've been going crazy for it. Maybe because we've all had a little rummage round in sort of the cupboards, where digging out the Christmas decorations and whatnot, and realised that we need to get things in order. Certainly what's happened in our house. Well, and these are great for that. They are your little flip-top boxes, and the best way I can describe it is, you know, that little sweet, those little sweets that you that my children aren't allowed to eat because it makes them go crazy. Really? Right, okay. No, don't give to kids then if it makes them crazy. Well, you can, it's not my children. Yeah, it makes Laura's kids particularly crazy. Yeah, I know what you mean, but they are quite handy, so maybe you eat the Tic Tacs. Other confectionery are available. But I love the. I was about to praise them for their packaging. Their packaging, cool is really cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
And really functional. Well, these are very similar to that. Very, very, very similar to that. So I'm sure they won't mind me for praising them on their actual packaging and the usefulness. And they've not changed it, have they? Not changed it at all.
Been the same for years. That's how I remember them as well.
Yeah, years and years. You get 20 in a pack. Again, it's not just your gemstones. I would say they are essential for things like seed beaders and.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we do the seed beads and they come in the tube pretty much like those gold ones there. And all of the tubes that we do, you know, are great. But we do the fire polish type ones, the bead smith ones, and they come in a bag.
Do they?
Yeah, so again, perfect because you just put them straight into there, and again, it's part of your storage.
And we'll go back to what we were saying earlier on, Laura, with that when we had that storage, was that, you know, when you do have lots of different components, little components, and they're kind of rustling around in maybe the bottom of a Jewellery Maker bag or something like that, you know, with the movement, they sometimes work loose, the lids and things like that. So these little pots, you know, you can actually position them together, can't you? Yeah. Now, coming your way, super affordable price tag, £6.95. Again, you can use them for so much, can't you? Can you see that there? This is you can actually buy a little tower from Beadsmith, because they are from Beadsmith, where you actually have all of your.
We sell that.
Do we still sell it?
Yeah, because it's in black. We sell it. Yeah. But I have that because Miss Auntie Seed Beads actually have a ton of seed beads now.
Really?
Yeah, because I love the fact that I can use them as accents into my designs.
Yeah.
So that's really handy to know. In fact, I might have to go and get some now because of what I was saying about those. Ones that we have.
You can actually sort of put them all there and have it all on display. Yeah, great idea. I was actually looking the other day online for one of those sort of acrylic makeup stand things that you put on a dressing table. Not for me, but I thought it was a really nice gift for a present. And it's certainly, I haven't got a dressing table. I'd like a dressing table, but one of my friends has, and I just thought, just having that on the side, well, you could put certain bits of makeup in those, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could. And again, it's also really good if you wanted to go, if you were going away, or if you had a project in mind. And again, I know we go back to seed bead, but any of the gemstones, the little tiny pearls, you could just put a little selection of them in there, so you don't have to take all of your stuff with you. Just put a little selection.
Absolutely. Back to you, my darling.
Back to me. Okay, so obviously I've changed my weave, but you can see how quickly these weaves actually build up. So I changed my weave halfway through and just got the 5 and 3, and again it's just a completely different look. So for me, what I did to get that first sort of size was I did a length of weave in. I'll just put this down and measure this. This was about, sorry, I know I went out of shot then, about 2.5 inches. And what I'm going to do is just take some sort of flat nose pliers or chain nose pliers, doesn't matter which ones. I'm going for flat nose if you've got them, just because I can get a better grip on them.
Okay.
Roughly sort of get an idea of where the centre's going to be, and just take your pliers, just kind of create that sharp angle. Okay, and then you can see if you're happy with the size of that sort of triangle, that point. Just pop your pliers in. Now I've woven this with 2 wires flat, and as long as you go gentle and you sort of don't crush that with your pliers, you can still encourage that to get that nice sort of shape with it. So place that there, be happy with the size. And if this was, say, a piece that I was going to use, I would, and I was going by that sort of where the beginning of my weave is there, I would have to maybe balance it out and continue it. However, I'm not too worried about that because obviously I'm just demoing it. So what I'm going to do now is cut my wire and leave myself that ruler's length of wire. And what I'm going to do is make it so it's hooked around the inside wire here. Choose 3 of my beads. Now I'm actually going to choose 3 of the half drilled ones, the ones that I could potentially make a half drilled, just because I know that they've got a bit of a larger drill hole. Okay. Because I want to take this 0.25 through twice. Okay. Because it is a finer gauge of wire, and I do want that added security. Yeah.
That's good to know that your 0.25 wire will go through.
Yeah. And it goes through twice quite easily. The trickiest part is just because your wires, your pearls end up quite close together, so the trickiest part is putting it back through again. Okay, so feed 3 of these on, place them across, oops, so they go where they're supposed to go. Okay, place it across like this, and obviously this wouldn't have a weave on it, so it would be a plain wire, and then I would just wrap it around, hook it on the inside wire if you can, and then what I want to do is bring this wire now back through these pearls. So a little tip I can give you is just gently pushing these stones up, and I'll see if I can show you on profile. You can see how they're slightly raised above the frame itself, which means that my drill hole is going to be easier for me to feed this wire through. So I'm just going to use my finger to push these to make sure that they are slightly higher. And this just takes a bit of patience, which I don't have tons of. But if you just feed that through, fingers crossed, it's going to come straight through those 3 wires. So just, that's going to give you that extra security, just because obviously a 0.25 on its own isn't the strongest wire to have pearls on.
But you can.
But you can. But now it's effectively a 0.5.
Yeah.
So it's got that extra strength going on. So then I'm just going to bring it back around, finish it off into the design. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and get rid of that sort of wire now. So that is one connector. Okay, but what I would say is when you're happy with that size, make sure you measure how long your weave was if you want that consistency, because otherwise you're going to end up with them being slightly different. So the other thing you can do is kind of just measure them against this one would be your prototype one as such.
Okay, so have like a template effectively.
Effectively, yeah. So then I'm going to cut these end wires now, and I'm going to cut them probably to about 1 centimetre. Okay, and then you just take your round nose pliers and just gently roll these wires to make that connector at the back. So you do the same on the other side. Okay, and you just roll that like that, and you almost want it to look like the pearls are actually at the top, so it's almost floating behind, and that is one connector. You just do 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in total.
And then same size, using that template.
Using that template. So you do 1, 2, 3, and then what we're going to do is I'll show you. You take an additional piece of your 0.8 wire when you've got all 3 of them. So just put the first 3 on, and then we attach the other 3 after we've done the first 3, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So you put your 3 on, and what you want to do is feed this wire, 0.8, through those loops, okay?
So through the top, yeah.
And that will disappear into the design, but it gives you your connector as a base.
It's simply as it is, just the one?
Yeah, just as one. You could make a wrap loop there, attach chain, and that's it. Or you could put it in the centre of the pearls.
Yeah,
restrand it.
Love that idea.
Obviously, I had to do wanted to make the most of the ones that I had, but it's nice with that price. You could easily do that.
Oh, can you believe it? Under £10.
It's just silly.
I mean, you'd pay that for the one, the wire alone, wouldn't you?
Definitely. So what I'm going to do is just take either your round nose pliers or your bail making pliers, and I'm just going to wrap twice, just because I want it nice and secure. So I'm just wrapping that wire around, and I'm going to just take that tail. I'm just going to wrap that tail. 1, 2, 3. And then you're just going to do that, okay? And I'll just get the next piece ready. I'll get the next piece ready for you.
Sorry, Laura.
It's so glamorous, this TV stuff, yeah, I'm telling you.
Oh, what was that sound effect? Sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger in the background there. Sorry, Laura.
No, it's fine.
I'm obviously in one of those moods.
You are
today.
in one of those moods today. No more chocolate for you.
No,
no more chocolate at the breaks.
Okay.
No more chocolates for Al.
Anyway,
the same as you do that, and I'll do this.
Okay, sorry. I didn't realise you were cueing me to do something. Just get rid of her, distract her with something, please. Look, I had mascara on my hand there, obviously from where I've been laughing and crying at the same time. There we go. Okay, 5 meters of your beautiful rose gold damask patterned wire. Hang on a minute. Hold up. damask patterned wire. Hang on a minute. This was like 20 odd quid, wasn't it? Wasn't it really expensive? Well, I say really expensive.
It was, and I can also remember Pip telling me how much it costs us to buy it.
That's what I meant. It's our most expensive kind of wire, isn't it? If you've seen the prices elsewhere, but this was our most expensive wire, and we're about to take it under £10. Sorry, hold up. 1.5 gauge, Laura, because it is really strong, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's actually going to be, I would say that's going to be stronger than our standard 1.5 because it's been textured.
Yeah.
And because in effect it's going to have been work hardened. So it's going to have, it's going to be more structural. It probably would work more like a 2 mil. It would have the thickness of the 1.5, but I think handling it would be like a 2 mil wire.
And it would be very, 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 I can't say it's impossible, but it would be very, very, very difficult to recreate that pattern consistently.
No, you couldn't.
Because it is 360 degrees all the way around, and it's very hard to describe the actual texture itself, but it's beautiful. It is really beautiful and normally very considered. Apparently our should-be price is £15.95. See, I remember it being more than that.
It started, I know when it launched, it was around about £24.
Yeah.
Because I remember speaking to Pip about it, and he told me how much you got it for. Yeah. And I was like, whoa, he's like, that's the cheapest we can do it for.
There we go. Tiny margins and we were working off then, so we must have managed to negotiate something to get it to £15.95. This is beyond... wow. I genuinely don't know how this is happening other than the fact that it's basically beyond clearance. It is way beyond clearance because there have been numerous occasions throughout the course of the day, weekend, where it's not about profits, it's not about sort of our business hats being on, it's about sort of basically thanking our customers really. So get involved as soon as you can. If you've never seen the damask wire, it is beautiful and it has got a real thickness to it, a real sort of density to it. Okay, thank you. Check out those baskets. Loads and loads of you there. Obviously a very popular texture of wire.
I think it's just like you say for a talk. It's lovely because it's a detailed talk. It's ready done for you.
It looks really pretty on its own.
It looks really pretty. If you wanted to hammer it, you could still hammer it flat a little bit. But for me personally, I wouldn't want to mess with it.
No.
I would make maybe a spiral ring or something out of it.
Yeah, me too. I would as well. Little stack of rings or something like that.
Bracelet or something, Yeah.
I love the idea of that because the beauty is in the texture, so it would be almost a shame to cover that, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Keep it as natural as it is.
Do you know what would look? I love these. I think they're fab. Now these are your connectors, but all three. Now, can I just point out you've got 3 of these that I'm holding. They're lovely, aren't they? Now, straight away, I remember the first time I saw these, like, just pop it on a chain or some fabric even and wear it like it is. But then, I think might have been you, Laura, that was actually saying, well, just actually use these individually. Yeah. Not just as one. Yeah,
I would use them individually. For me, I love it like that, and the amount that you get, you've got that ability to make. For me, that goes straight onto some length of chain, a long length of chain. It'd be a long type necklace.
Neckline.
It's done. The other thing I really like of it is being like a choker style, and actually having that just going across your neck like that.
Nice
Again,
idea.
A couple of layers of chain to sort of balance that out.
Do you know? You saying that there is a certain high street shop that actually has. I mean, imagine it on.
Yeah,
it's probably like that.
Yeah, sort of like that.
Imagine it on some black velvet.
Yeah.
There's a particular shop that has ladies and gents clothes and things like that. It's got one of those, and it's about 20 quid.
Yeah, and again, you could take some leather, or you could take some anything you want really. The yarn and knitting yarn, t-shirt yarn.
Yeah.
That would be brilliant. But yeah, and the others I would use for, I would open them up, I would make hoop earrings, large jump ring type pieces of jewellery, so you can make a really cool chain, really chunky looking chain.
I love these, I think they're gorgeous. I think they look lovely on a bracelet, just like that as well. Fabulous, and at £6.95, maybe even multi-buy. So yeah, you can create that suite of jewellery, that necklace, that bracelet, those hoop earrings. But also you can go on to use the bezels for maybe frames, frames for your resins and your polymer, and all the different types of sort of clays that we actually work with.
You can also put cabochons on the back of them as well. So I'm just going to steal this one a minute. I'll give it back because they're really solid, aren't they? They're you know, and like you say, you can if you cut them. You can use them as a jump.
Yeah, they are soldered.
Cut them and use them as a jump ring. But what you can do is place a cabochon here and sort of net it, or you know, incorporate that as part of the design.
Yeah, absolutely. Just literally.
Yeah. So
use it as the base.
Yeah. Use it as a ready-made base, and then just net around it, or you know, whatever you want to do. Really.
So if you struggle with making that frame, I do. Then this is a great anchor point, I suppose.
Therapeutic, isn't it? It's like one of them stress balls. It's just like you could just sit and, apart from not you.
Love it, love it, love it. Okay,
good
back
for
to
sound
you, my
effects
darling.
as well on Christmas Eve. Yes, someone's coming.
Outside your kiddie's bedroom. Are you feeling a bit festive, Laura?
I am getting Christmassy now because we're in December. I wasn't Christmassy on the 5th of November.
Well, no, I must admit, I agree. But I do love Christmas. So
I love Christmas, but I don't like overkilling Christmas.
Yeah, I get that.
I love Christmas and I want to just appreciate it, and I think sometimes if you do it a little bit too early for me, I feel like it kind of drags out and you lose that magic.
I do like there to be a bonfire night before Christmas.
Yeah, that's my argument as well. I had this discussion with Hannah.
I totally agree.
Yeah. Okay, right. So all I've done is just very quickly worked on another sort of little section. Now, if you did decide to do this 5 and 3, what you can do is count your wraps, because if you look at the top, you can actually see the top part there, so you can actually count them, and then that way you'll get exactly the same size every time, because if you had 15, say, you would know to do that on every single link.
Okay, yeah, good way of measuring it as well.
So I'm not going to do the whole piece as I said, I'm just going to show you because it's very repetitive, there's no need to. So we've got the layout here, so I've made my wrap loop, and that's going to connect there. I've put one on. Now if I had another 2, I would put them on, and then I would do another wrap loop here, that would connect that first line. Then when I do my other 3 components, just to connect those, exactly the same, but what we do, it's going to be a baby version, but that's fine, is you roll, and then when you do it, you place it and you just hook it onto the frame there, onto that link. So it, you know, it's no different than when you do chainmail or any of these. We do this with memory wire. Actually, that antique bronze memory wire would work beautifully with this design as well.
I'll lay that there so you can actually see as well.
So yeah, so you can see that this connection here is what I'm just doing here. So you would connect it here and then fold it, and then the other
reminds me a bit of like kind of like the scale mail effect, doesn't it?
Yeah, and again, if you have memory wire and you cut half circles, you connect them in exactly the same way. So you would have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 here, and then this one here is this one here, so it connects to this one, and then the other side, this little bit here, you roll on to the next one, and that's how you connect them. That's all it is. And then this is just bead and thread with some crimps and cover and chain, and that's all I've done just to finish it. You know, and it's just a bit of a different way of using the wires, you know.
Love that idea, and you can imagine it sort of under a shirt or something like that.
Yeah, it's
look beautiful.
And you could do it more. You could do even more if you wanted to. You could have like 5 along here and graduate them down.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, you know, something that really went across the expanse.
Yeah, you could go
gorgeous, gorgeous.
That's that.
Happy creating, everybody, and well done to everyone who managed to get hold of our gorgeous, gorgeous pearlescent wire and the pearls, and of course the sort of silver-plated wire for under £10. Thank you, Laura, as always, so beautifully demonstrated, as always. Now, don't forget, in the next hour, we have coming up 3-star buys. 3-star buys that aren't just under 10, they're under 5. Under £5. Now, take a wander this way. Now, who's finished? Thank you, Laura, my darling.
All right.
Who's finished their Christmas shopping? Wes is just saying, I haven't even started. Okay, Wes. Probably need to start thinking about it. No, not worried yet? No, okay, fair enough. I keep thinking I've finished, and then I go, oh no. But one thing I've known for a while that I need to get is packaging. Now, I could go into that shop that sells lovely cards and balloons and things like that and pay a fortune for a very pretty decorative cardboard box, or I can get involved in the next hour. Now, how much would you expect this box, with the lining, by the way, with the actual velvet lining, doubled over, by the way, how much would you expect this beautiful gift box to be? What, £10? What do you reckon? The quality of that. They are really pretty boxes, aren't they?
It's really beautiful, and again, like you say, if you went into a shop, that would be an upgrade to one of our packaging.
Yeah, absolutely. That you pay a premium for. How much would you expect for these lovely boxes as well? Again, all have got the interior components, the foam, you know, the velvet foam that you can actually sort of drape your necklace, bracelet, watch, whatever it is over the top. Or even, you know, a plain white box like this that you could decorate yourself. Doesn't need any decorating at all. How much would you expect to pay for these? So, all coming your way under £5 today. I need to get these. I've been meaning to do it for the past, gosh, I've been talking about it for months really, because I have got a couple of items that I don't want to give just in a little bag. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love a chiffon bag, but especially if you're gifting a bracelet or a chain, which I am, you know, they run the risk of getting tangled then, don't they?
I just think it elevates the whole piece, doesn't it? It
Yeah.
just looks amazing. If you were given a gift and it was presented like that, straight away it adds high end to it.
Totally agree with you there. Okay, coming your way in the next hour. Excuse me, coughing. Okie dokie. Now, I have a beaded bangle. Now, these are projects essentially, but lots of our Jewellery Maker customers will deconstruct the components to use for sort of stash restockers, I suppose. If I can just show you the packaging it comes in, it's our JM packaging, and they are beautifully boxed, and it comes like this, so show you what's on the front. There you go. And this is ultimately what you can create, but comes with great step-by-step instructions. So perfect for kids. You know, sometimes over the Christmas period, we need, you know, they need entertaining somewhat, or great for somebody that wants to start the jewellery making journey, because all of these lovely projects actually have step-by-step instructions of how you actually recreate that piece of jewellery on the front of the box. Itself. There are 50 components, 50 components in total. Talks you through every single, there we go, the jump ring, how you actually open the jump ring. There you go, you can see that, how to hold the jump ring, you know, it goes into great detail. Now, you might not need to use these instructions, which is fine. Fantastic if you don't. However, they're nice to have, aren't they? And that's what makes it a perfect gift. Do you agree?
Yeah, definitely. I actually did one as a challenge on air once with Rob on a morning show, and I had the copper version, and it's so easy. The instructions are all there, but it's so easy. And I have to point out, you have more than enough for the project. So you actually have, I think I made the bracelet, I made a ring, and I made a pair of earrings.
I bet you did. I looked at these bangles. Look at those. They're really solid. Yeah. You get all of that wire as well, and all of these beautiful spacer beads. So think about it. Hang on, this is under £10. Sorry, I've just had that moment again where I forget where I am. This is under £10 for all of these components. What a great stocking filler gift. Yeah, it's not even £9.95 for all of these. I'd pay that for the spacer beads. £6.95 to get hold of all of these. That's fabulous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fabulous. And like I said, the finished piece is actually really nice.
It is.
It's easy to make, it's effective, and it's really comfortable as well. So it's nice to give as a gift, because you've got those sort of complete bangle components. It does look like something that you've bought from a shop, because it's completely solid. So you
Yeah,
haven't, you know,
absolutely.
there's no ends that are blended in anywhere. It is completely solid, and you know, it's a lovely, easy to wear piece of jewellery.
Totally agree. And how, you know, if you think, oh, I'd like to sit one afternoon or a couple of hours free and just have a little sort of play and create that, even if you're the most accomplished jewellery makers, it's quite therapeutic to do that, isn't it?
Yeah.
But similarly, imagine yourself and your daughter or your grandchildren sat down, you know, just making these. I think it's just a nice thing to do, especially at that price tag. Now you're under £10. Deals do continue. We have ooh, how many chain mailers are out there? You will love these. You will love these. These are black jump rings. They're so pretty. Striking, aren't they?
Yeah.
Great for your gents' jewellery as well as ladies' jewellery. Do you know what I'm going to do, actually? Bear with me a second. Ryan, you might not like me for this.
You could see your face. You were like, yeah, I'm doing it.
I am that
You
kid.
enjoy
Don't
doing
touch
that.
it, it's hot. Don't touch it, it's hot. Don't. You touched it.
Don't press the red button. Don't.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Don't step in the puddle. Don't step in the puddle.
But do you know the good news is that's going to go down to your daughter, so you're going to be that mum.
Yes. Now, love this. How often do we actually see the black plated jump rings? Now they are saw cut, so that's already done for you. Literally adjoin them. I spoke about chainmail, but to be honest, they're all different sort of jewellery making techniques. Bringing that price point in under £10. Low in stock though. I haven't got many, and you're getting 250 within a pack. So you can easily make like a Byzantine bracelet, probably twice over in actual fact.
Yeah, definitely.
Out of £6.95. How lovely would this be in a Byzantine bracelet, or maybe tons and tons and tons of Mobius rings. I love chainmail. I do love a bit of chainmail.
I do. It's very therapeutic. I did a lot of chainmail when I was pregnant with Jackson because I didn't have to go very far.
Yeah.
I could just sit in my chair and I had my jump rings, and it was easy to do. But like you say, Byzantine is a very unisex weave, and that colour I think is very unisex as well. So I think that's a great sort of starting point for any chainmail.
I agree. Or just a simple 2 in 2. That's literally 2 jump rings linked into another 2 jump rings. I love that as a piece of jewellery. I think that looks amazing.
Yeah.
With the pearls that you had in your one-to-own, wouldn't that look fabulous? With the kit you've just seen, oh yes.
Yeah, really lovely accents. And again, it changes the look completely, doesn't it?
Completely changes it. Now we have our final hour. Well, obviously you've got the late show as well, but more to come. Don't forget, £5 star buys under coming your way in the next hour.
There are 2 easy ways you can purchase from Jewellery Maker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Coming soon, the Sewing Quarter, the UK's first shopping channel dedicated to sewing and quilting. We will have all the things you love to sew, including clothes, quilts, bags, toys, cushions, and much, much more. We're really excited about our launch and we can't wait to share it with you. So head over to our website, sign up, get a free pattern and get all the news on our launch of the Sewing Quarter.
So tune into the Sewing Quarter on Channel 78.
Owning a strand of genuine gemstones is always exciting, but being able to use it in your handcrafted jewellery, then passing it on to its new owner with proof of its authenticity is even more incredible. Why not add one of our printed authenticity cards to your order and share that same feeling with your customers? You can also access online authenticity certificates for items you have previously ordered by looking at your order history on your account details. The certificate gives you valuable information about your purchase and is your guarantee of quality and peace of mind from Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back, everybody. How are you? I must admit I'm in a bit of a mischievous mood today. But so is this one over here. I don't know if you spotted the on-air faux pas. I won't tell you what it was, but she did say...
There's no secrets with you, is there? That's it. This is out all on air.
Sorry. I am one of those people, you know.
You know that, you just said...
you know the advert where the kids sit there and say they didn't know you were coming. They forgot you were coming. That's me, basically, as an adult. That's me, yeah. Laura Binding said a word.
No, not on purpose, though.
No, I know, and I think you actually skirted over it very, very well.
Yeah, until you
I wonder if anybody spotted it.
Well, you did, because you instantly went,
That's because I am so childish.
You are, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We want to hear about your Christmas party stories. Well, you know, not just Christmas party, Christmas stories. Have you got any funny stories to tell us? Text us in or message us online. We'd love to hear it. Any Christmas Day stories? Have we got any here in the studios? I shared a few of mine the other day, actually, but about how, you know, our oven broke and our Christmas turkey was only partially cooked but looked a little bit it was cooked but it looked a little bit anemic, so we ended up finishing off the Christmas turkey with a blowtorch. You know, things like that. Those kind of stories. 60777. Start your text with JM Studios. What was that, Danny? You went to surprise your family in France on Boxing Day, and your nan, she fell backwards because she was that surprised. Aww.
Was she all right?
But they caught her, don't worry.
Was she okay?
They did catch her, yeah. Oh, how cute. Yeah, oh, bless her.
Aww.
Bless her, bless her.
Aww. Oh.
Love Christmas Day. I love it, love it, love it. Okay, time for your deal of the day. Now, this is a gemstone that I was asked recently, and hello, my darling, if you're watching right now. A Facebook friend of mine actually messaged me and said, Eleanor, can you name your top 10 gemstones? Now, it's quite hard to answer that because, to be honest, they do change regularly, but also it depends which way you're looking at it, whether you're looking at it on beauty, on rarity, on price, on fashion. There's so many different variations, but London Blue Topaz certainly is a gemstone which, listen, my top 10, it could be a top 100 to be fair, but London Blue Topaz over the past 5 years, 6 years has dramatically increased in price point and desirability. When it comes to topaz, the more intense those colours are, the more expensive it actually is. So this beautiful teal blue, which is actually one of the rarest colours of gemstones out there, you know, if you think about indicolite, which is a type of tourmaline, very expensive. A blue diamond, again, very similar in terms of its colour, very, very, very expensive. It has increased by, get this, 700% over the past 5 years. Yeah, 700% price increase. Now, topaz is a naturally brilliant gemstone, meaning the actual internal clarity. They do like to show off internal flawless beauty, which means that it can be faceted amazingly, and the colour loves to show off, just like these. Now, they're top drilled. They've got that intensity. A London blue topaz, the reason why it's called London blue topaz, did you know this? Yeah, because people believe that it looked like the sky above our capital city of London. Now, speaking personally, I love London, don't get me wrong, but I've never seen it look as pretty as this, the sky above it. But it is a lovely sentiment behind it, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous sentiment. London blue topaz is a firm favourite of mine because it is one of the rarest of colours. If you're looking for rarity in colour, then definitely this should be within your top 10. But if you're also talking about purchasing your gemstones with sort of price tag in mind, there's that big shop that the royal family will sort of spend their money at in London. This gemstone has been pictured there, or is on sale there, I should say, for £42,000 last time I actually went down. I'm not saying this is £42,000 worth of gemstones, but I'm just saying how sought after and collectible and heavily used by the big luxurious designers it is. Now, we are going to bring you this deal of the day at £49.95. That's for 28 carats. I mean, if we put it into perspective here, and I will count them in a second, but they are all solitaires, aren't they? They are all, you know, of that calibre, of that grade, that they could easily have been included in an 18 carat gold setting, or a platinum setting even. Absolutely, they could be. But instead, we've managed to bring you this entire parcel. Let me give it a quick count for you. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 23. There's 23 on this strand. Now, can I just confirm, only the deal of the day is over, is not under £10. Only the deal of the day, which is fair enough. Look what we've got. It is already an amazing deal. You know, we cannot physically offer this to you at any lower than what you're seeing on your screen. It is already a giveaway deal. Well done to those of you that have been successful. Now, we're going to bring you some 1 minute wonders. And don't forget, we've got the star buys, 3 star buys that are going under £5. So it's going to be quite fast and pacey. Box number 9. Look at these. I love this. I think this is a piece of jewellery.
Yeah, definitely.
There you go. Look at that. It is complete and finished. If I just literally, can you see that? There's the actual lobster claw. I wouldn't do anything to this.
No, it's ready-made. Like you say, it's ready-made, isn't it?
Yeah. But I've just had a brainwave. If I multi-bought on these, could I sort of deconstruct these and use them? You were talking about gluing cabochons.
Yeah. I was looking at them and thinking, because are they leather?
They're what, sorry?
Are they leather?
No, these are metal.
Are they metal, are they?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking of, you could hole punch through the bottom of some of the focal ones and put little drops on them. Of like pearls or, you know, any of the gemstones.
Aren't they gorgeous? Absolutely stunning. We're going to have to bring that price tag in. They are your 1 minute wonders, so get involved as soon as it's there. 60 seconds comes onto your clock to get this. I mean, if you walked into, you know, your Debenhams, your H&M, your New Look, your River Islands, your Top Shops, you'd see items of jewellery like this, you know, not necessarily gold plated, it might just be sort of your base metals, but would they be £5.95? No. You know what, any lady, to be honest, I was going to say youngster, but I don't think I can call myself young anymore, but I would definitely wear this.
Oh, definitely. And again, it like the colour is very complementary to, I think, any skin tone, because it is that lovely kind of warm colour, isn't it? So it's going to just go with any outfit. It goes beautifully with that red.
Yeah, it does. And if you're thinking, you could easily add to it if you wanted to. Maybe elongate the length. Maybe actually have it as a longer style. Turn it round if you wanted to turn them into sort of like a headdress. Multifunctional, really.
I definitely think you need to get a couple of those. Like you say about breaking down. If you broke down those extenders.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gone.
It's gone. Sorry, I have to whip it away.
You can break that up, can't you, and use those little bars
as
individually.
Functions. Okay, moving on to the final smoky quartz of the day. Love these. They almost look like bicones. Hang on. Those pearls that we had earlier on as the one to own. Would you use the ones you're working with now?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Perfect size. And they're going to really sort of brighten and lift them up, aren't they?
Aren't they fab? They look like a Zarite, because the amount of brilliance that's coming from inside each of those gemstones. They are your 1 minute wonders, so you know you've got to be in it to win it. You've got to get involved as quickly as you possibly can. The final smoky quartz strand that we actually have available. Bring that price on your screen in 60 seconds. £3.95. Now, for the benefit of those of you that have just tuned in, it is under £10 day stroke weekend, but you know, we are going way beyond that on numerous occasions, and we're going way beyond clearance, to be honest. So many of you on the web, check out. Have we got quantity of these, Danny? We had 55, so it will, yeah, it's going to be over half is gone. It's going to be an on-screen sellout. Do you know what I'm going to be bringing next? The what, sorry? So these? Okay. Oh yeah, that's a combination. They're coming out next. These have almost sold out, so just move on. Well done. See, I'm ruthless. I'm not messing around, because if I move quick, then you're going to get lots more to see of 1 minute wonder deals. And Danny keeps doing this to me. I don't know what it means, but he keeps doing it down my earpiece. Apparently it means talk faster and move on, basically. Ryan, don't you start. 14mm rounds here, hazy violet. Oh, I want to break into a bit of the bangles. I'm showing my age now, aren't I? Hazy shade of winter.
I don't know that one. I know the other one.
There's loads of good bangle songs. I
think we're the same age.
We are the same age, yeah. I think we are the same age. I won't sing it because I'm a useless singing.
I know two bangle songs.
Just saying, you know what else? That actually has just shown your age. That's all right.
Walk Like an Egyptian. What's the other one? The I think it'd been out. Oh, Eternal
We're meant to be going really, really quick, and we've got distracted with the bangles of all people. Yeah, my sister used to love them as well. Yeah, it can't be a bit of bangles.
It's Eternal Flame. That's it.
Yes, that was a good one.
Yeah.
The clock is on your screen. It's coming on your screen. There it is, there it is, there it is.
Danny might know the Atomic Kitten version of that though.
Yeah, Danny, do you know the Atomic Kitten version? You know the Atomic, yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Oh yeah, Atomic Kitten.
I've actually had it with my husband before when I'm talking about sort of songs. I'm like, well, they didn't sing the original. That Adele, you know, what was the Adele cover of Bob Dylan? Now, obviously, he's a bit behind my time.
No.
Not Hello, no.
It's,
was it Make You Happy? That one. The Bob Dylan song. Text in if you know, because this could go on otherwise. And I said to Tom, no, it's Bob Dylan that sang it first.
I know the song. It was
Something Making You Happy. Oh, Bob Dylan cover.
That's gonna bug us.
Someone please text in and tell me which one I'm talking about. And you'll know what I'm referring to. Okay, final few seconds remaining in the show. Do you know, can I just make a genuine apology to these shell pearls? That's the one, Make You Feel My Love.
There you go.
Make you feel my
Yeah.
love. Bob Dylan was the one that sung that first. Okie dokie. Now I'm getting, these are all in a bit of a tiz. There we go. The silver popcorn chains, all three, and I'm going to hold some one way and some another so you can actually see. Under £10 day, 1 minute wonders, look at these. The actual popcorn chain, can you see they're quite cylindrical? So you can actually anchor onto, in my efforts, hang on a second. So you can actually anchor onto, almost kind of sew into it. Now, I've got a good quantity of these, so don't worry if you're thinking about that we're going to sell out, or maybe you've been told you've been unsuccessful. Don't worry, I have got quantities as well. And this is one of those. 3 finished bracelets, effectively, and they are, aren't they, Laura? They are finished bracelets.
Well, yeah, they're ready-made, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, they look good just as they are. But again, if you wanted to add some charms to it, you can do anything you want, really. Do that very simply as well. Okay, 1 minute wonders. As soon as we bring that price point on your screen, we're going to bring that 60-second clock. Under £10, you know that. £7.95. You know, they keep making these go faster noises down my ear, but then the graphics are going particularly slow. Particularly slow today. Do you know why? Because they don't want to go to those prices. That's basically it. It's our computer system having to be overridden. 3 bracelets for £7.95. I mean, again, think about this. 3-star buys all coming up under £5. Can you imagine receiving that within that? How gorgeous. How lovely. You could put one little gemstone on the extended chain. Yeah. And again, then it's that finished look, isn't it? And yeah. You know, you could make little cracker gifts. My daughter came home making it. She made an actual cracker. It was really cool. And you could put your own little gift in, couldn't you? Yeah, definitely. Look at that. They look lovely, don't they? Just gifted like so, and it's cost you less than a tenner for both. Well done. Stay where you are. Seconds remaining on the clock. Okay. Okie dokie. Can I pick one? Do you know what I'm going to pick? Because I haven't seen it in ages. These. Look at these. They are top drilled. They are your gorgeous, gorgeous shell. Can we not play this? It says you pick, Elle, and the one thing I pick, we can't play it. Anything but that. Can we play the box chain? Good. Honestly. Look at this. To be fair, I'm happy to include this because it is your rose gold colour. And it's beautifully cubic, so it lays lovely on the neckline. Can you see that? Can you see how it's just that curl? Do you know what I'm talking about there? The actual movement of the actual chain itself. I love these. I think they're quite contemporary. I think they're great around sort of as wristline, neckline, anklets. They look fabulous as well. Again, across both genders, I think they look amazing. You're getting 5 meters, and it's not a. It's you know sometimes rose gold is most definitely a pink. Definitely a pink, which by the way comes from the copper that's included in the precious metal. This is more of a champagne rose gold. Do you agree with me? Yeah. It's a lot softer. Yeah, if you look, when I think of rose gold, I often think of copper because obviously it's that that colourway. But yeah, if you looked at that, and I would say that is more the champagne gold
it's
kind of tone.
It's a lot softer than. I mean, rose gold is soft, but yeah, if you think about it, it's basically copper which is mixed in with the amounts of gold to bring it that blush tone. But it is definitely a pink, isn't it? A pinkish hue. Definitely. This is much softer in terms of its colour. And look at the light that's coming from every single one of those links. Under £10, and it's a 1 minute wonder. Sorry, I keep getting carried away with every single one. of these deals, we should be at £12.95, which is incredibly affordable, isn't it? But here it is. Clearance beyond all clearance. I know the words aren't behind me, but it is one of those days, isn't it? That's working out at £1.59 per metre. You know, that's working out, hang on, per metre. So that's 10 necklaces and 5 bracelets that you're going to get for £7.95.
It's really good as well. I've seen Gemma caging cabochons with them before and making tassels
that
with
looks
them.
fab, doesn't it?
It's amazing. You could put ribbon through it. You can do loads with that.
Yeah, can you imagine the cabochon? Have you got one there, Laura?
I haven't got
Do you
one
literally
here,
glue?
no.
I'll tell you, I'll have, for demonstrational purposes, I'll have to show it with the abalone. But yeah, you literally glue like this.
Yeah.
It looks fab, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's amazing. I think that Gemma might have done it on like, and you can use like a leather base if you've got like the leather that we do in the sheets, then, or even on copper. Imagine if you had a copper sheet and then you sort of, like you said, glued that to the outside. It's going to look really cool.
Love that idea. Love it. You know, and I wouldn't be able to recreate that with wire, would you? Well done. Okay, one more 1 minute wonder. But one more until I bring you under £5. I mean, look at the quality of this. Isn't it lovely? Aren't these newly launched?
Pretty much.
I need to get 3 of these. Who's texting? Hannah. Has she really? She wants to know what time we're doing these. Next auction, Hannah. Presenter Hannah, that is. I need to get 3 as well. Because for my lovely ladies that look after Willow, the 3 girls in the nursery, so everyone gets chocolates and wine and things like that. So I've made them 3 little bracelets and pop them in those boxes. Gorgeous. Gorgeous.
You made them some bracelets?
Well, you might have made one.
I love that.
I
made them some bracelets.
Damn it, I was rumbled then.
You want to get out in everybody.
Hey. Okay, they won't be watching anyway, that's fine. I'm totally going to take ownership of it, you know that, don't you?
Yeah, we all know that.
Yeah, cool.
Standard.
Okay, before that though, I could squeeze in one more 1 minute deal. Ooh, all of these black onyx connectors. Now, perfect earrings, absolutely amazing earrings. You're getting 4 within a pack. They're all checkerboard faceted, and when it comes to your sort of opaque gemstones, you know, if you can include that checkerboard faceting, it's just going to add to the sparkle itself. Framed with solid sterling silver. Just imagine attaching your shepherd hook just here, and then maybe just a couple of black onyx or pearls that you had as your one to own. They'd be perfect to add to this design. 4 in a pack. Or could you turn this into a necklace?
Definitely.
I'm just thinking about one of those sort of on the bias style necklace.
Yeah, you could have that so that you have layers of chain. So you just have that as the connector there and then have layers of chain.
Yeah,
I mean,
that would be nice.
That would look really beautiful. And again, like you say, earrings, but you can almost have it so that the earrings chain will almost frame the stone, if that makes sense. You can almost bring it back to the top point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can sort of cascade them a little bit. But you could turn it around the other way as well. You don't have to have it set like that.
That's a good point. Now we have less than 50 of these available, so check out as soon as you possibly can. We should be, really? We're already under £10. Should be £9.95. Not stopping there, let's take it to a record low price point. I've got just over half an hour with you, and then before I skedaddle out of the studio, record low, £6.95. That is for all 4 of these as well. Genuine, beautiful, lustrous black onyx, and then gemstones.
For 4 pieces, that's amazing.
Yeah.
And again, you could make quite a sort of a vintagey looking piece and have, like you say, have that as the focal and layers of chain going all around it. Rosary link chains.
Idea. Use these with the one to own and the Tanzanite that hopefully you got hold of. I think they'd be fantastic with that, because you've got the prestige of the sterling silver itself, and yeah, that contrast and the quality of the onyx. £6.95, 10 seconds remaining. They're absolutely flying out, not surprised at all, loving the deals and then loving the fact that you are going to be getting all of these incredible treasures in your front room very, very soon. So fabulous. Okay, now it is time for the star buys that I have been talking about throughout the entirety of the show. I have not one, not two, but 3 star buys, which aren't just under £10. They are under £5. Now, you've had presenter Hannah text in. I've admitted I need to buy these, and I've been meaning to do it for weeks, literally weeks. And I'm sure we're not alone. Have you got that one gift that you haven't yet wrapped because you don't want to give it the way in just like a little chiffon bag or something like that? Now, there's nothing wrong with chiffon bags, but particularly with bracelets or chains, I always worry that they're going to get tangled.
Yeah, I just think it looks...
It does,
it
exactly.
Looks the part,
it finishes everything. Yeah. Now, I have the silver coming up. I have the plain white box coming up, all with their inserts, by the way, that fit pendants, necklaces, bracelets, and also I've got the pink and black, all guaranteed under £5. Perfect for all different storages, not just jewellery, you can use them for multiple things, and they're up next. All 3 coming up. Maybe you've got 3 different gifts, or maybe you favour one, that's fine as well. Quantity permitting, they will all sell out, of course, but quantity permitting, I'm guaranteed they're all going under £5. I would suggest not just having one as a preference. So if you like sort of the pink and the black, which I think is quite edgy, quite funky, then yeah, absolutely fabulous. But don't be surprised that it sells out. Now, I'll give you the quantities as always. You know where they're going. I've been talking about it all show. I'm starting with the silver. I have 123. This has never even been on your screens previously before. This is effectively a brand new box. And do you know what? You don't need to do anything. You can put your little gift tag, pop that under the tree. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Let me just show you as well. I mean, even this might sound really, really, really mundane, but do you notice how it literally slides off properly? Have you ever had like a gift box that you kind of like, oh, hang on, trying to lift it and you end up buckling the gift box? This slides off really nicely. Inside, you've actually got 3 different types of sponges. So if I just pop that down for a second, this one, let me get my tweezers, here we go. This one has got kind of like a little face, and there we go, areas for your earrings. Can you see that? Then you have got an area for your ring there, yeah? So I'm trying to display that as best I possibly can. So earrings and ring straight away, or alternatively, you can use these, which swap it round if you want to. I've got the 2 sort of thumbprints to pull out, and where you can actually loop the necklace or the bracelet if you wanted to. All cuffs, so it's all done there for you. You're going to use these for all types of jewellery, effectively, all different types of jewellery, and 3 different types of sponges. So if you wanted to, you could take some of those sponges out, but with all 3, it elevates it within the actual box itself. I have 123 of these available. You know, the finish of the box, you can actually see the prettiness of the bow. I mean, look at that. How much would you pay for a box like this? It would be expensive, wouldn't it? It would be expensive. Glitter tub and bow. It's so pretty. I'd actually picture these on the Christmas tree. Can you imagine just sitting them on the Christmas tree? I love that. You know, have you got a tradition on Christmas Eve where you get to open one? Maybe this could be your Christmas Eve present to someone. We don't do that in our house. Do you do that?
No.
No. Danny, do you?
No.
And I would go straight to this present, wouldn't you? If you were given that choice, I would go straight to this.
Yeah, definitely. That's that special present, isn't it?
It is. It really is. 123 is not going to be enough, unfortunately. Great way, ladies. I mean, if you think about your dressing table or your own jewellery box, I'm guilty of this as well, where I've got sort of, I go to bed at night and I'll take my earrings out and I'll just literally leave them on the side. And then the dog gets up and sort of has a rummage around. Honestly, he does. He's terrible for robbing things off my off my bedside table. Yeah, he is. So I need somewhere to actually put things where I know they're going to be safe. And this is something I'd be quite happy to have out on display. It's lovely, isn't it?
Definitely. And like you say, you could put your special kind of jewellery in there, couldn't you? Even though, you know, remove the gift and then have that as your little storage for your special pieces.
One of the things I can't actually sort of demonstrate is the feel as well. This kind of feels like a fabric rather than a glitter. You know, sometimes glitter's a little bit coarse, yeah. It looks like this would be very, very rough, doesn't it? Almost like sandpaper. It's not. It's very silky. Can you actually hear it in my... Hang on a second. It's actually quite silky, isn't it? Very, very tactile in actual fact. We have a quarter of the stock which has gone. A quarter of the stock. So hugely, hugely, hugely popular already. It measures 100 by 65 millimetre. We're referring to the actual dimensions and the actual depth itself. Free phone telephone number, check out. They will sell out $4.95. This is very much a luxury box, you know. We are talking about luxury here. And it's brand new. We've never even brought it to screen previously before.
No, and like you say, that's that special presentation, isn't it? I make a few pieces of jewellery for a shop in Bristol.
Yeah.
I just give them the jewellery, they put it in their own packaging, their own boxes. And I went past the shop yesterday, actually, the first time I've actually seen it in the window. And it looks so different because it was in a gift box.
Yeah, it does make a difference.
Like it was 10 times more than what it actually does when it's out of that box. And it does, it draws your eye to it.
I totally agree. I'm thinking about your lovely wirework cuffs, Laura, you know, because this would be perfect for that. Because
well, it was, yeah. And it is actually a cuff that I was referred that I make for them, yeah.
Because I could take out maybe a couple of the foam inserts, and I know that the cuff, you know, is going to sit lovely because it's got depth to it as well. Super busy, people multi-buying on this as well. Half the stock has already gone. I'm not surprised that we just moved those out the way. I
mean, you just said a very key thing there, and it is something that I do struggle with cuffs, is the depth of them. You know, if you make a deeper kind of cuff, you do struggle to find a gift box that it can go into because it's so sort of deep in its style.
Yeah, it's hard to pack. You really have to go with the chiffon route, don't you?
Yeah.
The
chiffon. I tend to sometimes end up going with like a tiara box, you know, the clear tiara boxes, because that's the only way I can get that sort of depth to allow and not damage that piece.
They are made perfect for that, aren't they? Or brooches or something like that. This would be perfect for a brooch, wouldn't it? Now, again, this is that special present, you know, the one that you don't necessarily have to do anything to, you just want it to be sat on the Christmas tree, etc. And likewise with these, but just different in terms of their design. So, you know, for example, this is something like I would give to my mum. I think my mum would appreciate packaging like this. But then if I was gifting to my girlfriends, I'd probably choose something like this. Do you see what I mean? If I was gifting to Tom or maybe the lovely ladies at nursery, I'd be looking at something like that. It depends on what you're giving, really, doesn't it? It's not necessarily jewellery at the end of the day.
It's also something that you can do, and I've said this before, if you sell at a craft fair, or even if you sell online, what you could say is if you spend over X amount or any item of jewellery that is priced over £50 or over will automatically come in this special packaging, because it's something you can incorporate that cost and absorb it into the piece of your jewellery.
And by the way, I should point out, you can include a watch in this as well, because it's got those two half moons cut out of the actual circle. You can actually strap a watch around it as well. Tons of you there, check out. We only had 123, so unfortunately this one was very, very, very limited. Brand new as well, first time on your screen. Perfect for those Christmas Day presents, and you will receive it in time for Christmas Day. Perfect for birthday presents as well. Perfect for that. Lots of you multi-buying. Okay, I need to move on. Move it on to... Oh! Your next star buy. And it's up next. Now, we have a huge quantity of these. A huge quantity. We've got 1,200 in stock. And I've just thought of another occasion that I would use these. Maybe bridal pieces of jewellery, you know, when you just want something quite plain, classic.
Do you know what I'm thinking with those? I'm thinking that they're great for personalising. You can put your own personalisation on it, but also a gift from a child.
Yeah.
So that child can decorate that box.
Yeah, I like that idea.
And then give that to the person. So for Nanny, say you've made the bracelet, the child then helps decorate it.
I love that idea. Now, these are described as watch boxes, so obviously, and I'll show you why, they are brand new. The insert is like this. So you can actually clip your watch around the actual foam and it fits perfectly, and I'll show you. I'll literally show you this on it. Can you see that? If I turn it like that, there we go. You can see where it will actually fit. But can I just say, they're not just exclusively watch boxes. You use these designs for anything, you know, charm bracelets, earrings, whatever, really. They are multifunctional. You don't even have to keep the actual insert in if you don't want to. Maybe you've made a polymer clay statue, or maybe a frame, or maybe you work with sort of your fabrics and things like that. They'd be absolutely perfect. Do you do bridal fairs? Do you know the UK has got approximately 500 bridal events up and down the UK? 500 approximately. So maybe that's something you could consider. So think about putting your sort of hair combs. Hair combs are a difficult,
very difficult,
a difficult one. What do you package hair combs in?
Again, clear tiara box. Yeah. You get like a smaller version, like a half version. Again, that's what I have only.
These are the perfect size, aren't they?
Yeah, perfect.
Now you know these are going under £5, everybody. We've got a massive quantity, which also means we can do something quite very, very, very special. I think the classic white really screams luxury. Do you? Is it? I think the classic white is very high end.
It is, and again, it's non-committal, so it is very unisex.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've just spent a horrific amount of money on a watch for my husband. It's fine, he knows, because he was with me and said, I want that one. But it didn't even come in a gift box. It's just come in the standard, you've just bought a, you know, like a, it's like when you buy a phone. It's come in that standard packaging of, you know, there's your watch. So it was a lot of money. So
wow,
yeah.
So you want something to keep it nice?
Something like that. I could then take it out of that and I could put it into there.
Do you know? There's a particular style of jewellers that if you then go on and buy pieces of jewellery or watches or timepieces and things like that, if you actually discard the box, it loses money straight away. So yeah, the likes of Rolex, Cartier, Omega, keep those boxes if ever you get given one of their timepieces, or you treat yourself to one, because honestly the original box and the original papers adds value massively. $195. Do you know what? I'm just thinking I'm going to get these.
I would, and you could get Willow to do like a little. I don't know.
Aww.
Put a crayon in her and just
she can barely hold a rattle, let alone a pen.
You can make her do something.
I could
get
do a
fingerprints. Yeah, a fingerprint, something like that.
That's a lovely idea, isn't it? What about little keepsake boxes and things like that? I was looking the other day because I very much like to have some keepsake things for Christmas. And There's a wonderful website, and I can't say who it is, but again, if you want to know, message me. And it has lots of keepsake things on there. They're quite expensive, mind, but it's basically little boxes like this, and then getting some plaster of Paris to get their handprints and feet prints and things like that.
Yeah,
footprints would be the right way of saying it.
When you want to keep memories of your, bit of the first haircut or the first tuff, or anything like that.
The first what?
Tuff.
Tooth.
Tuff.
I thought you were saying tuft at first. Tuft.
Tuff.
The first tuft.
Tuff.
We're talking about teeth. Okay. Tooth. Yeah. I think that's a great. I generally thought you said tuft. Then.
Yeah. No. Tuff.
Yeah. No, they totally are.
Yeah.
Look at that. I've just literally popped one bangle in there. Get the idea, don't you? Get the idea. Stay where you are on those phone lines. Check out those baskets. Okay, moving on to the pink and black. Yeah, there's little photos and things like that. Nice to keep hold of, aren't they? And if you keep them boxed, then you know they're going to stay nice. You don't know dampness or creasing. Now, these are fab, absolutely fab. You've got. Can you see the actual cut of the box as well? Is on the slightly on the diagonal, so it makes them a little bit fun. It's your hot pink, that wonderful, wonderful combination. There you go. Open it up, and again you've got that insert, which I'll take out so you can actually see it. And I'll just pop this bangle around so you can get the idea. There we are. Of how it's going to look when you open up that box. It does really take something and make it look that much more luxurious, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean that's something you would expect. That's from a jeweller's, isn't it? You would instantly think that's got to be from a shop.
Absolutely. Now we've got 265 of these. That's all. It's actually that's not enough. You've seen how busy we are today. You've seen how popular. Well, the under £10 deals have been, let alone under £5. Yeah, choose your favourite multiples of, and don't just be thinking about Christmas. Because to be honest, I think these are sort of £1. £1. These are items that I need in my house when I'm sort of thinking, right, okay, I've got that gift and I'm always looking for something to put things in, aren't you? These would be perfect, £1. So no surprises, people are getting 4s, 6s, 5s. I'm not surprised at all. We only have 265, so you will need to check out web bidders. Gosh, there's literally hundreds of you there. If you're on those phone lines, stay where you are. It's going to be a hands-on, straight sellout, don't you think? Like I was saying, this is what I would choose to maybe for my sort of gift to the girls. The packaging I would choose for that, because then they can go on and use it for something else. Maybe you've got sort of a lipstick and a nail polish, and again you wanted something to sort of package it in nicely.
Yeah, like you say, you could make a little sort of treat box out of that, couldn't you? A Secret Santa sort of thing, and you could, like you say, put a couple of little sort of.
Perfect for that. I don't know, maybe someone that's going into hospital and you want to put a bit of lip balm. I'm always told that when people go into hospital, always give them lip balm. Because it's very drying on the skin and the lips and everything. So yeah, lip balm's always a really good thing to give people that go into hospital. So yeah, your lip balm, you can have a bit of moisturiser, maybe a little, I don't know, things like that. Julie in West Midlands, I've used these boxes to put my makes for Christmas presents. Yeah, love that idea. They're really good quality for the money, and the jewellery looks beautiful in them. I'm sure they do, Julie. It just makes a difference, doesn't it, how they're actually packaged? And you would never, ever, ever pay £1 for them in those shops, would you? Never would.
They're really good if you do raffle prizes for like a school fair or something like that, because again, if you donated something, if I said to you, oh, there you go, there's my donation, I've made this for you, you're going to think, wow, that looks really cool. And again, it's going to draw people's eyes to it, because it's going to look like it's been sort of, like you say, bought from a shop in effect.
I totally agree. I've just removed the insert as well, and you can see the lining is complete. Is complete inside. So it looks amazing even without the lining. Hazel in Stirlingshire has just messaged in. We're talking about, by the way, Christmas stories, and Hazel has said, Hubby wants cooked iceberg lettuce instead of the cabbage for Christmas dinner. In my absence, he might say. Do you know there are countries that do that though? That cook lettuce. Yeah, the Chinese cook lettuce.
Yeah, but
lettuce.
it's like there's certain types of lettuce, isn't it? Not iceberg.
No, not so much iceberg.
No, it's like the leafy type ones, isn't it?
What, did he boil it? Blah, blah, blah. I can't imagine that tasted very nice, Hazel. No, yeah, I've had a few blunders in the kitchen. I've had a few blunders. Are you a cook?
Yeah, I like to cook.
Yeah, I like cooking.
But yeah, no, I'm not too bad. I haven't done any disasters that I know of.
My family always tell a story about my banana cookies that I made when I was in school once in home economics, and Mum said I was very, very insulted that nobody would eat these banana cookies. They were meant to be healthy, but apparently they were dreadful. I've never lived that down, but I quite like cooking. I'm quite a good cook now. Okay, moving on. Wow, chandelier earrings. Again, imagine these in the box.
Yeah.
I'm going to hold both on my tweezers because I want you to see just how much sterling silver there is. You see that? And if I turn it, 4.8 grams. Oh, do you know what? You could turn these into sort of your festive earrings, couldn't you?
They do look like little Christmas trees.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. Look at the amount of sterling silver there are, and they're oxidised as well. So, actually bring that detailing forward. If you got the connector earlier on, Laura, they'd be fabulous for that, wouldn't they?
Yeah, definitely. They would look. That's like a complete piece. I just love them like that. I think they look great, and you could sort of sew some gemstones into it, add some colour if you wanted to. Little tanzanites, little pearls.
I'm picturing sort of green and red across the bottom. You know, green and red just to keep them that.
Maybe it's because it's the time of the year.
It is totally the time of year. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't say those colours. But yeah, but the beauty is, because you're a jewellery maker, you can always mix and match and swap them around. If I turn it round, look how long the actual shepherd hook is. So it's really, really going to sit securely in your ear. These are going under £10, jewellery makers. Again, I've had that epiphany, that moment where I realised exactly what we are doing. We should be at £14.95. Now, being honest, I'd expect to pay that for just one. I would. For just one of those. Not the case. You're getting both. 4.8 grams of precious metal at £9.95. Wow, what a deal. What an amazing, amazing deal that is. 0800 644 655 is the number to call to get hold of them. Yeah, your perfect Christmas Day earrings. But then, you know what? Turn them into whatever, because they don't. We're only probably thinking of Christmas Day because it is that time of year, aren't we? Lots and lots and lots of you there. They remind me of Balinese style jewellery because of the intricacy.
Yeah, and again, something like that, you couldn't recreate that yourself. I mean, you could possibly solder it, by the time you've done that, you just couldn't make it for that price.
No, I bet. To source the sterling silver, the findings that are being added to it as well, I highly doubt you could recreate these. Again, perfect gift, aren't they? Because you haven't got to worry about sizes, and they're obviously luxury. They're obviously of high quality. We're only bringing them to you under £10 because it is an under £10 weekend. However, even at their usual price of £14.95, that's an incredible deal for almost 5 grams of sterling silver. And you've had multiple gemstones which will look perfect with these. The Tanzanite that we had would be absolutely incredible. Massive sellout earlier on. The pearls that we had as your one to own would be absolutely incredible alongside these as well. Fabulous. Check out as soon as you can. So busy. Our Toby's stepping into shop. Hi Toby.
Hello.
You're right, Toby. Say hello to everybody. There he is, our Toby. It's lots of beards in the studio. How's your beard doing?
Yeah, it's alright.
Should we have a beard off?
No.
No. I don't know. Like it's like a dance off, but with beards. You've both got very fine beards, gents. Very fine beards. Okay, what am I doing now? The pre-night. The boys in the gallery are like, oh, we don't have beards. Well, you can always grow one. Oh, Danny got. He says he doesn't grow a good beard. Anyway, back to the pre-night. This is such a fresh gemstone. Those beautiful, beautiful inclusions. Can you see that? They're like shards, like darts running through. Every single one will be individual. Look at that one there. Every single one will be individual. And this colour is totally and utterly natural. Well, everything about this gemstone is totally and utterly natural. Going back to what we were saying earlier on, Laura, about how sometimes we're starved of certain gemstones. You know, you see more I don't know, in the summer or in the spring. It's not necessarily because gemstones are seasonal, because they're not. It's about what's available in the trade, what's been unearthed in the industry. But I haven't seen a lot of pre-night lately.
No, I haven't, and that to me is classic pre-night.
Yeah.
When I first started making jewellery, pre-night was one of the first gemstones that I was drawn to.
I love it.
Because I just love that colour. I love the retail going through it. I just think it's beautiful. And you don't see it like that very often anymore,
No.
do you? You sort of see it a bit smaller, a little bit clearer. I love that sort of rustic look about it.
This image that we're looking at right now, look, notice how some of those pre-nights look like they've almost got moss inside. Can you see that?
Yeah, and that to me is classic. That's what I love about that gemstone. I think it's stunning. Again, smoky quartz, those little smoky quartz you had earlier, they're going to go beautifully with it. This is like my favourite sort of combinations with amethyst, rose quartz, all of that colour. Amber.
What about this?
Yeah, it's all just, to me, it's like a little group.
That is a lovely collection. Yeah. And can we just take stock that this is all under £30? To get all of these, it's going to cost you less than £30. You know, that's amazing, isn't it? Yeah, I totally agree with you. Pre-night's a gemstone we don't see often, and I always, you know, I always find myself like really getting engrossed in each of the gemstones to sort of get to know their internal characteristics. I mean, those shards can run from point to point, or you might have kind of cloudy areas. You might have wonderful. I mean, look at this bit here. I'm just showing this as an example. Can you see that? What it actually looks like is a little bit of moss, doesn't it, almost? Just amazing, this gemstone. Look at that. Now, under £10, beautifully fresh, wonderful colour, incredible internal glow, £9.95. Hang on a minute, we're not even stopping there. Okay, get it as soon as you can. Wonderful to have your company this afternoon, everybody. $6.95, so dramatic price price drop, rather. This with the pearls, those pearls of our one-to-own would look lovely.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you just said that it's under 30. To be honest, just over 20, if under.
What's that?
Because that collection of breakers, it was $3.95 for the smoky quartz.
Yes, it was. That's a good point.
And then
well
you've
reminded.
got that. And then, yes, just over £20.
Yeah, just over.
About like £1.
Quite literally. As we're talking about the amber, I'm going to give you a quick recap on it, because those of you maybe weren't able to tune in. Now, there were so many of you getting involved, and yesterday lovely Hannah actually brought you as your one-to-own a beautiful amber cabochon. And a lot of you were referring to wanting the actual connectors, and that's fine. Danny has listened and he's managed to source this for you. Now, there are literally a couple remaining, so I've got just under 10 minutes with you. The moment I get out of this seat, I'm going to my desk to order myself one of these. In fact, I say one because I'm not going to entertain the fact that I'm going to get multiples of. Look at the quality of this amber. I mean, look at all those wonderful, I'll move my finger from behind so you can actually see the internal inclusions. Solid sterling silver. You have got, if I turn it like this, 2 connectors as well. Comes with the little jump rings. And I even want to show you the reverse. Look at that quality. Have they gone? Sold out. Well done. Well done, well done. The filigree pendant. Look at this. Love this. I actually gave this to Laura earlier on, but we've been keeping you busy, Laura, haven't we? To create something with, here we are, it's the filigree pendant. Look at the amount of sterling silver that's in this. We have 30 remaining. 30 remaining, that's it. Look at that detailing, look at that silversmith work. The curves of every single one of those wonderful filigree details. I was talking about this, how it conjures up images of very much Celtic, my Celtic roots, but you know, maybe this might remind you of something else. It might remind you of a piece of art, or I don't know. It has kind of got that infinity connection as well.
It's making me think of, like, you know, the Lord of the Rings, that
Yeah,
kind of
yes.
look.
Danny was just saying, I was thinking infinity, because it has got that, hasn't it? The family he was thinking of, oh, that's lovely, that's really lovely. Two families joining together, he's saying. That's a really nice wedding gift. Like that, love that, love that, love that. Maybe you, who's got heard of a love spoon? Have you heard of love spoon? Love spoon it's a tradition that comes from Wales, and they're usually hand carved, beautiful, beautiful works, and they're gifted to people that you love. So that might be your family, your friends, etc. And it's believed to continuously keep that bond between two people or the gifter. And I love that sentiment. Yeah. So it kind of reminds me of that. Final few that we have remaining. So I'm literally recapping this already. Literally, we've had sell out after sell out after sell out. Look at all that gram weight, 3.4 grams, and all of that lovely detail. 7.95 rather, £7.95 to get hold of this. Absolutely wonderful. We've been so busy, and it's been a joy to have your company here this morning. Let me just grab my shoe that fell off earlier on. It's been one of them. It's been one of them shows. We've been a bit mischievous.
Yep, but
and it's all your fault.
You.
All your fault, Laura Binding.
Nothing to do with me.
You're the one who said the word.
Not on purpose. I had word muddles.
Yeah, feel to try and find the word that Laura said.
No, don't. I want to come back.
When are you back with us, my lovely?
Wednesday morning.
Wednesday morning, fabulous. Can't wait to see you there. Now we've got time to recap those pearls.
Well, basically, it's not completely finished, because obviously I can't find any beading thread, to be honest with you. But it's just to show you how you could place them into a design. Just make a little bit different, nothing too much.
And you've channel set them here.
Yeah.
And that's not something we can do with larger pearls, really.
No,
well, you
ideal
could,
for that.
but not quite as...
Yeah, they're great, and again, I love the contrast with the antique bronze, I think, because it really makes them pop.
Yeah, so is that like the antique bronze from the first kit? That wire, there we go, so multifunctional.
Yep.
Absolutely fabulous. If you want to get hold of those, £5.95. Now your under £10 deals do continue throughout the course of the evening, so it's been fun, hasn't it?
It's great fun.
I bet lots of you have got some wonderful orders on their way to you. You've got the lovely Alison and the fabulous Zena in the studio for the remainder of the late show. You're going to have a wonderful, wonderful night, of course. More incredible TV antics, as there always is. Did you say you're back on Wednesday morning?
Wednesday morning, yeah.
Wonderful. I'm back with you tomorrow, and can I just give you a little bit of a heads up? Tomorrow we have got a lovely launch, so make sure you do stay tuned, and it is of little sterling silver lockets, so make sure you tune in then. But Alison's here, Zena's here looking fabulously sparkly. I'll see you in the morning. Have a wonderful evening.